Hello, hello. Why isn't the background noise playing? Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. We're going to have a good stream today, and we are going to really begin our weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next, I don't know, 6 to 7 hours. So here we go. We are going to be talking about the usual suspects: Israel, Turkey, Japan, Germany, the United States. And I will also be responding to whatever sort of comments you guys may have, as long as they're not trolling. And I guess I'll just be talking also about whatever pops up in my head. Trumpstein sending 2 nuclear subs near Russia after a mean tweet. Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. Yeah, I saw that. I think that was just, I don't know. I'm actually seeing more. We were told that under Trump, we were going to see less militarism and less warmongering, and I've actually seen an intensification of warmongering. So we actually got the opposite of what we thought we were going to get, which is really very typical in these sorts of situations, because people vote for a politician thinking, well, this person's not a politician. He is outside of the establishment. He is not connected to the elites, only to later find out that this politician around which we have formed a cult of personality is just another member of the elites and is connected to the elites and is just as much of a warmonger as the person before him, if not more so. So, lesson learned. In America, politicians may change, parties may change, but foreign policy doesn't really change all that much. Hello, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. Hello, happy Friday to you too, sir. Happy Friday, Sweet Body Fit. It's time for the greatest live stream on earth. I really appreciate that, sir. Hello, Alexandrina Grijo. Right on time. Yes, I was early this time. Made sure to freshen myself up a little bit earlier. And I also prepared for the stream last night, so I spent hours looking at various news stories, seeing what would be fitting for this stream. And we have some interesting stories, just looking at the European Union and the recent humiliating US-EU tariff deal, which is really just humiliation for the European Union. And in my opinion, this trade deal is going to exasperate American-European tensions, and it is going to further push nationalist and hardliner and far-right forces in the European Union to further inflame the desires for more European sovereignty and independence, and also to push for more nationalist independence in the EU. So in other words, this is going to further incentivize individual countries within the European Union to gain more independence from not just the United States, but also from the European Union itself. So we're talking parties like the Alternative for Deutschland Party, etc., etc. These parties want more independence from America and from the EU. So I think that this EU-US tariff deal, which is not really a deal at all, it's just humiliation, is going to further empower those political forces. Hello, everyone. Hello, Goose Hunter. It's time for some theology, a live stream by Theodore Schubot about generally war, Turkey, Israel, Germany, China, and sometimes about music and religion. That's correct. Yep, that sums it up right there. Ortho Christos, hello, sir. Thank you. For when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman with child. That's correct. Hello, Susan. Hello, Alexis Corral. Happy Friday to you too, sir. Thank you. Let me just set some things up here for the stream. We're also going to be talking about Armenia. I think there's been some interesting things taking place there, especially when you look at the tensions between the Armenian government and the Armenian church. I was meaning to talk about this last week for last week's stream, but I just honestly forgot about it. But I had all the articles set up. I just didn't bring them up. I just didn't talk about them. So I still have the same old articles that I read last week up here on my screen, so might as well just cover that topic because it is quite relevant and it does really bespeak NATO's attempt to really fully control Armenia, and that would also mean shutting up Armenia's church and preventing it from criticizing policies that the Armenian government is being forced to do, which will empower Turkey and further entrench Turkey's tentacles in Armenia for the benefit of Azerbaijan, but ultimately Turkey and NATO. Just want to set some things up here. And we're also going to be talking about Japan. The recent political happenings in Japan, I think, are quite relevant because you have a bunch of far-right fanatics that are really rising up in Japan. And now there's a, just to give you guys some more detail, there is a rising far-right party in Japan called the Sanseito Party. And these people want to revive emperor worship. They want Japan to be more independent from American power. They also want Japan to go back to its old imperialist emperor worshipping ways. And this party now has 15 seats in the upper house of the Japanese parliament. That's a pretty big deal, given the fact that the Liberal Democratic Party has been the most dominating party in Japanese society for decades. The LDP, or the Liberal Democratic Party, has been the longest ruling party in the history of the modern state of Japan, or in the post-World War II state of Japan. And so this is going to lead to either one of two directions. One is that the Sanseito Party will dominate Japan. That's a possibility. Two, the LDP will have to just adapt to the current political climate in Japan and just become more far-right, and then take away the voters who would have voted otherwise for the Sanseito. That's another possibility. We'll cover these types of details later. Germany, Japan, and Turkey are growing stronger militarily. Germany is definitely pursuing that goal, absolutely. Japan as well. Turkey is definitely growing stronger militarily and is already pretty strong militarily. UK, France, and Canada to recognize a Palestinian state. Yup, and I think Germany is also talking about doing the same thing. For when they okay, I already read that. Hello, Susan. Happy Friday to you too. Thank you. Hello, Garen. Let's see here. Sweet Body Fit. How are you, mate? How are your sporting achievements? Blah, blah. Happy Friday, Theo, and everyone. I always look forward to some theology. Thank you, Jacob Glowsticks. Appreciate that, sir. Maria Ivanova. Can we also discuss the UK's decision to potentially recognize Palestine? Absolutely, yeah. We can definitely discuss that. I think that's really important. And also, Slovakia is hitting back on Israel. That's also really interesting. Oh, sorry, not Slovakia. Slovenia. Slovenia is hitting back against Israel and has announced that it will ban all weapons trade with Israel over the Gaza conflict. And this is really the first EU country to say anything like this. So that's also a pretty big deal. Happy Friday to you, Maria Ivanova. I forgot to mention that as well. Last week was quite intense, but I had the opportunity to go to Sweden for 2 days to fish. Awesome. You enjoy traveling a lot, Goose Hunter. I notice I don't think this is the first time you've talked about going to other countries. I think you talked about going to Russia at one point in time. Yes, and the Netherlands. Yeah. Yep. This is the global intifada that I've been talking to you guys about for a while. You see France talking about recognizing a Palestinian state. The British are saying, we will recognize a Palestinian state if the Israelis don't stop doing what they're doing in Gaza. I think, if I'm not mistaken, but the EU has also talked about banning Israeli science researchers from going to the EU to do research. That's also a big deal. And so all of these are signs. See, the thing is that the Western Israeli alliance, or the Western Israeli relationship, is very deep. It goes back to the beginning of the post-World War II era. The fact that many Europeans were involved in trying to exterminate the Jewish people has, or really forced the Europeans after World War II, given the fact that the Nazis were the losers, to say that we will always be friends with the Jewish people, to the point where the Germans said that Israel is our reason of state, or one of the reasons why the modern day post-World War II state of Germany exists. So the Western shift against Israel is not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be like, oh, tomorrow, oh, we all hate Israel, and F you Israel, and we're not going to have anything to do with you anymore. It's not going to happen like that. It's a gradual shift. Because the ties between Israel and the West are so deep. So it's a gradual shift that we can expect to happen. And we're seeing it. The Netherlands recently stated that Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich are banned from entering the Netherlands. So it's all coming together. That's the thing. And the shift against Israel is so strong, and it's so dramatic. You see it every single day. You see it especially in countries like Ireland and Spain. It's only going to get worse. It's just not, it's not going to change. Let me know if the music is too loud, or if the audio needs some change. Slovenia is making a bet, since they are the first country to put penalties in Europe, they will get their street cred in the international community. Yeah, that's a good point. That's right. I like to travel and visit Russia. That's awesome. I think Russia is a really interesting country. Let's see here. I am okay, etc., etc. Hope to go to Russia after my Chinese trip. A lot of travelers on this chat. A lot of cultured people on this chat. I guess that's who we attract for this live stream. I dropped about 10 plus pounds. Good for you. Did anyone see the back and forth between former Russian President Medvedev and Trump this week? I actually did not, no. But I did read about this. I thought this was absolutely freaking insane. Wait, oh gosh. OBS decided to really screw me over right before the stream began. Thankfully, I started doing my technical issues, my technical procedures before the stream started, so I wasn't late for the stream at all. But this is the kind of bullshit I have to deal with when OBS says, hey, we're actually not going to pick up audio from the screen, so you got to reset everything. OBS has to do this to me at least once a month. Trump says he moved 2 nuclear submarines after Russia's Medvedev warns U.S. I don't know if this is all just political theater, but I don't know. I was hoping that Trump would just say, to hell with you guys, we're done. But that's not what's happening, because America is an empire at the end of the day. President Donald Trump said he ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions in response to warnings made to the United States by Russian official Dmitry Medvedev. Medvedev on Monday said that each new ultimatum that Trump makes toward Russia is pressuring an end to that nation's conflict with Ukraine, is a threat and a step towards war. I don't know. It seems like the American-Russian war is going to be inevitable, just from all this talk. It's been going on for decades. This whole Russian-American tension, it's been going on since forever, since the end of World War II. And here's the thing is, this whole Cold War between America and Russia that's been going on since the 40s, it really makes you rethink World War II. Not in the sense of, oh, I'm going to start doubting the Holocaust. I'm not talking about that. But in the sense of, you start to doubt the triumphant narrative of America's role in World War II. So, for the vast, vast majority of Americans, America's role in World War II is pretty much illustrated in the movie Saving Private Ryan. It's just America went in there, blasted a bunch of Nazis. This is the American narrative of World War II. All right, I'll explain it to you. It's very simple. Germany started to invade its neighbors because whatever, it just felt like it. Started butchering all the Jews because it felt like it. And then the Russians were fighting the Nazis, and the Russians, this is the American view. The American view of Russia in World War II can be seen in the film Enemy by the Gate. Have you guys ever seen the movie Enemy by the Gate? Have you guys ever seen the film Enemy by the Gate? Okay, this movie pretty much illustrates the typical Western view of how Russians fought in World War II. The film is so stereotypical of the American/Western perspective of Russian soldiers in World War II that there were Russian veterans of World War II who were demanding that this movie get banned. I'm not joking. You can look into this. They were old Russian dudes who fought in World War II who were telling the Russian government, ban this damn movie. It's bullshit. And it kind of is bullshit. The beginning of the film starts out with the Battle of Stalingrad, if I'm not mistaken. And it shows all these Russian soldiers basically lining up to be butchered. I mean, just to be slaughtered in a human blender of carnage and gore. And this is how it works in this movie. Every soldier, so one soldier is given a rifle and a cartridge of bullets. The next soldier is given a cartridge, no rifle. So in other words, you gotta wait for the dude in front of you or the dude behind you to get killed before you can get your hands on a rifle. So one guy gets a rifle and a cartridge of bullets, second guy just gets a cartridge. Next guy gets a rifle and a cartridge of bullets, and the process just goes on. And so you have all these little Russian, and all these Russian soldiers they look malnourished. They look so malnourished and terrified and just, they look like cowards, all right? They made the Russians look like a bunch of weaklings. Of course, a lot of the Americans in Saving Private Ryan are like badasses, with the exception of Upham, but everyone else is a tough American badass. And all the Russians are weaklings in Enemy by the Gates. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. And the Russians are just getting mowed down by this handful of German soldiers and all this stuff, right? And this is how Americans see Russia's role in World War II, right? This is how they see it. And then what happens? America, and this is not in the movie, but this is, again, we're continuing on in our explanation, in our exploration of the American perspective on World War II. So the Russians are being butchered by the tens of millions. They can't fight in battle to save their lives. Then in comes America to save the Russians. America saved the Russians, saved Europe, saved the Jews. And Russia was a weak, despicable, pathetic country that was mass murdering its people. And then after World War II, the Cold War began, and America set off on its endeavor to end the Soviet Union, the evil empire, as Ronald Reagan called it. And then when you actually take the time to read formidable, reputable historians on World War II, you get a very different view. And I'm not even talking, and you may start accusing me of, well, Ted, you're talking about like Russian books. No. I'm not even talking about Russian books. I'm talking about books written by Western historians. If you actually take the time to read what Western historians have to say about World War II, you get a different picture from the Hollywood perspective. For example, I've mentioned this historian numerous times, but I'll keep mentioning his name. You have, for example, Michael Burleigh. Michael Burleigh is one of the foremost historians on the Third Reich. And when you read Michael Burleigh's book on the Third Reich, on the rise of the Third Reich, he talks about how the Soviet Union was pretty much doing all the heavy lifting before the Americans came. And he talked about this. He talks about this a lot in his book, The Third Reich. Basically, the book is on the rise and fall of the Third Reich. It's a very informative and very educational read. But he talks about this, right? He talks about this whole thing. And he says that basically for every 5 German soldiers who were killed fighting the Soviets, fighting in World War II, just strictly speaking, fighting overall in World War II, 4 of them were killed by Soviet forces. So the vast majority of the serious fighting was done by the Soviet Union. That's just a fact. The vast majority of the serious fighting was done by the Soviet Union. And then the Americans come along, and they help the Russians finish the job. But here's the thing is, you have to ask yourself the question, why did America join the war against Germany? Well, it was because of Pearl Harbor. Okay, fine, but Germany didn't do Pearl Harbor. What was the point of being so involved in Europe? And I truly believe that the reason why the Americans entered Europe to fight the Nazis had nothing to do with morality or principles or stopping the Holocaust. Americans don't give a shit about genocides. Case in point, Gaza. America doesn't give a shit about that. The reason why the Americans entered the war was to prevent the Russians from taking over Europe. That's it. That is the reason. It had fuck all to do with fighting Nazism. Hell, the Americans worked with the Nazis before World War II and after World War II. It had nothing to do with fighting Nazism or saving the Jews or anything like that. It had everything to do with preventing the Russians from taking over Europe. And how do I know this to be true? It's very simple. It's very simple. What happened after World War II? That answers the question right there. That answers the question as to how I know this perspective to be accurate. What happened after World War II? Immediately after World War II, America begins to form NATO. America begins to start this Cold War against the Russians. America begins to work on hiring Nazi scientists. Hell, America begins to work on covering up the fact that they were Japanese scientists who did horrific experiments on American POWs. It's really interesting. If you look at General MacArthur, or whatever his name is, the guy who had the big pipe, General MacArthur. General MacArthur, I don't give a damn what freaking Tommy Lee Jones bullshit you want to believe about Douglas MacArthur. He was not a righteous individual. Oh, he was a man with a big Popeye pipe, and he had the hat and the sunglasses, and oh yes, Tommy Lee Jones played him, and oh, he was a hero. These people, let me tell you something. Patton, MacArthur, all these people were evil. All of them were evil. They were all evil. How do I know this? Because MacArthur, after World War II was over, right when World War II was over and the Japanese had lost, the Russians, you really got to feel bad for the Russians because they kept getting screwed over even after World War II. Oh my God, the Russians kept getting screwed over. That's why I don't feel sorry for the Americans, by the way. The Americans are like, oh my God, Russia has the Rorschach. Like, yeah, fuck you guys. That's what you get for bullying Russia for all these decades. But anyway, after World War II was over, the Russians told Douglas MacArthur, hey, MacArthur, the Japanese literally experimented on American soldiers. Oh my God. The Japanese would take American soldiers, American POWs, and experiment various poisons on them to see how long it would take for a particular poison to kill someone. They were doing this sort of stuff to American POWs. But, you know, we're proud to be Americans, and we're so proud of our vets. No, we're not. No, we're not. We don't give a shit about vets and soldiers. It's all bullshit. And they were Western soldiers, Western POWs, who were buried alive by the Japanese. You can look into this. Look into Mitsubishi. Yes, the car company. Look at Mitsubishi's role in war crimes done in World War II in Japan, in Imperial Japan. And look at how Western POWs were treated on the Mitsubishi work camp. Yeah, Mitsubishi had work camps. And I think Toyota also had work camps, if I'm not mistaken. People would get buried alive in these work camps. So after World War II is over, and the Japanese have lost, they got nukes and all that, the Russians go to General MacArthur and say, General MacArthur, like, what the hell, man? I mean, these Japanese people have done some pretty fucked up shit. You know what I mean? Like, they take Americans and bury them alive and experimenting with various poisons on them. And, like, we need to bring Japanese people to justice. And General MacArthur says, shut the fuck up, you Russian bastard. That's what General MacArthur that's what Douglas MacArthur told the Russians. I'm not joking. You can look into this. Told the Russians to shut the hell up. We're not going to hear about this because we need to use these Japanese scientists. In fact, Mr. Russian, Mr. Blitsky, Mr. Polanski, Mr. whatever, Vladimir Solovyov, whatever. You listen to me, all right? You barbarian. We need those scientists. In fact, their conclusions, the results that they found from their experiments on RPOWs, we want to know them because we want to use their research on biological weapons on you guys. Yes. And that's when the Cold War begins, right there. So right after World War II, America starts working with Nazi scientists, giving... God, America's evil. Holy shit, I live in an evil country. America starts hiring and giving cover-up for all the Japanese scientists who did war crimes, all the Nazi scientists who did war crimes. And so it makes you question the whole World War II narrative. Like, okay, America went in there, beat the Nazis, dope. That's great, awesome. But what happens? We immediately start working with Nazis against the Russians. We immediately start working with Japanese scientists who were guilty of war crimes against the Russians. Why? Because that conclusion, or that what happened in the aftermath of World War II, tells us and exposes to us the real intentions behind America entering World War II. It was to prevent the Russians from controlling Europe. And that's exactly what the Americans began to do after World War II. So the Americans said, okay, they're fighting a war. Who's winning? All right, the Russians are winning. So we'll back the Russians because it'll make it easier for us to win because the Germans are going to lose anyway. And then we're going to prevent the Russians from getting all the glory from World War II. We're going to talk about the Holocaust nonstop so that we can emphasize the fact that we saved all these Jewish people from the Nazis and the Soviets were evil and all that. And then we're going to create basically an American Euro empire to push the Russians out of Europe. And that's exactly what happened after World War II. That's exactly what happened. And there was really a program that was established at the tail end of World War II, right before World War II ended. It's called the Bretton Woods meeting, or the Bretton Woods Agreement. And this was something that was established between the Americans and the British. So there was the Bretton Woods system. And the Bretton Woods system basically said, the American dollar is going to dominate the world once this war is over. And the Americans already established this before World War II ended, because it was very obvious at this point that the Germans were going to lose. If I'm not mistaken, the Bretton Woods Conference, let me just look this up real quick, but the Bretton Woods Conference commenced around the same time as D-Day. Yeah, I'm right. Yes, the Bretton Woods Conference took place from July 1st to July 22nd, 1944, while D-Day was taking place. So while American soldiers were being butchered by the thousands on Normandy Beach, all these American fat cats were over there in Connecticut or New Hampshire or wherever the hell the Bretton Woods Hotel was, talking about how the U.S. dollar was going to dominate the world. New Hampshire, Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. That's where it began. That's where it took place. So while all these soldiers were being slaughtered, they were stepping on mines, getting burned alive, the whole thing, these American fat cats were sitting around in a hotel talking about, smoking cigars, talking about how the US dollar was going to dominate the world. In other words, the Americans knew, even during freaking D-Day, the Americans knew that the Germans were going to lose. They were like, we know the Germans were going to lose. How did they know for certain that the Germans were going to lose? Because they already knew that the Russians were doing most of the heavy lifting. That's the reason why. So they said, okay, the Russians are winning, Germans are losing, we're going to side with the Russians. Now, if it was the other way around and the Germans were going to be the obvious victor, the Americans would have sided with the Germans. 100%. The Americans would have sided with the Germans against the Russians. They would have pushed off the Soviets, probably would have nuked Russia, and we would have just made a Nazi-American alliance, and we would have made an American-Nazi NATO to make sure that the Germans would stay within America's containment and the Russians would be out. And we wouldn't call it NATO, we would call it Nazo, because there would be Nazis in the whole thing. So there's that. So in other words, war is bullshit. Do not join a war. Don't join wars, guys. I don't care how many platitudes your government uses to convince you to join it. Don't join the military. Don't join wars. It's bullshit. War is bullshit. It's a racket, as a wise person once said many years ago. It's a giant business. We can talk more about this if you'd like, but war is a giant business. That's all it is. Doesn't matter how evil the enemy is. War is a business. And the way I look at war is, if the barbarians aren't in your village, it's bullshit. That's just that's my philosophy for war nowadays. And if you look at, for example, what happened after World War II, I've been reading Scott Horton's book, Provoked, which has been, I will say, a very educational and informative read. I highly recommend that you guys read this book if you want to understand more about how NATO works. And I've learned a lot lately. I've been learning a lot these past few weeks or couple of weeks. And one thing that Scott Horton shows is how the whole idea of expanding NATO was all about money. Not all about money, but was primarily, or to a huge extent, was about money. Now, how do I know this? Well, Scott Horton, it's not like I said, it's not like this is your Uncle Rico just giving you deductive reasoning and saying, oh, it's all about money. I mean, Uncle Rico is right, but Uncle Rico ain't got shit to back it up. He's just giving you his own observation, which does make sense. But he doesn't have any evidence to back it up, which means that some sophist from Reddit could come along and say, actually, do you have a study to actually prove that it's all about money? And Uncle Rico's not going to be able to show it to you, but he's going to say, man, it's all about money, yo. Like, they making money. Someone making money. Who making all the bombs? But Scott Horton doesn't do that. Scott Horton actually gives you real facts and evidence, and he gives you stories, real stories that back up this proclamation that the whole thing about NATO expansionism was about money. So he gives you this name, Bruce Jackson. Go look this name up, Bruce Jackson. Bruce Jackson was helping to run the massive American defense company called Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is the biggest defense company in the world, defense technology development company in the world. And Bruce Jackson was one of the biggest advocates for NATO expansionism. This is a fact. He was one of the biggest advocates for NATO expansionism. And Bruce Jackson, back in the 1990s, was all about expanding NATO. And he would invite all these American officials and politicians to these lavish dinners, and he would wine them and dine them, and he would do this because he wanted politicians to back NATO expansionism. Now, if you look at the Council on Foreign Relations at that time, back in the 90s, and what they were saying, the great majority, the overwhelming majority of the people working at the Council on Foreign Relations at that time said that NATO expansionism was a terrible idea. And they all said the same thing. All these people, not all of them, but the majority of people who were working at the Council on Foreign Relations at the time, all pretty much said the same thing. That if you start expanding NATO, what will happen is the Russians are going to get pissed, and you are going to exasperate Russian-Western tensions, Russian-European tensions, Russian-American tensions, ultimately. And what you would end up with is the opposite result of what you claim you want. The NATO expansionists claim that they want a safer world. They claim that they do not want an aggressive Russia. But what the people, the wise, prudent people at the Council on Foreign Relations were saying at the time was, if you do NATO expansionism, you're only going to end up with the opposite thing that you say you want. The opposite thing of what you say you want. You're going to end up with a more aggressive Russia. Because Russia's going to see it as aggression, and they were correct. And one of the most prominent, guys, there were some very prominent voices at this time who were warning against this. One was a guy by the name of Michael Mendelbaum. Michael Mendelbaum said, he was a scholar, he was an academic, he was a researcher on geopolitics, and he was a pretty big name at the time. And Michael Mendelbaum said it very clearly. He said, if you do NATO expansionism, it's going to lead to more Russian aggression. And he said, Ukraine is the red line. If you mess with Ukraine, if NATO starts if NATO begins to do military activities in Ukraine, it'll be a red line for the Russians. Did anyone listen to Michael Mendelbaum? No. There was another individual by the name of Pat Buchanan. Yes, I know, right? We're going to get into some controversial territory here, but Pat Buchanan stated that Ukraine is the red line for the Russians. NATO expansionism is going to lead to a more aggressive Russia. And if NATO expansionism continues and starts to mess with Ukraine, expect to have a more ferocious Russia. Expect to have the Russians respond to NATO militarily. Or expect the Russians to respond militarily. Not necessarily against the United States, but against Europe. And he was correct. Then if you look at George Kennan was a very prominent figure during the Cold War. He was literally the architect of America's Cold War policy. And George Kennan stated very clearly that all these schmucks who want NATO expansionism say, well, we don't want an aggressive Russia. That's why we have to contain the Russians. This is about Russian containment. And the architect of America's Cold War policy said that what's going to happen is NATO expansionism is going to continue on. And the Russians eventually will act out against it. The Russians will eventually respond aggressively against NATO expansionism. And all of the war hawks, all of the NATO expansionists are going to say, you see, we told you, this is why we need NATO expansionism. We were right that Russia would eventually act aggressively towards Europe. But, and this is what Kennan emphasized on, but the reason why Russia will act aggressively is because of NATO expansionism. And thus the NATO expansionist advocates were simply pushing for a self-fulfilled prophecy. We're going to push for NATO expansionism, and we're going to provoke the Russians. We want the Russians to get provoked because then we want a reason to justify NATO's existence. And so you had this iron triangle. Scott Horton talks about this iron triangle between the think tanks, the military-industrial complex, and the government. So you have the think tanks, which get funded by the military-industrial complex and very wealthy investors who believe in this cause. The think tanks are paid to write articles defending NATO expansionism. Then you have the politicians who read the articles and say, you see, these think tanks say that we need NATO expansionism. And this is how the whole system works. That's why if you look at think tanks, rest assured that think tanks are just a part of the military-industrial complex. That's it. They are front groups for various factions within the U.S. government. They are front groups for various interests within America's intelligence apparatus. That's what they're there for. They're not really there to educate people. They're there to create a certain consent towards a particular policy. In this case, it's NATO expansionism. And it's very interesting. I knew a lady years ago, a very interesting story in my own personal life. I knew this lady years ago. This was back in 2017, I want to say. She was a very interesting lady. She was, this is, again, not to sound redundant, but she was she had a particular or a peculiar personality to her. And one of the things that made her unique was that she was a Catholic, but her father was ethnically Jewish, but a convert to Catholicism. So she was raised Catholic, but she had this ethnic Jewish background, which is interesting. And she worked for this cybersecurity company in Bethesda. And we would talk sometimes. And she would tell me, "Oh, I'm reading your articles." And she wasn't lying to me, because she would know about certain articles that I had written. And she told me, she said, I hope the connection is good. She told me that what you're writing about the rise of the transhumanist agenda, she would tell me this, what you're warning people about the rise of transhumanism and its connection to eugenics, and basically the rise of eugenics and the rise of Germany. She said, what you're writing about is 100% true. She said, the people who know that you're correct are the people who work in the field of intelligence and cybersecurity. This is what she told me. She said, people don't see what you're saying. People don't believe what you're saying. She said, but the people who work in intelligence and the people who work in cybersecurity, the people who work in that field, in the think tank field, know that what you're saying is correct. That Germany is rising, that eugenics is rising, that this whole alt-right, this was back in 2017 when the alt-right was at its peak. She said this whole alt-right phenomenon and how it indicates a revival in nationalism in the Western world. She says all these things that you're writing about are true and they're correct and you have good foresight. This is what she told me. And she told me, she said, I used to work in the think tank world. Now, this lady, she worked in Bethesda, Maryland, but she lived in DC. And so she was in the think tank world. And she said, she told me on the phone one night, she said that she worked in the think tank world. And she said the think tank world is a cult. It's like a cult. And she said, when you work for a think tank, your job is to write articles that support the ideology and the agenda of the funder of the think tank. So you're going to have some multimillionaire or billionaire even funding the think tank, and that investor donates money to the think tank so that the think tank can write articles in support of whatever agenda the funder has. So if the funder is super pro-Israel and he pours in millions of dollars into your think tank, best believe your think tank is going to be pro-Israel, or else you're not going to get the money. If the funder is a transhumanist eugenist like Peter Thiel, and he pours in millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars into your think tank, he's giving you money so that your think tank will publish articles in support of transhumanism. So this is how it works. And this is what she was explaining to me. This is how it works. And she says, if you deviate, if one writer for the think tank deviates even just by a little bit from the agenda of the funder, that writer is looked down upon. That writer will go through peer pressure to acquiesce to the demands of the funder. That writer will be ostracized. And if the writer doesn't acquiesce, doesn't submit to the demands of the funder, that writer is eventually gotten rid of. So she says, think tanks are like cults. So in the world of the military-industrial complex, you have this iron triangle between the military-industrial complex, the think tanks, and the government. Military-industrial complex funds the think tanks write the articles that the politicians then use to justify whatever policy they're advocating for. And it all comes down to money. So when NATO expansionism was being pushed for in the 1980s and the 1990s, the military-industrial complex was absolutely pushing for it, because by expanding NATO, that guaranteed that European countries were going to buy the weapons and the military technologies of all the big American defense companies like Lockheed Martin. And so here comes Bruce Jackson. Bruce Jackson is this official who was running Lockheed Martin, and he was wining and dining all these politicians to support NATO expansionism. And the politicians signed on to it. A lot of politicians got a bunch of cash from all these various defense companies, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, etc. And they got all these political contributions. Lindsey Graham is one of these types of politicians. And that's how it worked. And so it guaranteed business for all these American defense companies. So NATO expansionism is just a giant business. And the prudent minds, people like Michael Mendelbaum, people like George Kennan, people like Pat Buchanan, these people were utterly ignored. Even though they were logical, even though they were prudent, even though they had foresight, even though they had all these good characteristics, they were ignored. Because wisdom is shunned for the sake of financial gain. It goes back to that verse in the Bible. The love of money is the source of all evil. Now, it doesn't say, because I want to be careful here, because you have people who say, money is important, we need money. Yeah, no one's arguing against that. Relax. Take a breath. It doesn't say money is the root of all evil. It says the love of money is the root of all evil. So the prudent minds said, if you do NATO expansionism, it's going to end in war, bloodshed, carnage, the revival of nationalism. It's going to lead to more division in Europe. It's going to lead to all these problems. Is wisdom adhered to? Is wise counsel listened to? Do people lend their ears to hear prudent wisdom, prudent advice, sound advice? No, because people are only focused on the bottom line. And another thing that Scott Horton mentions, and I did not know that this existed, and this is really fascinating. Scott Horton mentions the Polish lobby. Oh my goodness, guys, the Polish lobby. I've heard of the Jewish lobby. I've heard of the Greek lobby. Hell, I've even heard of an Armenian lobby. Hell, even crazier than the Armenian lobby, I've heard of an Irish lobby. There is an Irish lobby in the United States. Did you guys know that? There has been an Irish lobby in this country for decades. How do you think they got that deal in Northern Ireland during the Troubles? Yeah, there was an Irish lobby here. There is still an Irish lobby. It's mainly in Boston, where you have a lot of these ethnic Irish people who are still, holding four-leaf clovers. But there is an Irish lobby here. Is there a Palestinian lobby? I don't know. But there is a Polish lobby. And the Polish lobby was very influential when Clinton was running for re-election. And Clinton really wanted to win his re-election. And so he wanted to win states like Pennsylvania. And in Pennsylvania, there was a very large Polish population. And I think the same thing could be said for a lot of these Midwestern states, like Illinois. There's a large Polish population in Illinois. You have a lot of Polish people who live in Chicago. They're doing truck driving businesses. That's not even an insult. It's just a fact. So all these Polish people in America, the Polish lobby was telling Bill Clinton, Bill, you better support NATO expansionism because we want to make sure that Poland has the best weapons to fight against Russia. Yes, this bullshit goes way back. Way back. I crack myself up just even thinking about this. Like the Polish lobby was super influential. Yeah, it was. And the Polish people in America, ethnic Poles in America, were saying, Clinton, you better support NATO expansionism. And Bill Clinton wasn't ignorant of the warnings that people were expressing about NATO expansionism. Bill Clinton read the writing of George Kennan. Bill Clinton read the warning of George Kennan, in which he said, if you do NATO expansionism, it's going to lead to aggression between Europe and Russia. Bill Clinton didn't give a damn. In fact, Bill Clinton spoke to an individual by the name of Nelson Talbot. Ooh, let's talk about Nelson Talbot. This is another interesting character. So Nelson Talbot was one of the architects. He was one of the masterminds of NATO expansionism. You can look into this. It's really interesting. Nelson Talbot was a student of George Kennan. And Nelson Talbot was mentored under George Kennan. And Nelson Talbot had the ear of Bill Clinton. And he was telling Bill Clinton, you need to do NATO expansionism. We need NATO expansionism because, we have to defend Europe from the evil Russians. But it was about money at the end of the day. And George Kennan writes an article in which he said, NATO expansionism is going to lead to a more aggressive Russia. And if you mess with Ukraine, you're going to be passing the line. You're going to be crossing the line for the Russians, and the Russians are not going to appreciate that. And Bill Clinton personally confronted Talbot about this and said, is George Kennan correct? And Talbot said no. And Bill Clinton said, why isn't George Kennan correct? Isn't Mr. Kennan supposed to be a guru about this stuff? And he used the word guru. And George Kennan said, Nelson Talbot told Bill Clinton, you don't have to worry about this stuff. George Kennan doesn't know what he's talking about. And Bill Clinton said, my man, I was just making sure. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Talbot. And that was it, right? A great example of American recklessness and greed. Evil, reckless, and just greedy. This exemplified everything wrong with America. This story that I'm telling you guys right now exemplified everything wrong with America. The complete rejection of wisdom, not listening to people who are intellectually correct, not listening to wisdom, throwing wisdom out the window, and just adhering to greed. This is the problem with American society. This is why American society has so much debt. Believe it or not, Americans are up to their assholes in debt from all the credit cards that they use and abuse, and there's just so much debt, and that is a reflection of the American government. Americans do things that end up destroying them in the end. This is why I don't want to delve off into a different subject, but this is why American society is so messed up, right? Broken families, debt, up the ass. It's just a nightmare. So the story between Bill Clinton and Nelson Talbot really reflects American society. And wisdom was ignored. And Bill Clinton wanted to be reelected, and he wanted to get enough votes to win Pennsylvania. He needed to win Pennsylvania. And so the Polish population in Pennsylvania said, well, if you want us to vote for you, you better support NATO expansionism. So Bill Clinton supported NATO expansionism. Now, before all this, Clinton told the Russians, we're not going to do NATO expansionism. No, not 1 inch to the east. People like James Baker and the like, people like Hans Dietrich Genscher were telling the Russians, no, we're not going to expand eastward. Nope, not going to happen. And they just placated the Russians, lied to the Russians, made the Russians think that the Americans were on their side. The Americans even went so far. This is how low they went. The Americans even went so far as to tell the Russians, we're going to work together for a safer Europe. And the Russians believed it for a while. And then Bill Clinton does a speech in which he says, well, it's not a matter of which countries are going to join NATO. It's a matter of when they're going to join NATO. In other words, we're going to expand NATO no matter what. We don't give a damn. This is what Bill Clinton effectively said. And the Russians confronted Bill Clinton and they said, what the hell what are you talking about? Well, relax, Russia, relax. Oh, relax, Russia. Gorbachev confronted the Americans. Gorbachev had confronted U.S. officials about this whole thing. Well, relax, Russia. Well, no, Russia, we're okay. We're going to work together. We're going to in fact, Russia, we're going to create a new alliance, all right? We're going to call it, I think they called it PFP. And PFP was basically, PFP stands for Partnership for Peace, right? The Americans said, we're going to create this new program, Russia. It's called the Partnership for Peace. And the Partnership for Peace is going to be the real NATO. So forget NATO. NATO's just a side thing for us to do with the Germans. We're going to create this thing called PFP, and Poland's going to be a part of it, and All these European countries are going to be members of PFP, and Russia's also going to be a member. You guys are going to be a member, and we're going to work together within the framework of the Partnership for Peace, together for a real secure Europe. And Russia said, okay, that sounds good. We'll join PFP. And Poland heard that. They said, what are you talking about, Clinton? What PFP? We were told we were going to join NATO. What the hell, America? And America said, relax, Poland, relax. Don't worry. All this PFP stuff is bullshit. Just a way to placate the Russians. And then the Americans began to integrate all of these former Warsaw Pact countries into NATO. And the Russians eventually realized that they were had. They were totally screwed over. They were totally screwed over. And so they included all these countries. Russia fired some warning shots in 2008 when it invaded Tbilisi. That was a warning shot. The Russians said, listen, we mean business. Because all these schmucks will say, why didn't Russia do any invasion before? They did. It's called Georgia in 2008. That was a warning shot. And the Americans didn't give a damn. They just kept going on, and they began to do military activities in Ukraine. They began to train the Ukrainians. And America eventually facilitated a coup. I know the NATOists will say that America had nothing to do with the 2014 coup, but it did. The Americans enabled the 2014 coup, and the government that was friendly towards the Russians was overthrown. And then there was a pro-Nazi government that replaced it. You had people like Andrei Parubi, who was the commandant for the Euromaidan. Andrei Parubi is a neo-Nazi. You can look into this. He is a pure neo-Nazi who loves Stepan Bandera, a Ukrainian neo-Nazi in its purest form. And he was the commandant of the freaking Euromaidan. Now, they say, oh, the Euromaidan was not Nazi. Now, let's think of a different situation to get a better perspective on this so that other people can see clearly what I'm trying to say here. Let's say you had a pro-Trump event and a bunch of MAGAites were running around waving MAGA flags, waving the American flag. They were driving around in Jeeps and pickup trucks with big old fat black MAGA flags looking like frickin' ISIS, talking about 17 whatever is going to happen again. 1776 will rise again, right? 1776 will rise again. And they got guns and they're just going crazy. And the commandant of the Trump Maidan, let's just say this event is called the Trump Maidan, right? Hypothetically speaking. The commandant for the Trump Maidan is an American neo-Nazi. Do you think that the mainstream media wouldn't say, oh, this is not a Nazi movement? They would absolutely say it's a Nazi movement. So why doesn't the Euromaidan of 2014 get the same treatment? Why doesn't the Euromaidan get the same treatment? Because the media outlets are for the most part controlled. And they are told to articulate a certain agenda, whatever that agenda may be. And for the first time ever, we saw in the post-World War II world, mainstream media establishments covering up for Nazis. Isn't that scary? Doesn't that shake you in any way? I mean, I feel weird and I feel off inside of myself just saying that. It's a surreal world that we're living in. I mean, this is an absolutely surreal world that we're living in. That we saw this sort of thing happening in our own time period, this cover-up for Nazis. And the Ukrainians began to say, we're going to take over Sevastopol. And the Russians said, what? They said, we're going to take over Sevastopol. And the Russians said, the hell you are. And the Russians annexed Crimea. We messed with Russia in Russia's backyard. And then we're complaining and we're crying about Russia. Do you know what America is? America is the bully that bullies a kid for days. And when the kid snaps and beats the shit out of the bully cries and plays the victim. That's America. It is the worst form of weasel behavior. It's weasel behavior. And America, going all the way back to the Russians, going all the way back to the 80s, said, we don't want NATO expansionism in Ukraine. Do not go to our backyard. Do not go to our backyard. Do not go to our backyard. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. And America, the problem with evil people is that evil people do not adhere to words. Words mean nothing. Oaths, promises, agreements mean nothing to evil people. This is why we have something called a police force. The reason why we have a police force is because words mean nothing to evil people. In other words, there are literally thousands of police body cam videos in which you see a police officer pointing a pistol, a 9mm Glock pistol. This is the standard pistol that American police officers use. A police officer holding a Glock 9mm pistol, pointing the pistol at a criminal. And the criminal has a knife or a gun. And the officer will give the criminal many chances to drop his weapon. And how many times have we actually seen in these videos the criminals actually drop the weapons? Very few. Very rare. Very rarely do they ever actually drop the weapons. They will continue to attack. They will continue to charge if they have a knife. They will continue to charge at the officer, giving the officer no choice but to attack. The officer gave the warnings to the criminal. The officer would give numerous warnings to the criminal to drop his weapon and stand down. The criminal does not listen. The criminal does not adhere to advice. The criminal continues to charge at the officer, even though the officer has a pistol pointed directly at him. The officer has the criminal's life literally in his hands. Just by the pull of a trigger, he has this guy's life. Criminal doesn't care. He keeps going. Why? Because words do not matter to evil people. Evil people only understand one language, and that is the language of force. Bottom line, that is the language of force. And America is really an example of this. Words have never mattered to the United States. Russia said, America, don't do this. America, don't do this. America kept doing it. And America went so far as to back Nazis in Ukraine, neo-Nazis in Ukraine, which is really a continuation of the legacy of the post-World War II Cold War program of America and other NATO intelligence agencies working with neo-Nazis. So Russia had to show its teeth. Bottom line, Russia had to show its teeth. Anyway, that was quite a long monologue. I'll read your guys' comments here. Hold up. How many people are listening to the stream? 37 people. People, I guess they got tired of me talking about Ukraine. People want me to talk about the end of the world all the time. I don't know what it is. Let's see here. Medvedev has truly become the shit poster of the month. Yeah, absolutely. He's always been a great shit poster. Hi from the good old Ruski land. Yep. Not gonna lie, I was thinking about it for a bit, but current events align more with the Russian Civil War, if that makes any sense. You can go back to the Russian Civil War, and you can go. I mean, listen. The thing about history is that historical events always have a background, and the background itself always has a background. So you can always continue on. I mean, it's never gonna stop, right? Like we could go to the history of NATO, and we can go, okay, the history of NATO, it goes back to America. America goes back to the British Empire. The British Empire goes back to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire goes back to some ancient Indo-European peoples. I mean, like, it just never really stops. But yes, I do agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Medvedev is based. Why would they do that? Etc. Blah, blah, blah. I was being tongue-in-cheek on Russia. Tsar Peter doing that to Western Russia. I was hoping to see U.S. and Russia on the same side like it was in World War I and World War II, but now it's looking different. Yeah, that's the problem. Putin doesn't want to stop, and Medvedev keeps talking trash. I mean, really, this whole thing could be easily solved, right? This whole thing could be easily solved. All right, Russia, we'll stay away from Ukraine. You got it. Simple. Simple. You don't want us messing around in your backyard. Understandable. right? Understood. Just like we don't want you messing around in Mexico. We don't want you messing around in Cuba. You don't want us messing around in your backyard. Understood. Back off. That's it. End it. But no, you have these sodomites like Lindsey Graham who want to make money off war. That's it. That is the bottom line. They want to make money off war. They don't give a shit about you, veterans, soldiers, whatever. They just want to make money. This whole thing's a business. NATO doesn't want a peaceful world. I wish people could understand that. NATO has never wanted a peaceful world. NATO has always wanted a divided world that is filled with friction, because a frictionless world means money lost. That's what that means. Now, how do I know that? Let's talk about the Balkan War. A little bit about the Balkan War. I talked a little bit about this last week, but we'll talk more about it right now because I've learned some more information about it. So, the Serbs and the Bosnians, all right, you had the Bosnian Serbs and you had the Muslim Bosnians, and they were killing each other. The Bosnian Serbs had taken a whole lot of territory, or they had control over a whole lot of territory in Bosnia. And there was a plan to end the hostilities in Bosnia. And the plan was that Serbia would give up certain territory for the Muslims, and the Muslims would basically control a certain chunk of Bosnia and would agree that that would be its territory and make peace with the Serbs. And a lot of people in Bosnia wanted this plan because it's better than war and starvation and people killing each other. And Ilya, what was his name? Ilya, this asshole's name. Ilya Izetbegovic. Izetbegovic. Oh my God, these names. Alija Izetbegovic said, you know what? That's actually not a bad idea. And then what happened? The Americans went to Alija Izetbegovic and they said, no, Mr. Izetbegovic, you shouldn't sign on to that deal because we're going to provide to you all of the military support that you need to push the Serbs back. And Izetbegovic said, all right, I'm not signing on to the plan. And the plan was never signed on to. And war resumed. The killing resumed. And the fighting that happened, listen, there were numerous wars that happened in the Balkans in the 90s. You had the 2-week war between Slovenia and Yugoslavia, and then you had the war between Yugoslavia and Croatia, and then you had the war between Bosnia and Yugoslavia, and then you had the ultimate war between the Serbs and the Albanians in Kosovo, and then the Balkan, really the third Balkan War, I think we can call it. The third Balkan War ended in the late 1990s. Out of all the wars that took place in the decade of the 90s in the Balkans, there was not one that was more brutal than what happened in Bosnia. The Bosnian War in the 1990s was the most brutal of all the Balkan wars that happened in that decade. I spoke to a veteran of the Bosnian War. His name is... I forgot this guy's name, but he's the Serbian sniper. I can't believe I don't remember this dude's name. Dejan Bedic. I spoke to Dejan Bedic years ago, and he told me, he said, the fighting in Ukraine right now is nothing in comparison to what happened in Bosnia. It was that horrific. And that fighting could have been prevented, right? Peace could have prevailed if people had put peace before war and profit. But no, the Americans wanted to get militarily involved in Bosnia because that continued on NATO's business. NATO doesn't give a shit about peace. It cares about war because war is business. That's just the bottom line. Medvedev is Fed posting. Zion Dawn's ego is that fragile. He got offended by this guy. Yep. Donald Trump. I'm not sure if Donald Trump is going to leave the White House with a high amount of popularity. I don't know. That may change. He may fix all of the issues that he has, but who knows? You know, if gas is cheap and the economy stays good, people will vote for a Republican. I mean, I think it really is that simple. I remember from a book about Japanese crimes, about Japanese doctors who cut out the lungs of an American soldier alive. I mean, they did so many. Dude, there was not one moral boundary that these Japanese scientists would not cross. It just didn't matter. You imagine it, they did it. You want to talk about Saw, the movie, Saw 1, 2, and 3, the Saw films? Dude, the Japanese literally were the first Saw people, all right? They were doing that stuff in reality. So it says here that they cut out the guy's lungs while he was alive, connected his breathing tubes, and watched how he would holy shit, dude. And no justice was ever implemented, by the way. No justice. Nothing. Those scientists were protected by the American Empire. I visited the Nanjing Museum of the Chinese Holocaust by the Japanese. It was a sobering experience. I mean, it's just, I really would love to visit that one day. What happened in Nanking was just, there are very few stories that are as horrific than Nanking. There's nothing really more horrific than Nanking. There's stories that are just as horrific as Nanking, but there's nothing really more horrific than Nanking. It was just that horrific. Soviet Union could not have won without American equipment. That is true. That is true. But I'm not here to take away what America did. But at the fact of the matter is that the Soviet Union still did most of the heavy fighting. I'm still going to re-enlist. Well, I can understand why you're going to re-enlist, because Ukraine, as a proxy of the United States, is attacking your country. So that's understandable. Ho-holes owe me an apology for droning my hood. Interestingly, a few years ago, there was an exhibition about Japanese swords in the British Museum, and it turned out that the museum has a better collection of Japanese swords than the place in Kyoto. Oh, damn, that's crazy. Mr. How do you remember that username? I don't know. Mr. Anime Guy. And the Japanese fascists, partly in Japan, talking about acquiring nukes and denying the Nanjing massacre. Yup, it's absolutely horrific. Putin made a liar and a demagogue, but it's hypocritical for the U.S. to say that we don't accept the principle of spheres of influence. Bernie Sanders on Monroe Doctrine. There you go. In Japan, a fascination with the Bushido Code and isolationism begins to revive. That's correct. Yes, Japan no longer wants to build, for example, sixth-generation fighters in cooperation with the U.S. Yep. The Japanese, you see, if I remember correctly, the last time that the Japanese worked with the Americans to build a fighter jet, the Americans were such huge micromanagers and control freaks. The Japanese didn't really have any sort of autonomy in how they wanted to build this fighter jet. So now the Japanese want to build their own fighter jet without American help. They're working with the British, but they're not working with the Americans. Happy Friday, Gypsy Bird. Thank you. Not Americans. It's our government, not us. That's true. I don't want to generalize all people in American society, but I wish that the American people would stop voting for people like Lindsey Graham. Because Lindsey Graham is still in office. Why is Lindsey Graham still in office? Why is that sodomite Lindsey Graham in office? Why? Why is this guy still getting elected? Because you have these old bastards who still vote for him. I mean, this guy, he's in South Carolina. I know a guy who is from North Carolina, and he is an absolute freaking neocon. It's just, I guess over there in North and South Carolina, they still have these types. I mean, not I guess. It's obvious. It's obvious that they still have these neocon types in the Carolinas, because why else would this guy still be getting elected? I mean, it's pretty obvious. The spirit of American society is very low, but national pride is very high. Yeah. It's all kind of gross. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Yeah, I hate to say it, guys, but don't forget to hit the like button. It does help this stream, and it does get the algorithm to promote this stream even more. So, yes, it does help the stream. Let's see here. That sounds a bit too similar to Weimar, Germany. I see. Hello, Ted. I like this analysis, but it's too late here. I'm going to sleep. All right, blessings to you. Thank you, sir, from Greece. Sotitis Bajonis in Greece. Thank you, sir. God bless. Happy Friday to you. Let's see, what else do we have here? Why can't we just leave NATO? America could leave NATO, but it would be the end of NATO, because NATO at the end of the day is just the American empire. That's all it is. Let's see here. Gonna open up some metaxa. Ooh, is that Greek beer? In European news, there has been no coverage of this topic. When you tell people about Ukrainian neo-Nazis, they often respond that it's not true. What part of Europe are you in, Mrs. Ivanova? Are you in, what, Germany? Where are you at? I remember Euromaidan in 2013. I could not believe they let a coup go unnoticed. It was a Nazi coup, backed by freaking NATO. Andrei Parubi is a neo-Nazi. He was the commandant for the Euromaidan. How obvious do you need to get? Especially people close to the Romanian and Hungarian borders, not whom they cover only the convenient side of the story. Yep. It was a grassroots movement to overthrow the corrupt and tyrannical pro-Russia government. Now, here is Mr. Zelensky, the man who plays the piano with his penis. He's now going to run your country, and he's going to basically be a puppet of the American empire, and you're going to like it, damn it. And don't try any of that peace bullshit. We won't tolerate a damn thing called peace. You hear it, you little Slavic slaves? Your name is not Slavic for nothing. You can't spell... Listen, you can't spell slave without spelling Slav. Now, get used to it, you donkey. All right, that's pretty much what you guys ended up with, sadly enough. Supposedly, Lindsey Graham... Okay, I've never heard of this before, but I'm not gonna get into... Listen, if you can't prove it, I'm not gonna get into slander. Laura Ingraham, though. Damn. She had some nice things to say about me years ago. She said that she read my book. I wrote a book called For God or for Tyranny. Great book, by the way. Great book. I still recommend it to people. I wouldn't recommend people read my last book unless you want to get into some crazy militant stuff. But my second book, For God or for Tyranny, was a great book. I would say is my best book, actually. And Laura Ingraham said that she read For God or for Tyranny. She said it on her radio show many years ago. I felt very proud of myself when I heard about that. And she said, oh yeah, I read that. Great book, For God or for Tyranny. So Laura Ingraham always has a warm place in my heart. We want you to talk about the Epstein topic and Israel and Palestine war. Oh, I love it. If I talk too much about Israel, people say, you're talking too much about Israel, Mike. Talk about what's happening. But hey, listen, you can't please everyone all the time. That's why I try to talk about various topics. We will be talking about the Palestine war. Absolutely. I have prepared to talk about Israel. Of course, we can't... Listen, this would not be a proper live stream without talking about Israel. We have to do our prerequisite Israel bashing. We have to. Just to piss off all the hospitalists online. There was talk about the U.S. leaving NATO for a while. Yeah, that's not... I mean, I don't expect America to leave NATO. What I do expect is other countries to leave NATO, and then America will say, what's the point of having NATO? Let's just be a giant... Let's just call it the American Empire. Why do we call it NATO for? I'd like you to talk about NATO and EU fragility. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's an interesting topic. And how many countries in these organizations are reconsidering membership? Like, if AFD come to power, Germany leaves EU? Yes, we will talk about that. I have articles slated for this topic, so we will definitely talk about that. I guess it was never serious. Albanians dislike Serbs more than even Bosnians, which is funny. That's correct. That's because the Serbs and the Albanians they have a very long history of violence. What are the most likely scenarios you think the Ukraine war will end with? I'm not even sure if it will end because there's been talks of Azerbaijan trying to get involved. I think this whole thing is going to end with just this continuous European militarism, revived German nationalism. It's going to end with a eventual revival of European consciousness where people are going to say we are white, European, and proud, and we need to be independent from American/Jewish power. I'm not saying this is correct, but this is what people are going to be saying. And we were not going to be under the thumb of Israel anymore because Israel does have a very strong lobby in Europe and it does try to dictate policy in that continent. And so you're going to be seeing more and more of an incentive to overthrow the fetters of such control and overthrow the fetters of American control. And I think that you're going to be seeing even more of this eventually, just given the fact that the European Union just went through a horrendous humiliation. known as the US-EU trade deal, which wasn't really a deal. It was just a rape. It was a humiliation. I saw a video of Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen at the golf course, and it was just humiliating. Poor Ursula von der Leyen looks like she looks so demoralized and she looks so humiliated. You can see it in her face because she knew that she was going to go back to Europe to hear the ire and the rage of Europeans. And that's exactly what happened, because all German parties in the German Bundestag, in the German parliament, are enraged about the EU-US trade deal. They call it a humiliation. And if you look at the left-wing parties, if you look at the right-wing parties, they're all pretty much saying the same thing, that this was a humiliation. The AfD has called it a humiliation. And it is a humiliation. America has humiliated the Germans. And so the incentive, the drive, the will to become more sovereign, to become more independent, is going to be even stronger. That's what I think. And regardless of this deal, and we'll talk more about this in a little bit here, regardless of this deal, the Germans are still pursuing to fulfill their desire to becoming the most powerful military force in Europe. So we can still expect the revival of German militarism. We can still expect German nationalism to grow. Because what type of a response can we expect in Germany to the Americans humiliating the Germans? We can expect anger, resentment. That's exactly what happened, because that's exactly what happened as a result of the deal that was forced upon the Germans after World War I. You had the whole Versailles situation, and that was the humiliation of Germany, where Germany had to accept being an occupied power. The French were occupying Germany, the Soviets occupied it, the Americans occupied it, or the Americans occupied it, the British occupied it. And so the Germans said enough is enough. And the Russians were working to, the Soviets, really the Bolsheviks to be more specific, were working to make Germany into a satellite state of Soviet power. And so did that work? Right? No, it didn't. Eventually the Germans did a revolt. Eventually the Germans rose up. So I think the Germans are going to continue to rise up. And I think the Americans are going to have to accept the fact of a German powerhouse in the European continent. And the question is the Americans, are the Americans going to side with this German power, or are they going to go against it as a competitor? That's the question, you see. Because I can't think of a country that just continues to accept humiliation. If you look at all the countries in history, especially in modern history, that were told that they had to accept perpetual humiliation, they never accepted it. I mean, they went through the humiliation, but it didn't last forever. There was never a case where a country just accepted perpetual, forever humiliation. They eventually revolted. If you look at, for example, the history of China, there was a time in Chinese history where the Chinese were being humiliated by Western powers, where the Western powers, like the United States, forced the Chinese to be under Western markets. And that lasted for 100 years. And the Chinese were, for that whole century, for the whole duration of a century, the Chinese were being humiliated. But eventually the Chinese revolted from it. Eventually the Chinese pushed against it. And look at China now. China is on its way to becoming the biggest GDP in the world. So I've never heard of a country that just accepted forever humiliation. The Palestinians were told that they had to accept occupation. And the Palestinians have never agreed to it. Eventually the Palestinians revolted. And they're still revolting. And even while being starved and butchered by the tens of thousands, if not the hundreds of thousands, the Palestinians are still pushing for their liberation from Israeli occupation. I've never heard of a group of governments or a government just accepting to be humiliated forever without eventually doing some kind of pushback. So that's what we are to expect, in my opinion. But we'll talk more about this later. Theo, what do you think of militant accelerationism, especially the Nazi variant? Do you think it's a serious threat? Most neo-Nazi groups have this ideology. I think that it is very scary. I do not take it as something to belittle. I do not take it, or I do not perceive it as a benign phenomenon. I perceive it as a very dangerous phenomenon that we see rising up. In fact, today I heard in the news in Texas, there was a guy who was arrested for owning various weapons. He had numerous grenades in his house, and he had literature in his home about hatred towards various races and religions. If I had, and the news, the media didn't specify what races or what religions these were, but if I had to guess, I would say they were Muslims and or Jews or Arabs. Muslim is not a race, but it did say that he garnered hatred towards certain races and religions. So if I had to guess what races and religions these were, I would say Middle Eastern people and or Jews, foreigners from the third world and or Jews. And as far as religions go, I would say it was Islam and or Judaism, because they are people who hate Jews and Muslims at the same time. The people who hate the Jews aren't automatically pro-Palestinian. They hate the Palestinians just as much, but they see the Jews as this sort of, what's it called? As a sort of fifth column in American society that is undermining American society to flood American society with foreigners and immigrants and the like. So that's why they hate Judaism and they hate Jews. Doesn't mean they like Palestinians. They may even sympathize with the Palestinian cause, but that's just because they like it when Palestinians kill Jews. And they don't mind using the Palestinian cause as a form of accelerationism, to use your term, as a form of accelerationism to garner immense collective hatred, collective and global hatred and antagonism against Israel and Jews. They just don't want to see Palestinians in America. Same thing goes with neo-Nazis who live in European countries. If you look at, for example, the identitarian movement in Austria, France, and Germany, a lot of these people, if you look at their literature, and if you want to look at the literature yourself, I'd recommend that you look at their magazine. It's called Secession. I could probably spell it out for you guys if you were interested in reading it. But they have a magazine that you can read for free, or I'm not sure if it's for free, but if it's not, you can just use archive.is to read their articles. But you can read their articles, and they have a lot of articles on the Palestinian-Israeli situation. And I've spent hours and hours reading identitarian literature on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And one thing that I noticed, the pattern that I've noticed, is that they tend to be very sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. But their point is, we sympathize with the Palestinians against the Israelis. We just don't want to see Palestinians in Europe. This is their position. So they will support the Palestinian cause as a way to accelerate hatred against Israel because they don't like Israel and they don't like Jews. They just don't want to see Palestinian refugees in Europe. So their idea is, let's support the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, but screw Israel and don't let any Palestinians in the United States. There is a massive revival in, this is very scary, and it kind of gives me goosebumps to even talk about this subject because it's that terrifying. There is a massive revival that's happening for Nazism in the Western world. I don't care what anyone tells me. I don't care how much people want to deny this. I don't care how many people want to stick their heads in sand and pretend that this is not the case, but it is truly the case that we are going through a Nazi revival in the Western world. It's just a fact. And every single year, more and more events happen that illustrate my point and that exemplify what I'm warning you guys about. It has come to the point where you have people who are very popular voices online who are saying the same thing that I'm saying. Case in point. Now, I've been saying this since 2016. I've been saying this stuff since 2016. I keep telling myself to upload my older videos, but I have 2 external hard drives. And I'm shaking my head because it just bothers me that this is happening. It really hurts me in my soul. I don't say this sort of thing lightly. I mean, it hurts me in the very roots of my soul that this is happening. But I've been warning people about this since 2016. And I have 2 external hard drives, both of which are about, both of which are terabytes large. And they're filled with my old videos, going all the way back to the 2010s. And I keep telling myself to upload my old videos warning people about the rise of Nazism, just to show you how long ago I've been warning people about this. But I saw this in the 2010s. I saw this in the mid 2010s. I began to notice this sort of phenomenon. And it has always bothered me. It has always deeply scared me. And I'm very critical of Israel. And I will say that the rise in nationalism and far-right and reactionary politics in Israel is a reflection of this phenomenon. But I believe that this Nazi revival will be worse than what we're seeing in Israel. I believe that. I think it'll be worse than some of the fanaticism that we're currently seeing in Israel. Doesn't mean that it's always going to be the case. I think that the fanaticism and nationalism in Israel is going to become just as bad as the Nazi type of fanaticism. But right now, I think that what the Nazis want is worse than what Israel is now. It's just that horrendous. And how do I know that this is true, right? How do I know that this phenomenon is actually taking place? There's many reasons why I believe this, but I'm going to give you one reason that comes to mind. And I was actually planning on talking about this when I was showering, preparing for this stream. Little shower thoughts there. If you look at Facebook, let's look at Facebook for a moment here. What happened with Facebook? For the longest time, Facebook had a very stringent policy of censorship. And that's no longer the case. It used to be on Facebook that you could say something about LGBT, Sodom and Gomorrah type stuff, and boom, you got a penalty from Facebook. It was that strict. Facebook was that stringent. That's not the case anymore. And I was looking at Facebook Shorts yesterday, which is a bad habit. I know I shouldn't do it, but I did. I was looking at Facebook Shorts yesterday, and sometimes you get a feeling of what society is like looking at shorts. And I have begun to notice blatant neo-Nazi propaganda being pushed on Facebook, where you have just explicit hatred towards foreigners, towards Jewish people being expressed on Facebook. You see it all over Twitter/X. You see it on Instagram now. Now, why all of a sudden are you seeing this on Facebook? Is it because just overnight people decided to say these things? No. The hatred and the fanaticism has been here for years now. Facebook was trying to censor it. And it was censoring it for years and years. For the longest time, Facebook was censoring it. But because the phenomenon, because this trend is growing so much, Facebook said, okay, that's it. The tide is rising to the point where we're going to lose to Twitter/X in this market of social media, this social media market. And they saw Twitter/X beating Facebook as far as the spread of information goes, as far as the dissemination of information went. And they didn't want to lose in the market. So you know how they always say, especially you hear this especially from conservatives, the marketplace of ideas. The marketplace of ideas is always going to win. The market is always going to win. The market is always going to speak. You know how when people try to do some bullshit like, sell a house for $1 million and they never get a bite, right? They never get anyone who's interested in buying the house because the price is too damn high. Well, what do you call that? The market is speaking. That's what you say, right? The market has spoken. Well, the same thing goes for the marketplace of ideas. When a particular idea rises to the point where you are now losing because you're censoring said idea, the market is speaking. And if you don't allow such ideas to be disseminated on your social media platform, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose customers. And you're going to be outcompeted by websites like X/Twitter. That's how I know this is real. That's how I know this fanaticism, this accelerationism, whatever you want to call it, that's how I know this is very, very real. This is not going anywhere. It's going to keep rising. And one of the reasons why it's here is very simple. It's because we have chosen not to be hard on crime. And because we have chosen not to be hard on crime, we have begun a trend where people begin to associate certain crimes with certain races. And we begin, or not we, as in all of us, but people begin to hate those races. And racism begins to spiral out of control, and you have some very, very dangerous ideas that begin to become popular. And they begin to percolate, and they begin to be disseminated. And it's just going to get weirder and weirder from here. This is now a Western phenomenon. It's not going to go anywhere until we spiral into a major catastrophe. And then we're going to realize, oh, that was a bad idea, just like we did in World War II. But people don't learn through history. People do not learn from history. People spit on history, and they spit on prudence, and they spit on wisdom because they go for vibes. That's the reason why they go for vibes. People prefer vibes and aura and feelings over reality. And because they're going for vibes, they're going for the Nazi aesthetics. They're going for the, being based. They're going for the edginess. And when people say, hey, if you continue down this road, it's going to be bloodshed and chaos and evil, they don't care. So do I take this sort of thing seriously? Yes, very much so. I understand that you have people who act as if this phenomenon is benign, and they will say things like, well, that's just ADL scaremongering. I'm not a fan of the ADL, and I'm not getting my information from just the ADL. And I can tell you right now, it's a very real problem, and it's only going to get larger. The Kanye West song praising Hitler, Facebook acquiescing to the demands to allow neo-Nazi propaganda to be disseminated on its platform, the rise of particular far-right parties in various first-world countries, all of these are signs of this reality. All of these are signs of this phenomenon, and it's not going to go anywhere until we really learn our lesson for the second time. I hope that answers your questions. Or your questions, sorry. Let's see here. Russian oligarchs now have competition and newly arrived oligarchs from Ukraine. By the way, today I was on a little shopping and Russian shop in Bayswater. Turkey may become involved in the Russian-Ukraine war due to historical ties, as Crimea originally belonged to them. That's correct, yes, and was given to the Russian Empire as a gift by their king. Heard Erdogan mention. I'll have to look that up. It's amazing. I look up Turkey on the news, and I don't get this stuff, and I don't know where you're getting this stuff. But let's look this up here. Erdogan, Ukraine. Let's look this up in the news. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the news on it, but you're correct that Turkey does have this aspiration. Also, a new research poll thing came out the other day. Gen Z and others are no longer woke and are turning right. That's correct. Yes, that's correct. And, now that you mentioned wokeism, don't worry, guys. We're going to touch on anything. We're going to touch on everything. Okay, we're going to talk about Israel. We're going to talk about all this stuff. But part of this stream is to invite dialogue and discourse and questions and comments, things like that. So, I mean, this question from Music Enjoyer, or this statement from Music Enjoyer, did spark something in my mind. People say, well, why was there this woke movement, right? What was the whole point of wokeism? And people will say, well, it's all about the big corporations, they love wokeism and they want to push this and they want to push an anti-white agenda and it's about destroying and exterminating the white race and blah, blah, blah. I think that the purpose of wokeism was to get people to think exactly that. To think that there is a conspiracy to wipe white people out. To think that there is an agenda against white people. To get white people to become more right-wing and more nationalist. That is my theory about this whole thing. I can't prove it, but that is my theory about wokeism. Why was wokeism pushed? I believe wokeism was pushed to get a right-wing reaction. I think that wokeism is a form of accelerationism, to use a term that has been used on this chat. And it was a form of accelerationism to accelerate right-wing reactionaryism. That's what I believe. And it worked. Now, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, it's all just a coincidence. But if it is all a coincidence, I mean, it would have been a great conspiracy to get the right back into the mainstream. The Kavanaugh hearing made me 100% blackpilled. Me 7 years ago, I lost all faith in humanity when I was 18. Oh, damn. Let me read this. Hold up. Turkey is already involved in the Russia-Ukraine war, selling weapons in both sides. Yep, Bayraktar drones. That's right. And Turkey is also trying to be the broker for the peace between Russia and Ukraine. I got some Cyrillic letters here, and I can't understand anything, so we're just going to leave it at that. Let's get to the news. And let's talk about Armenia, Azerbaijan, and let's talk about NATO. And let's talk about these things in light of the tensions between the Armenian government and the Armenian church. I was meaning to talk about this last stream, but I just honestly forgot about it. But let's talk about this. What's behind Armenia's church-state conflict? And I got a whole bunch of stuff underlined here, so we'll get to this. So there has been this massive battle, massive struggle between the Armenian government and the Armenian church. And Pashinyan, Nikol Pashinyan, who is the leader of Armenia, he has been against the leadership in the Armenian church. He says that the leadership is basically an enemy of Armenian society and that it needs to be replaced. And the reason for this is because the Armenian ecclesiastical leadership has actually been very critical of Pashinyan's policy in regards to Azerbaijan, because Pashinyan has continued to acquiesce to the demands of Turkey, Azerbaijan, and ultimately NATO, because Turkey and Azerbaijan are just, let's be real here, they're NATO countries. And a lot of Armenians hate Pashinyan. A lot of Armenians hate this dude because he made concessions to the Azeris after the 2020 war, which devastated the Armenians. It killed thousands upon thousands of Armenians. It led to the deaths of a lot of Armenian civilians. And it also led to the ethnic cleansing of pretty much all Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. So just to give you guys some background, there is a region called Nagorno-Karabakh, which for the longest time, going all the way back to the 1990s, was really an extension of Armenia, because there was a war between the Armenians and the Azeris in the mid-1990s, in which the Armenians defeated the Azeris and took Nagorno-Karabakh from the Azeris. Now, the Azeris say that Nagorno-Karabakh belongs to Azerbaijan because of some deal that was established by the Soviet Union back in the early 20th century, or some sort of statement that was made, some sort of an agreement that was made by the Soviet Union. And then once the Soviet Union fell, then there was a whole argument, a very tense and violent argument that sparked between the Azeris and the Armenians over who was going to control Nagorno-Karabakh. Azerbaijan said, no, it belongs to us. And the Armenians defeated Azerbaijan in a war, and they pushed the Azeris out of Nagorno-Karabakh, and they took it. So Azerbaijan never let that go and always held a lot of resentment towards the Armenians over this. And if I remember correctly, there were some atrocities that were done by the Armenians. If you are Armenian and you think I'm wrong about that, please let me know. But that's what I heard, that the Armenians actually did atrocities on the Azeri population. Now, the Azeris never forgot about that, and they held a lot of resentment over that. And then what happened was in the year 2020, another war sparked between the Azeris and the Armenians. This time, the Azeris had the sufficient firepower capable of defeating the Armenians. The Armenian military was pretty much still stuck in the 1990s and lost. The Azeris were armed with the Bayraktar 2 drones that were and are designed by Turkey, and those drones enabled the Azeris to really crush the Armenian military. And so the Armenians were defeated in Nagorno-Karabakh and were ethnically cleansed out of that region. That's the background. So Nikol Pashinyan had to make the concession that Nagorno-Karabakh belongs to Azerbaijan, and that pissed off all the Armenians living in Armenia. And there was a whole bunch of rioting that took place, a lot of political rioting that took place as a response to this, as a reaction to this. And so Nikol Pashinyan is extremely hated. There's a lot of enmity and ire and antagonism that has been expressed towards Nikol Pashinyan. The thing about Nikol Pashinyan is that he really has no power. let's be real here. The Armenians are pissed off at Nikol Pashinyan, but if Nikol Pashinyan had never acquiesced to the demands of Turkey, Nikol Pashinyan would probably have gotten impaled by the Turks. Let's be real here. Because the Turks, from what I understand, told the Armenians that if they did not acquiesce to their demands, that they would just invade Armenia. So Nikol Pashinyan is under heavy pressure, and I guess his thinking is, I best just acquiesce to the demands of Turkey. It's better than being invaded. Because Armenia stands no chance in a serious war against Turkey, unless a miracle happens. So let's read through some of this article. This is quite interesting. It says here that over the past 2 months, one of the most heated and widely discussed issues on Armenia's domestic agenda has been the intensification of tensions between the state and the Armenian Apostolic Church. And the reason for this is, like I said, the church has been very critical of Pashinyan. And so Nikol Pashinyan wants to replace the church's leadership. Now, is this Nikol Pashinyan waking up in the morning and saying, I really just hate the patriarch and I want to replace him? I don't really think it's that. I don't think it's mostly that, at least. I think, if anything, it's mainly just Turkey saying, we want to control the Armenian church because we want to control the opinion of the Armenian church so that we can have some sort of ecclesiastical influence over Armenian society. That's pretty much what this comes down to. It's just like how after the Ottomans took over Constantinople, they replaced the patriarch of Constantinople with their own patriarch, and they gave him a nice heavy salary, and that patriarch just became a mouthpiece for the Sultan. I think the Turks, I don't think so, I know that the Turks want essentially the same thing to happen with the Armenian church. So it says here, the next escalation came on June 17th when Russian-Armenian businessperson and philanthropist Samuel Karapetyan issued a public statement in support of the Armenian Apostolic Church, a small group forgetting the history of the Armenian nation and the millennia-old history of the Armenian Church, has launched an attack on the church and the people, he said. I have always stood by the church and the people. If the politicians fail, we will have our own way of participating in all this. So this wealthy Armenian dude, Mr. Samuel Karapetyan, basically said that the government is corrupt and the Apostolic Church of Armenia has the correct opinion because the Apostolic Church of Armenia has been critical of the Armenian government. And so it says here, also on June 17th, a criminal case was initiated against Archbishop Mikhail Ajapahian, primate of the Shidok Diocese, for saying that a military coup was necessary. Oh, damn. So this right here is a part of the beginning of this hostility. So the Archbishop in the Armenian Church, Mikhail Ajapahian, said, hey, there needs to be a coup because this government in Armenia just keeps capitulating to the Turks. Now, let's be real here. Is a coup in Armenia a good idea? Probably not. I would side with the position that says Armenia doesn't really have sufficient power to deal with Turkey. And so if you did a coup, and if you were to successfully replace the government with a bunch of Armenian nationalists and very religious Armenians, what difference would it make? These particular Armenians would just say, F you Turkey, F you Azerbaijan, F you NATO, and then Turkey would just invade Armenia. And then would such a new government, have the wherewithal and the power to deal with an invasion? Without a miracle, the answer is no. But nonetheless, this archbishop said, hey, we should do a coup because this government is corrupt and evil. So now Pashinyan has this archbishop in his crosshairs. So it says here, on June 25th, while Pashinyan was on an official visit to Turkey, the National Security Service raided the homes of several opposition figures. Interesting. Including Archbishop Bagra Galstanian. Interesting, I must say. So a coup happens. Sorry, a bunch of arrests take place. A bunch of arrests of political dissidents takes place while Nikol Pashinyan is in Turkey. Coincidence? I think not. Galstanian was arrested and later remanded into custody as part of an investigation into alleged plans to carry out terrorist activities and seize power in the Republic of Armenia. So they arrested this archbishop, Mr. Galstanian, and they said, you have been charged with basically trying to do a coup. So then it says here, on Facebook, Pashinyan wrote, quote, "A crime that was being prepared against the security and stability of the Republic of Armenia has been uncovered. I want to thank all representatives of the law enforcement system." So then it says here, later that year, a civic initiative called New Armenia. So now we're getting into, okay, so I got to back up a little bit here. So there was this thing that happened in 2018 called the Velvet Revolution. This happened in Armenia, and this is how Pashinyan took power. So Pashinyan took power with the help of NATO. He's a NATO puppet. So this right here explains everything. Pashinyan is an Armenian Zelensky, and he is a NATO puppet, which means he is there to do the bidding of Turkey, NATO, Azerbaijan, the whole gang, the whole triangle of power that controls Armenia. So he's doing the work at the behest of NATO. So if somebody is calling for a coup in Armenia, that's a threat to NATO. If someone is saying, hey, the government of Armenia is just a puppet state of Turkey, that type of language is a threat to NATO. And so if Pashinyan refuses to acquiesce to the demands of NATO/Turkey, Armenia is going to be in big trouble. Turkey would probably just invade Armenia, and America would just say, we don't give a shit. How do I know this? Because it actually happened. Look at what happened after Armenia lost the 2020 war. Azerbaijan straight up invaded Armenia. It did. And it killed over 200 Armenians, both civilian and soldier. You can look into this. The Azeris actually invaded Armenia, killed hundreds of people. And what happened? NATO didn't do a damn thing. NATO didn't do shit. There's even a... Oh my God. There's even a video. I don't recommend that you guys watch this. But if you want to get an idea as to how brutal this invasion was, there's a video that you can see, and it was filmed by an Azeri soldier, in which a female Armenian soldier is lying on the ground and her breasts are cut off. This happened in Armenia. In Armenia, not in Azerbaijan. On Armenian soil. And America didn't do a damn thing. Because this is all part of Turkey. So that was a warning to Pashinyan. That was a warning to the Armenians. You don't want to do what we say? You want to fight against our boys in Azerbaijan? We're going to send the hyenas after you. We're going to send the Turkic hyenas into your borders, into your country. And we're not going to do a damn thing to stop it. So if you're going to be the government of Armenia, you're going to do what NATO wants, or else you're dead. That's the bottom line. You are literally walking around at the end of a barrel, with the end of a barrel behind you. Anyone who's going to run Armenia right now is going to submit to NATO demands. It's just the bottom line. So it says here, so there was the 2018 Velvet Revolution. Then it says here, later that year, 2018, a civic initiative called New Armenia, New Catholicos, began to emerge. So there was this new movement that rose up. It pretended to be this grassroots movement. Really, it was just a big NATO initiative. And it was all about replacing the leadership in the Armenian church. Because NATO doesn't just want to control the governments of countries. NATO wants to control the religious establishments of all the countries under its wing. Bottom line, because religion is extremely influential. I mean, religion is all about not going to hell. Religion is about not going to hell. It's about pleasing God. It's about transcending your physical limits. Not limits, that's not a good word. It's about transcending your physical impulses. It's about transcending your flesh, right? That's what religion at the end of the day is all about. And so religion, for that reason, religion is very influential. It's very powerful. And so if an evil government can control a religion, if it can control a religious institution and establishment, it can use those institutions to influence its congregants. And so if you have a religious establishment that is the dominating and preponderating religious establishment in a particular country, and NATO wants to control said country, NATO is going to want to control the religious establishment of that country, because that would mean an extension of its influence in that country. So after the 2018 Velvet Revolution, you have this initiative called New Armenia, New Catholicos, which demanded for basically new leadership in the Armenian church. And this was all about NATO wanting to control the Armenian church. So it says here that New Armenia, New Catholicos began to emerge, demanding the resignation of Catholicos Karakin II. Members of the movement accused the Catholicos of various abuses, of applying undue internal pressure within the church, and of having ties to criminal and oligarchic networks. They organized a series of protests, from rallies to sit-ins, including demonstrations in front of the Mother See of Holy Echmiadzin. This is basically the Vatican of Armenia, the seat of the Armenian Church. The initiative also became an actor in the digital space via a Facebook page bearing the same name. Over the years, the page remained consistently active, regularly publishing revelations and accusations against the church leadership, and often repeating calls for the Catholicos to resign. The page has often served as a platform for defrocked cleric Korin Hovhannissian, one of the movement's most outspoken figures. During the latest period of heightened tensions, Hovhannissian became a prominent voice not only on Facebook but also on public television, where he featured as a major critic of the Catholicos. So now you have this figure arise. He is basically this anti-pope in Armenia. His name is Horen Hovhannissian, and Horen Hovhannissian wants to become the Pope of Armenia. He is part of this movement, New Armenia, New Catholicos, which basically means he's a NATO operative. And he wants to become the leader of the Armenian church so that NATO could use him as an ecclesiastical proxy by which to use the Armenian church as a mouthpiece to disseminate NATO propaganda and NATO ideology. So it says here that in his televised appearance, Hovhannissian repeated a number of serious accusations against Catholicos Karakin II, including that he was an agent of Russian intelligence tasked with organizing a coup, that he was responsible for the suspicious death of Catholicos Karakin I, that he has fathered children with multiple women despite his monastic vows. So let's look at the main thing that I want to focus on here is the accusation of being a Russian agent. Now, when someone accuses you of being a Russian agent, it is 100% the case that this person, the accuser, is pro-NATO. At least we can say he's pro-NATO. At worst, this person is a NATO operative. So it's becoming very clear what this whole crusade against Karakin I is about. It's about NATO wanting to take over the church in Armenia. So what do you do, right? Because think about it. NATO wants to control Armenia. Why? Because Armenia is an ally of Russia. So what happens? NATO invaded Armenia, invaded Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020. Turkey basically invaded Nagorno-Karabakh through its proxy Azerbaijan. That's NATO. So NATO invades, does war crimes. NATO doesn't give a shit because it's done by NATO. It's not being done by one of NATO's enemies. So who gives a damn, right? At the end of the day, war crimes are just what? War crimes are only pointed out when it's to the advantage of the one who's doing the pointing. So it's not to our advantage to talk about Turkish war crimes. And so Armenians can be very pro-Russia. America wants to get the Armenians to become pro-NATO so that Armenia can just become a satellite state of NATO. So how do you do that? Well, you make sure that the government is pro-NATO. So the government of Pashinyan has been making concessions to NATO, Turkey, Azerbaijan. And then you have the church, which is critical of pro-NATO policy, critical of Turkey, critical of Azerbaijan. That's a problem because that is one less outlet that NATO could use to further influence Armenian society. NATO wants to take over that outlet. In this case, it is the ecclesiastical outlet. In 1992, genocide occurred in Azerbaijan after the Karabakh War. Almost 15,000 people had been killed. It was very brutal. So that's really what this is about. So when you hear accusations of being a Russian agent, rest assured this is a NATO agenda. Case in point, look at the crusade that was launched to try to make Trump look like a Russian stooge. Remember that nonsense? Oh, Trump, he's a Russian stooge. He's with Russia. Sorry, the word they love to use, collusion. Remember that? Russian collusion. He's a colluder. He's a Russian collusion enjoyer. He loves Russia. Russia helped Trump get in office, blah, blah, blah. And Hillary Clinton jumped on that, and a lot of people in the government jumped on that. What was the whole point of trying to make it out to be that Trump colluded with Russia? Was it really to put Russia or to put Trump in prison for treason or something like that? No. Did these people really believe that Trump colluded with Russia? No. The whole purpose of trying to paint Trump as a colluder with Russia was so that when Trump won and entered office, Trump would feel pressured to help Ukraine. Because what was the selling point that Trump was utilizing to get elected? I'm going to be anti-war. I'm going to work with the Russians. I'm going to work with Bashar al-Assad. Trump was saying these sorts of things when he was running for his first term. And so it was very, very obvious from the get-go that Trump was going to win. I knew this before Trump won. I knew that Trump was going to win. I was telling people that Trump was going to win. I was absolutely right. Everyone with a freaking half a functioning brain cell knew that Hillary Clinton stood no chance. If you believed that Hillary Clinton was going to win, I mean, you had no place in political discourse. It was very obvious that Hillary Clinton was going to lose because Hillary Clinton looks like an inner city school vice principal. I mean, let's be real here. She doesn't look presidential. She doesn't have what I like to call the look, right? Trump has the look. Bill Clinton had the look. George Bush had the look. H.W. Bush had the look, right? People who win as president have the look. So she didn't have the look. So everyone knew Hillary Clinton wasn't going to win. So they knew Trump was going to win. And here was Trump talking about how he was going to work with the Russians and how he was going to work with Bashar al-Assad. Well, that's not good for business. So all the people over there in NATO were saying, that ain't good for business. We can't be having that bullshit. Peace, to hell with peace. We got to make money. Shekels. We can't be making no peace. Peace means no business. That's money lost. So what happened? They came up with this idea that Trump was he was colluding with Russia, and he was a Russian stooge, and he was in bed with Putin, in cahoots with Putin, and had all these sycophants on the internet saying, oh, Trump, Russian stooge, oh, Trump is with Putin, Russian stooge, Russian golden showers, and all this stuff. And then what happened when Trump entered office? He felt this need to prove that he was not in cahoots with Russia, that he was not a Russian stooge, that he didn't do Russian collusion. Remember that? So what happened? He said, I'm not with Russia. He bombed Syria to prove that he wasn't with Syria. And he allowed the Ukrainians to have anti-tank missiles to prove that he wasn't with Russia. And he said, I gave the Ukrainians anti-tank weaponry. Obama didn't do that. I did it. I did it. The agenda worked. So anytime I hear anyone talking about Russian agent, he's KGB, whatever, he's a Russian agent, Russian intelligence, rest assured, I'm dealing with a NATO sycophant. At best, I'm dealing with a NATO sycophant. At worst, I'm dealing with an actual operative, a paid operative of NATO. That's the bottom line. That's the reality. Let's go back to this article. I was checking out the stream. So anyway, this is obviously a battle between the people who are anti-Turkey and the people who are pro-NATO. That's really what this is. This is a proxy war between Turkey and NATO over who's going to control the Armenian church. Let's go back to this article. Okay. So it says here, after the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War in 2020, the conflict deepened as the church increasingly issued public criticisms of the government, especially on issues related to national mourning, military service, and social unity. Ooh, mourning over what? Mourning over losing to Azerbaijan. A new phase began in April of 2024 as public and political tensions flared surrounding the delimitation and demarcation of the border with Azerbaijan in the northern Tavush province. So let's look at the Tavush province. This is very interesting. So basically, there was a small amount of territory on the Tavush province in Armenia. I believe it lies on the northeastern part of Armenia. And Pashinyan, Azerbaijan said, yeah, we want to take this little section of the Tavush province. And Pashinyan said, okay, go right ahead. There's the Tavush province. It borders with Azerbaijan. The red is the Tavush province. And the Azeris were demanding for a very, very small slither of the Tavush province. Nothing majorly significant. But still, territory, Armenian territory, nonetheless. Azerbaijan said, that territory belongs to us. Armenia, hand it over. And Pashinyan acquiesced to Azeri demands. And so that gained a lot of criticism from Armenians, understandably so. And it also gained a lot of criticism from the Armenian church. So when the Armenian church expressed such criticism for the giving up of territory, the government said, okay, church, you got to be replaced because you are not speaking in line with NATO's agenda. So again, this is a struggle between the Armenian church and NATO. Just like we have a recent example of this. Russiagate. Sorry, Nahum says Russiagate was such a waste of time. I completely agree. Yeah, it was a huge waste of time. A lot of hot air for nothing. But anyway, if you look at, for example, the ecclesiastical situation in Ukraine, what happened in 2018? Very interesting. You had the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is under the Moscow Patriarchate. And the Moscow Patriarchate, of course, is pro-Moscow. And the nationalists in Ukraine want to remove any church, they want to outlaw and abolish any church that is under the Moscow Patriarchate. So what does NATO do? NATO says, okay, we're basically going to create a new church in Ukraine. It's not going to be the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. It's going to be the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. So they just switched the words around. And they said it's going to be under the Kiev Patriarchate. It's going to be a new church. And the Patriarch of Constantinople, really the Patriarch of Istanbul. There's no Patriarch of... Oh, the Constantinople Patriarchate. There is no Constantinople Patriarchate. It's just a puppet of Istanbul. And it's been a mouthpiece of Istanbul. A mouthpiece of Ankara, I should say, going all the way back to 1453. Because when Mehmet II took over Constantinople, he said, okay, here's a new patriarchate. He's going to be my mouthpiece. And that has been the status quo of the so-called Constantinople Patriarchate since that point, since 1453. Literally, it's been a mouthpiece of Turkey. So this Ankara church, which is just an extension of NATO, says, yeah, Ukraine, you can have your own church that'll be under Kiev and not under the Moscow Patriarchate. Wait, what gives you that authority? I'm the Constantinople Patriarchate. I'm the Pope. I can do whatever I want. So basically, Bishop or Archbishop Patriarch Bartholomew, who runs the Constantinople Patriarchate, he wants to be the Pope of the whole Eastern Orthodox world. But the thing about the Eastern Orthodox world is that it doesn't believe in a Pope. It doesn't have a Pope. It doesn't have the same system that the Vatican has. In the Vatican system, there's a dictatorship, supposedly. I don't really believe that. I think that the Vatican is controlled by an oligarchy of cardinals and other figureheads. But on paper, the Vatican is a dictatorship. And so Patriarch Bartholomew wants to make himself into a pope. He says, well, what I say goes. And so the church over there in Russia, the Moscow Patriarchate, says, well, who the hell are you to make up a new church? We're done with you. We are done with you. And there was a schism. I know that the Greek Orthodox Christians love to deny this, and they'll say that's not a schism, but it is a schism. There was the 2018 schism between Moscow and Istanbul. And the Russians said, we're done. Now, the main issue, or at least one of the main issues, let's look into this real quick, because there's an interesting fact about the 2018 schism that almost no one talks about. There is something that I want to mention that was really at the center of this contention and this division between the Moscow Patriarchate and the Constantinople Patriarchate. Real quick, hold on. I want to find something just real quick. 1 second, hold on. I know the Wikipedia page has it. It's right here. Got it. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Let's look at this. Let's look at something. This is really interesting. So this is something that almost no one ever talks about. So at the center of the division between the Moscow Patriarchate and the Constantinople Patriarchate was the Constantinople Patriarchate's recognition of two schismatic Ukrainian sects. So basically, Bartholomew said these two sects are legitimate. They are legitimate. And the Moscow Patriarchate said, wait a second. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is under Moscow, said, wait a second. How can you say that these two cults are now all of a sudden legitimate? We will not be a part of this. We're not going to accept your order. We're not going to accept your authority. We're going to split from you. And they broke off with Constantinople. Now, these two sects are Ukrainian nationalist sects. So it says here, I'll just read this real quick. The decision also stated that the Holy Synod would immediately reestablish a Staropegion in Kiev, i.e. a church body subordinated directly to the ecumenical patriarch, revoke the letter of issue permission of 1686 that had given permission to the Patriarch of Moscow to ordain the Metropolitan of Kiev, and lift the excommunications which affected the clergy and faithfuls of two unrecognized Ukrainian Eastern Orthodox churches. Those two unrecognized churches are the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church, UAOC, and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Kiev Patriarchate, UOC-KP. So Constantinople says, we recognize these two cults as legitimate. And the Moscow Patriarchate said, wait a second. You are recognizing these two cults as legitimate. If you're going to do that, we're not with you. These cults are Nazi cults, by the way. These are Nazi cults. They're Nazi cults. And the Constantinople Patriarchate is just a mouthpiece of Turkey and NATO. It's a mouthpiece of Turkey. It's been a mouthpiece of Turkey since 1453, which by extension means it's a mouthpiece of NATO because Turkey is the second biggest member of NATO. And so NATO wanted to recognize two Nazi churches in Ukraine as legitimate. And the Moscow Patriarchate said, to hell with you, we're done with Constantinople. And there was the schism. So at the center of this schism, was a massive contention against the recognition of Nazi and fascist cults. At the center of this contention was the embracing of Nazism and the Russians saying, we will not have any part of this. So people want to question, is there really a Nazi revival happening in the world? Yes. And the rise of this Ukrainian Patriarchate, the rise of this Kiev Patriarchate is an attestament to this reality. Now, if you don't believe me that these are Nazi cults, let me show you guys something real quick. This is very interesting. Let's look at the UOCKP, Ukrainian Nationalist Church. Let's look at this, shall we? Hold on a second. With Google, it's hard to find things like this because, you know, they don't want to expose the Nazism of this NATO proxy. But let's take a look at... Let's look at Yandex. Let's look at the Yandex search engine because, hot damn. I'll read your guys' comments. This is so annoying. Hold on a second. Let me read your guys' comments real quick, and then I'll search for this. Let me just read your guys' comments. There's a whole Russian conversation that's happening here. Hold up. I cannot read Cyrillic. Russians have invaded the chat. Yep, this is a Russian invasion, and we need NATO expansion in the chat to protect us from it. Just a joke, guys. All love and respect. Azeris had a lot of military support from Israel and Turkey. That is correct. Russians have invaded the chat. Sorry, Master Driver. It's a bit of a sensitive topic. Understood. Let's go back to English because Theo will throw us out. I heard that in Mother Russia, the vodka drinks you. Absolutely. Germany and Russia. Okay, Mother Russia, it is the beer that drinks me. Damn. Germany and Russia always fighting, and Poland is in the middle. We're just trying to farm our potatoes. Yup, sad, man, sad. In 1992, genocide occurred. Okay, I already read that. Oh, yeah, Jacob. The Poles have got the worst spawn point in Europe. It's funny how you put it, but it is sad. We're just trying to enjoy our IKEA furniture. Polish people are very lovely. I have never met a nasty Polish person. I mean, really, I've had, for the most part, very good experiences with Polish people. They're super nice people. I don't know. Yes, Goose, the Poles didn't forget the Ukrainian massacre of the Poles. Yep, it is a nightmare. Pashinyan met with NATO when the Karabakh War started. Putin, Russian media, and many Armenians claimed that he betrayed them. Yep, that's correct. In 1992, he had Russian support, but in the Second War, he did not. Yeah. I also never met Russian simpletons. When I'm in Poland, I never buy in stores where Ukrainians work, and I don't eat in Ukrainian restaurants. My friends don't let them make any money either. Damn. Is there a lot of friction between the Poles and Ukrainians in Poland? Did you watch Nefarious? I have not watched that film. The atheists absolutely hate-pilled on that film. It was one of the only films that made me cry. Oh, damn. Must have been really good. Recently, there's been talks about Constantinople Patriarchate reuniting with Rome. I've heard about this. Yeah. Do you do any public meet and greets? I do not. Hello, Kevin. Oh, the Resident Evil music is playing. Start from the beginning. Let me know if the music gets a little bit too loud. I remember in one of my last streams, it was pretty bad. So here is evidence that the UOC-KP is just a Nazi cult. There is a PDF essay that was written on this topic. Music is great. Awesome. Just want to make sure. I don't want the music to be too loud, but at the same time, I don't want the music to be too low either, because the music definitely does set a good vibe for the stream. But here is a PDF essay on the fact that this Ukrainian cult, the UOC-KP, is a Nazi cult. So it says here that Christianity was the main religious reference point for many Ukrainian right-wingers, though not the only one, as powerful positions among the far right have always been occupied by neo-pagans. The main support that these movements received was from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kiev Patriarchate, UOC-KP. Nazi. It's a Nazi cult backed by NATO. Backed by NATO, guys. And the okay, let's read on and I'll continue with my commentary. So the main support for the far right has been in the religious arena, the main support for the far right in Ukraine has been the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kiev Patriarchate, UOC-KP. That was one of the cults that Patriarch Bartholomew, recognized as legitimate, which caused the Russians to split from Constantinople because they don't want to be a part, or they don't want to be connected to a patriarchate that literally recognizes a Nazi cult. I'd love to stay, but it's time for me to have a beer with my friend. All right, enjoy yourself. Have fun. Placebo. So the Russian Patriarchate, or the Moscow Patriarchate, said, okay, we're not going to be connected to Constantinople if you're going to be recognizing Nazi cults that are not legitimate. So when the Constantinople Patriarchate, recognized the UOC-KP, that was a prime reason as to why the Moscow Patriarchate split from Constantinople. And so it says here in this essay that one of the, in the religious arena, the support for the far right in Ukraine is coming from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kiev Patriarchate, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church, UAOC. At the same time, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate was seen as an enemy power. There were tight relations between these right-wing movements and Christian churches. For example, the UOC-KP had representatives from the URA, UNUU, and the UGCC, had representatives from the all-Ukrainian organization Trident, which is a Nazi organization, named after Stepan Bandera. URA, UNUU mostly provided paramilitary support to the UOC-KP. So this Nazi church was working with Nazi paramilitaries back in the 1990s. And so it says here that this paramilitary group provided support to this cult, starting with their storming of Kiev Petschersk Lavra on June 18th, 1992. So they actually invaded these Nazis that the Constantinople Patriarchate recognizes as legitimate, actually invaded the main church of the Moscow Patriarchate in Ukraine, the main church of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. The Petschersk Lavra, which is kind of like the Constantinople, the Hagia Sophia of the Russians. So they want to take over the churches. These Nazis want to take over the churches even with force, if it means that that's what even with force, they don't mind. So the whole split between the Patriarchate of Moscow and the Constantinople of Moscow, the whole split between the Moscow Patriarchate and the Constantinople Patriarchate is over the acceptance of Nazi cults. And so therefore, in the middle of this schism is the Constantinople Patriarchate recognizing a Nazi cult and the Moscow Patriarchate saying, we want nothing to do with you if you're going to be accepting and recognizing these cults as legitimate. And this is all part of the NATO agenda to control all of the churches under its wing, be it the Ukrainian Orthodox Church or be it the Armenian Orthodox Church. So let's talk about the Armenian Church and how NATO wants to control it. Because this story about the schism between Constantinople and Moscow really, really is a mark, or it really bespeaks, and it really puts a mark, and it really indicates the reality of this agenda from NATO to control all the churches under its wings. Let's go back to this article. So, Galstanian said that Mr. Sorry. So let's go back to the Tavush territory controversy. After the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War in 2020, the conflict deepened as the church increasingly issued public criticism of the government, especially on issues related to national mourning, military service, and social unity. A new phase began in April of 2024 as public and political tensions flared surrounding the delimitation and demarcation of the border with Azerbaijan in the northern Tavush province. So it says here that Archbishop Bagra Galstanian, head of the Tavush diocese, launched a campaign of civil disobedience and protest known as the Tavush for the Motherland movement because, like I said, the Kolpashinyan wanted to give up territory from the Tavush province to the Azeris. And so the Armenian church did a protest against this giving up of territory. This movement, now known as the Holy Struggle, united thousands who began marching from Tavush to Yerevan on May 4th, 2024, culminating in a large rally in the capital's Republic Square on May 9th. Although Galstanian stated that the movement had no political ambitions, the political demands voiced during the rallies, including calls for Pashinyan's resignation, brought together various opposition forces and figures. In his speeches, Galstanian emphasized, quote, the moral and spiritual foundation, unquote, of the movement. Though the political undertones were clear, Galstanian described the movement as national liberation in nature, adding that, quote, its ultimate solutions are political, unquote. Addressing Pashinyan directly in one speech, he declared, quote, you no longer hold any power, any form of power in the Republic of Armenia. So again, just to recap here, Nikol Pashinyan was going to give up territory from the Tavush province, which belongs to Armenia, to the Azeris. He was going to give up a part of the Tavush province to Azerbaijan, the great nemesis of Armenia. And so the Armenian church said, no, hands off, Pashinyan. You're not going to do this. You are no longer truly the leader of the Republic of Armenia. Now, what happened? The tensions, the war, the struggle between the Pashinyan government, which is really a NATO proxy, and the Armenian church deepened. And it says here, with your resignation, this is what this guy said. This is what Mr. Galstanian said to Mr. Pashinyan. With your resignation, you will return the stolen spirit of our national celebrations to the people. As they say in Shamshadin, the show must go on. And there is Mr. Galstanian. And it says here, elsewhere, Galstanian stated that, quote, the tricolor has defeated black and white, and very soon spiritual Armenia will triumph over the so-called new Armenia, giving birth to a renewed country with a new vision and a new march, unquote. Later, he even declared that he would be ready to run as a people's candidate for prime minister if called upon to do so. So now he really made himself into an enemy of Pashinyan. Later, okay, I already read this. At the same time, the Catholicos publicly blessed the Holy Struggle movement, leaving no doubt as to his support. This marked a pivotal moment in which spiritual leadership overtly merged with political activism, a shift many interpreted as a redefinition of church-state boundaries under Pashinyan's tenure. At a press conference in May of 2024, Pashinyan directly addressed the role of the Catholicos in recent political developments. It is obvious that today, the Catholicos of all Armenians is leading a political movement. That's very clear. So now, he declared the Armenian church as his enemy. Why? Because the Armenian church, as it is right now, is an enemy of NATO. And thus is an enemy of Turkey. And Pashinyan, being a puppet of Turkey and NATO, is now at war against the Armenian church. The latest phase in the church-state standoff has been defined by Pashinyan's post on Facebook in terms of their volume, content, and especially their vocabulary. These posts show that politics is breaking into the spiritual sphere in a fully meditized way. In the very next paragraph of the same post, Pashinyan asserted, this is what Pashinyan said, the state belongs to the people. The church belongs to the people. We have returned the state to the people. In other words, the church has to be under the control of the state. And the church will not express disagreement with the policies of the Armenian government and, in turn, should not be allowed to criticize NATO policy, because that's what this is about at the end of the day. Pashinyan also wrote, the house of Christ, where the only begotten descended through the Holy Spirit, is now occupied by an anti-Christian, adulterous, anti-national, and anti-state group. That house must be liberated, and I will lead the liberation. So he really wants to control the Armenian church. And ultimately, this is not about Pashinyan versus the Armenian church. Ultimately, this is about NATO controlling the Armenian church. Ultimately, this is about the Armenian church versus NATO. Pashinyan versus the Armenian, and the Armenian church versus Turkey. Is the connection good, by the way? I just want to make sure. Is the connection in the stream good? Let me know if there's any issues. Let me know if we're breaking out or anything like that, or if we're glitching or anything of that sort. Okay, looks like we're good. Connection is good. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Just making sure, guys. Just making sure. So here's an article about the whole controversy over the Tavush province. Like I said, Nicole Pashinyan was wanting to give up territory to Azerbaijan, and this is what helped deepen the rift between the Armenian government and the Armenian church. And it says here, Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan appears to be facing mounting backlash from residents of villages in Armenia's northern Tavush province, adjacent to contested border areas, which he wants to hand over to Azerbaijan. So remember, Azerbaijan is an extension of Turkey. Azerbaijan is an extension of Turkey. And so Pashinyan wanting to give up Armenian territory to Azerbaijan is Pashinyan wanting to give up territory to Turkey. This is a capitulation to Turkey. Why? Because Pashinyan is a puppet for NATO at the end of the day. And so it says here, Pashinyan signaled plans to unilaterally make such concessions before visiting on Monday 2 of those villages, Volkespar and Kiron. So he wanted to give up this territory to Azerbaijan. Very small slither of territory, but Armenian territory nonetheless. He insisted oh my God, I can't read. He insisted there that the areas which used to be occupied by 4 Azerbaijani villages seized by Armenian forces in 1991 and 1992 are not part of Armenia's internationally recognized territory. He admitted that Azerbaijan would not reciprocate his concessions by liberating larger swaths of Tavush territory occupied by it at the time. Many local residents rejected Pashinyan's plans, despite his claims that Azerbaijan will invade Armenia unless he cedes the deserted former villages strategically located along one of the 2 main Armenian highways leading to Georgia. They argued that they would lose access to their agricultural land, have trouble communicating with the rest of the country, and be far more vulnerable to Azerbaijani armed attacks. So do you see what I'm saying here? Pashinyan is in a very difficult predicament. I don't say I'm not trying to like the guy or anything like that. I'm not saying he's a good guy. He's a corrupt puppet of NATO, no doubt. I mean, you kind of have to be a soulless individual to be a puppet for NATO. But I believe him when he says, if I don't give up this territory, we're going to get invaded. I truly believe that. Why else would he give up this territory? Why? It's not political. It's not politically beneficial for him to give up this territory. It hurts him politically, obviously, right? It's only going to get him. It's only going to garner him more hatred from his people, from his voters. So it's not beneficial for Pashinyan, politically speaking, to give up a part of Armenian territory. So why else would he want to give up Armenian territory? It's obvious that he's under pressure. It's obvious that he is working at the end of the barrel of a gun. That's the reality. It's obvious that he is working at the end of a barrel. At the barrel of a gun. I believe him when he says, listen, if I don't give up this territory, we're going to get invaded. Because Azerbaijan is an extension of Turkey, therefore it's an extension of NATO. And Armenia is an ally of Russia. It's an ally of Iran. The Israelis want to end this. That's why the Israelis support Azerbaijan. The Americans definitely want to end this. The Turks want to end this. The Turks want to resume from where they left off back in World War I when they almost exterminated all the Armenians. And so Armenia is stuck in a very, very difficult predicament. Very difficult situation where it is surrounded by enemies. It's surrounded by Turkey and Azerbaijan. You have Israel going against Armenia. Israel wants the Azeris to go to war against Armenia because the Israelis want to eliminate an ally of Iran. Armenia is not in a strong position. Armenia cannot rely on Russia to help it because Russia is too bogged down in Ukraine. So it's really being raped. It is being raped by NATO. It's being raped by Turkey, by Israel, by Azerbaijan. Why else would this guy be willing to give up Armenian territory? Other than that he is being threatened, that he is being pushed he is being pushed by the barrel of a gun. So he's right. And as I said, Azerbaijan invaded Armenia back in, I want to say 2021. They invaded Armenia. And they butchered a whole lot of people. 200 Armenians were butchered. 200 Armenians were butchered. Most of them were soldiers, but still, that is a freaking invasion. So there you have it. Now, there was an article that was written by a Serbian dude on this whole thing, and I haven't really read it, but I read a little bit of it, and I thought, you know what? Serbians are the OG anti-NATOists, so they must have a good opinion on this whole situation. Why not just read it? So here we go. Again, I've only read a little bit of this article. I haven't read the whole thing, but let's just read it. Perhaps we can learn something from this article, but it says here, I'll make it larger. Let's make the text a little bit larger. There we go. Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, appears to be following the playbook of Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić and, to some extent, the former Montenegrin leader Milo Djukanović. So this Serbian dude is basically saying that we Serbs know how NATO acts and functions. NATO is controlling Serbia's government, so the Armenians need to understand that they're being controlled by NATO. That's what's happening. Now, if you want listen, if anyone is going to correct you, or if anyone is going to correctly inform you that your country is controlled by NATO, it's going to be a Serbian dude. Because no country has suffered under NATO more than the Serbs. Theo, what countries do you think are going to remain Russian allies even when it gets really tough and other allies would be opportunistic traitors? That's a good question. If I had to guess, I would say China and Belarus and Serbia. I would say those three countries. Belarus, China, and Serbia, and Transnistria, which is... it's not... Transnistria is not internationally recognized as a part of Russia, but really... it's a de facto Russian province. I know technically it's part of what is it, Moldova, but it's really just a part of Russia. Also North Korea. I would say North Korea would stick with Russia. Yeah, I would say that. So it says here that, like Djukanović's 2019 attempt to effectively nationalize the property of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Pashinyan is targeting the Armenian Apostolic Church, or at least its top cleric. So he's saying, listen, NATO has been trying to control the Serbian Orthodox Church, so Armenians understand the same thing is happening to you guys. So it says here that Pashinyan is targeting the Armenian Apostolic Church for political purposes, while also pursuing a Vučić-style policy of making serious concessions to Armenia's historical adversaries, Turkey and Azerbaijan. Absolutely. So this guy agrees with me. I haven't really read this full article, so I didn't quite know what to expect. But yes, this guy agrees with me. On June 25th, Armenian authorities arrested a prominent cleric, Archbishop Bagrat Galstanian, along with 14 others, charging them with orchestrating an alleged plot to overthrow the government. While Djukanović never arrested any leaders of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Montenegro, he similarly employed tactics of portraying his opponents as conspirators, allegedly seeking to topple his government. In 2016, Montenegrin police arrested a group of alleged Russian nationalists accused of plotting to assassinate Djukanović. The incident helped the longtime Montenegrin leader, who had effectively ruled the country for 3 decades, justify a gradual break with Russia, Montenegro's historic ally. So even the Montenegrins have been betraying the Russians. And so it says here that the Montenegrins have been basically doing the same thing that Pashinyan has been doing to the church. So the Montenegrins have been doing to their Orthodox Church what Pashinyan has been doing to the Armenian Church. So there's a pattern here, right? We see the same thing happening in Ukraine, where the Ukrainian government has been persecuting the Ukrainian Orthodox Church because it's under the Moscow Patriarchate. We see the Montenegrin government doing the same thing to its Orthodox Church. We see the Armenian Church being put under the same sort of persecution. And we see also the Serbian government trying to do the same thing to the Serbian Orthodox Church. So there is a pattern here. There's a pattern. This is not coincidental at all. This is all a NATO conspiracy. And it's all very obvious. So it says here, notably, 1 year after the alleged coup attempt in Montenegro, the former Yugoslav Republic joined NATO. Similarly, following the Second Karabakh War, Pashinyan has been seeking to distance Armenia from Moscow. So there's your answer right there. Although the landlocked former Soviet republic nominally remains in the Russian-led Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO, it is eyeing to establish closer ties with NATO. That, however, does not necessarily mean that the South Caucasus nation will join the alliance anytime soon, even if it eventually withdraws from the CSTO. What Yerevan's actions, particularly in the realm of foreign policy, suggest is that the country's leadership is adopting a strategy similar to that of Djokovic and Vucic. What Vucic and Pashinyan have in common is that they both lead countries that suffered military defeats. As a result, they are pursuing a policy of normalization of relations with their adversaries, NATO and NATO-backed Kosovo, in Serbia's case, NATO, and Turkey-backed Azerbaijan. So basically, it's very obvious what's happening. This is all just a NATO conspiracy to get to get Armenia to just acquiesce to the demands of NATO under the threat of an Azeri invasion of Armenia. I mean, that's what this is. This is basically forcing Armenia to acquiesce to NATO demands at the point of a barrel under the threat of a Turkic invasion of Armenia, in which Armenians would be butchered by the thousands at least. So there you go. So let's talk about Gaza and Israel. We're going to get into... Listen, this wouldn't be a proper Theodore Shubach stream without some proper Israel bashing. This is very important. So Israel continues on with its genocide of the Palestinians. It continues on with its genocide. It continues on with its starvation. It continues on with just its tormenting of the Palestinian civilian population in that area, in that region. And it looks like Trump is not going to do a damn thing to stop it. Perhaps, who knows, maybe he will put a stop to it. I don't know. If there is enough pressure, that may happen. But Donald Trump recently told the Israelis to, quote unquote, finish the job in Gaza. And for the Israelis to finish the job would mean to ethnically cleanse that region of Palestinians. And the Israelis have already set up, or they have already not set up, but they have already announced their plan to set up a concentration zone, really a concentration camp, to hold 600,000 people, basically forcing hundreds of thousands of people to live in a concentrated zone, in a giant concentration camp, where they would be reduced to utter poverty. I mean, they're already living in utter poverty, but where they would be forced to live in horrendous poverty and squalor, and where they would not be able to leave. The Israeli government, Mr. Israel Katz, the defense minister of Israel, made it very clear. He said that once Palestinians enter this concentration zone, they will not be able to leave. They will be trapped there. That's it. So the Israelis want to create a concentration center, basically a concentration camp. And it looks like the Americans are just giving them the green light to go ahead and continue on with this agenda. So far, the Americans have just been allowing this evil to go on and on. And for one thing, I mean, what's the reason for this? Why is America doing this? Well, for one thing, it's a business. Israel is a major buyer of American weapons. So if Israel gets stopped, that's money lost. But also keep in mind that there is a lot of international pressure that's being pushed on Israel. And the Americans are saying, hey, Israel, you have to let in aid. So the Israelis have relaxed on allowing aid. They have relaxed. They have allowed some aid to enter to enter Gaza. So that is due to international pressure. So the international pressure has to intensify. It has to intensify in order to get the Americans to push the Israelis to acquiesce, to stop their evil. Is that evil going to stop? That's the question. I am pessimistic. I think that the Israelis are really going to be allowed to carry on with their plan. I could be wrong. But I think the Israelis are going to be allowed to carry on with their sinister plan. And I think the Israelis, I hope I'm wrong. If I am wrong, I will thank God. But I'm afraid that the Israelis are going to be allowed to carry on with their sinister plan. and they are going to be allowed to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're going to be allowed. Look at what's happening in the Israeli government. The Israeli government has stated, and they did this even before October the 7th. They did this in 2022. The Israeli government has said that they're just going to start calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria. And they are going to officially just call it Judea and Samaria. And they are officially going to declare the West Bank to be, they're officially going to declare settler territory in the West Bank to be sovereign territory, which means that it's going to be officially under the Israeli government. Because settler territory in the West Bank has been under the control of the military. It hasn't been under the control of the Israeli government, officially. So if Judea and Samaria, or if the settler territories in the West Bank are declared sovereign, that means that they will be officially Israeli territory. And that would give the legislative green light, or that would give the legislative foundation for the Israelis to annex at least a giant chunk of the West Bank, which would be a massive stepping stone, or it would be a massive step towards the full takeover of the West Bank, which would mean the enabling of the Israelis to ethnically cleanse the West Bank. Now you could say, well, this is all about, October the 7th. The Israelis already made plans for this in 2022. Hell, they were talking about this in 2018 during Trump's first term. I remember because I was writing about it. Netanyahu said in 2018, we want to annex, 30% of the West Bank. I was writing about this and I was talking about this in 2018. So they were already wanting to do this before October the 7th. This has nothing to do with October the 7th. And this has everything to do with the greater Israel. And so it looks like the Americans, with the help of the evangelicals and the Huckabees, the Schmuckabees, the Pete Hegseths, the Ted Cruzes, with the help of these people, it looks like the U.S. government is going to just give them the green light to do this. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong. I hope that the American government, looking at the international pressure and realizing that it is not politically advantageous to sit there and give the Israelis full reign to do whatever the hell it wants, says, okay, Israel, you better stop. And stop the Israelis. I hope the Americans do this. I really do. Because if the Americans don't stop this, it's going to lead to so much misery. It's going to compound the misery that's already there. You're going to have more human suffering, more death. And Israel, it's not going to be good for Israel. And a lot of Jewish people have said this. A lot of Jewish people on Haaretz, online, in other Israeli publications like Ma'arev, B'Tselem, a lot of Jewish people have said, this, at the end of the day, is not going to be good for Israel. Because it's going to lead to Israel becoming a pariah state. It's going to lead to isolation of Israel. And eventually, it's going to give the green light to just destroy Israel. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. Nazi Germany was doing a genocide. It was invading its neighbors. It was butchering tens of millions of people in the Soviet Union. And eventually, Nazi Germany was destroyed as a result of Germany's fanaticism. Israel's fanaticism will lead to the same thing. And just as the Soviet military and the American military and the British military and other allied militaries crushed, vanquished, and destroyed the Wehrmacht, eventually the IDF is going to be destroyed. I'm just going to say it right now. Just as Germany's fanaticism led to its destruction, Israel's fanaticism will lead to its own destruction. Finish the job equals no terms except unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted from Hamas. I don't know if you actually believe that. I don't know, but the reality is that there was already a peace negotiation that was being done early this year. It had 3 phases. The first phase required the release of many hostages and many Palestinian prisoners. Hamas fulfilled that end of the deal. It released many hostages for the first phase of the deal. By the way, this deal was brokered by the United States. So it's not like Hamas was doing this on its own terms. Hamas released a whole bunch of hostages. Israel released a whole bunch of Palestinian prisoners, and they both did their end of the deal. Hamas said, okay, let's go to phase 2. Israel broke the ceasefire to the praise of the United States. In other words, Israel broke the ceasefire, and the Americans applauded it. So Hamas was negotiating. Hamas was acquiescing. Hamas was being compliant. And Israel said, no, we're going to break the deal. We're going to break the ceasefire because we want to. Because we want to continue this war. And why does Netanyahu want to continue this war? Because in Israel, it is politically expedient for him. In Israel, it is politically beneficial for him to continue this war. Because the great majority of Israelis agree with this war. I don't care what Haaretz says. I don't care what some protesters in Israel say. The majority of Israelis agree with this war. The majority of Israelis agree with the slaughtering of the Palestinians. The majority of the Israelis agree with the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank. If the Israeli government butchered every single Palestinian, the majority of Israelis would agree. That's how bad it is. So it is not politically beneficial nor advantageous for Netanyahu to actually want peace. He says, I want peace, I want peace. That's bullshit. And these hospitalists say, just release the hostages. Just release the hostages. Hamas released hostages, and they were planning on releasing more hostages. And Hamas was being compliant. And Israel screwed over the whole damn ceasefire. They don't want peace. They want war. Theo, what? Okay, I already read that comment. That's the bottom line. So, I mean, I've been optimistic about the Americans, and I've said maybe the Americans are going to end this. Hopefully they're going to end this. And my hope is that the international pressure on Israel will become so intense, and the pressure from American society against Israel will become so intense to the point that Trump will have no choice but to tell the Israelis to end it. That's my hope. That is my hope. But for now, so far, from what I've been seeing, it looks like the Americans, with their evangelical, bloodthirsty Satanist, want war to continue, and they want the ethnic cleansing to continue. And the evangelical, oh my God, isn't it amazing? The evangelicals are always the ones talking about love and peace and, oh, his grace and his forgiveness and the love of Jesus. They're always the ones to talk about forgiveness and love and peace and how violence is wrong and how anger and cussing is wrong. If you say the F word, you're going to hell. If you smoke cigarettes, you're going to hell. But if you blow up a whole bunch of people and kill millions of people and ethnically cleanse an entire region, as long as it's for Israel, it's totally okay, and it's Christian, and it's kosher, and it's sanitized, and smoke. Listen, the evangelicals are so demonic, and they're so bloodthirsty, and they're so evil and sinister, and they're so satanic. They believe that smoking a cigarette is worse than mass murdering Palestinians. It is the damn truth. It is the fucking truth. If you don't believe me, try smoking a cigarette outside of a church. Go to an evangelical church, go to one of their freaking Starbucks sermons, and then after the sermon, light a cigarette outside. Say, hey guys, great sermon. And all these evangelicucks will tell you, you know, your body is it's the temple of the Holy Spirit. You can't be smoking. That's a sin. God doesn't want you smoking. It's a sin. It's a sin. It's a sin. You're going to go to hell if you smoke a cigarette. But if you murder millions of people in Gaza, it's A-okay because Israel does it. And one thing that I have come to recognize on this earth, after all of these years of living on this earth, is that the people who are so obsessed with non-violence and the people who are the most obsessed with not smoking and violence being wrong at all times and the death penalty being wrong at all times are the most violent, most bloodthirsty people in American society. That's what I have come to learn. The people who are always talking about, oh, don't smoke, don't cuss, don't say the F word, are the biggest control freaks ever. They're the ones who want to micromanage people's lives. And the ones, these evangelicals who say, oh, war is bad, the death penalty is bad, oh, war is bad, they're the ones who are the biggest freaking embracers of war and mass murder and violence. Look at the election of Adolf Hitler. Who were the biggest supporters of Adolf Hitler? It was the Protestants, by the way. It wasn't the Catholics. A very small minority of Catholics voted for Adolf Hitler. It wasn't the Catholics. It was the Protestant churches, the Protestant Christians, who were the biggest lovers of Adolf Hitler. They were the biggest German sausage suckers in all of Germany. But I'm sure they were the ones talking about peace and love all the time. Oh, the love of God and the grace of the Lord, and I am forgiven. But vote for Adolf Hitler. And the people who sit there and say the death penalty is wrong, it's wrong. Well, what if a guy like, I don't know, rapes your wife and like chops her tits off and then cooks them and eats them and then tortures her slowly until she dies? Should that guy be killed? No. The love of God is greater than any evil. The love of God. Where is your faith in the mercy of Jesus? The love of God. Those people are the most bloodthirsty, evilest people ever. They're the wicked ones. Because, you know why? Because while they are against the death penalty for true murderers and true mass murderers, they want to enable the mass murderers to do what they do. They're the murderers. They're the bloodthirsty ones. And they will accuse the people who are pro-death penalty of being bloodthirsty. No, it's them who are bloodthirsty because they enable the bloodthirstiest people in society to do what they do. And I will die on this hill. I swear I'll freaking die on this hill. Cruel, listen, mercy for the cruel is cruel to the victims. Mercy for the cruel is cruelty to the merciful. And it says it right there in Genesis. Don't give me this law of Noah nonsense. Oh, that's the law? You're following the Levitical law. No, it's right there in Genesis. It's a law that was given to all of humanity. If a man sheds another man's blood, that man shall be killed by man's hands. That's the death penalty. That's capital punishment right there. It's a universal rule. So, we love everyone. We love all people. God loves all sinners. What about Palestinians? Oh, fuck those people. Let them get killed by napalm and white phosphorus for all I care. And the evangelicals will sit there and they'll worship Israel and they'll worship the Jewish race. And they'll, with their Starbucks coffee, they'll worship Netanyahu. And they'll worship Israeli soldiers. You tell them that you're an Israeli soldier. You say jump. They say how high. Meanwhile, you have Israeli soldiers who are hitting Palestinians with white phosphorus for fun. Oh, it's fun to watch people burning alive. Murdering people who are starving, who are queuing up for food outside of food distribution centers. Oh, it's fun to shoot those people. And the evangelicals give those people free rein. F the evangelicals. They're bloodthirsty, evil, demonic heretics. F them. supporting war crimes in the name of Jesus. You can't get any lower than that. All right, let's read this article here. Anger over starvation in Gaza leaves Israel increasingly isolated. There we go, guys. Global outrage at the Netanyahu government's actions has grown since the war began, and the suffering of children in the enclave has accelerated the disdain. Some of Israel's most important Western allies, under political pressure from voters, appalled by mounting evidence of starvation in Gaza, now say they will recognize a Palestinian state. Oh boy. So, pressure works. Societal pressure actually works. Case in point, one of the reasons, the main reason why Netanyahu doesn't want to end this war is because he knows that Smotrich and Ben-Gvir would leave his coalition and would destroy his political coalition, and that would leave him to have to actually resume his corruption trial, which would possibly lead him to a prison sentence. And Netanyahu doesn't want to do this. So you have people getting butchered, and you have Israeli soldiers who are being killed in all this, because Netanyahu doesn't want to just continue on with his corruption trial, because he has been charged with taking bribes. So this is mass murder at a systematic level, all being done for just to protect the political career of some sycophant who does video chats with John Hagee. I'm not joking, by the way. He does video chats. He does freaking Skype calls with John Hagee. This is the leader of Israel. The leader of Israel does video chats with some bumfuck pastor in Texas. This guy is not a serious politician. He's an American puppet. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all Netanyahu is. He is there to represent America's military interest. He is there to represent the interest of the military-industrial complex. That is it. That's it. If America wanted Netanyahu gone, they'd have him gone. They'd do a freaking coup, and they'd have him overthrown, and they'd have somebody worse than Netanyahu take over. This guy is not a serious leader. He's not a serious leader of an actual country. He is a puppet that was put in there by America to control a glorified airstrip for the American empire. A glorified airstrip called Israel. Okay, that's it. You cannot take a politician seriously when he's doing interviews for Pastor Polo White. This is not a serious leader. This is not Putin. Netanyahu is not Putin. Netanyahu is basically just a banana republic politician. So it says here, opinion polls in the United States and elsewhere show an increasingly negative view of Israel. No shit, because they're doing mass murder. And there is no clear plan to bring the war against Hamas to an end. Because it looks like, for the most part, the Americans don't want to end it. There's too much money to be made in dropping bombs on Gaza. Plus, Palantir is making money with this war. They're making money out of this war. Peter Thiel, the German homosexual Nazi transhumanist, he's making tons of money out of this because Israel uses his Palantir technology, which is just AI surveillance information technology. It's an AI system that gathers people's data to help with obtaining military targets to kill people. That's what Palantir does. Peter Thiel's making money out of that. All these big defense companies are making money out of this. The German military-industrial complex is making money out of this, and the Germans are watching their technology being used in this war. So it's just, as I said in one of my old videos, Gaza is just a giant testing ground for the various Western military-industrial complexes. So it says here, the usual Israeli view is that this crisis is another temporary problem, said Natan Sachs, an analyst of Israeli politics. Quote, but that's a misreading of the world. Because it's accelerating a global turn against Israel. Look at this. Look at the words. Accelerating a global turn against Israel that has dramatic effects, especially among young people. Guys, what did I say in one of my last videos? What did I say? The wave against Israel, the wave against Israel is not going to end. It's only going to grow. It's only going to get bigger. This is the bottom line. It's only going to get bigger. It's not going anywhere. And Israel either doesn't care or is completely oblivious and thinks that the world is still like it was in 2003 when the great majority of Americans were worshiping Israel. As anger grows over widespread hunger in Gaza, Israel risks becoming an international outcast. And now you know why. Now you know why you have all these Israelis who are prudent and who are wise enough to say, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, we're becoming a pariah state. And this is going to lead to Israel's destruction. Since Israel cut off aid in March to try to force Hamas to give up hostages, Israel's effort to install its own distribution system has been marred by chaos and casualties while hunger has increased. Scores have been killed as Gazans rushed to get food. By the way, over 1,000 Gazans have been murdered trying to get food. Over 1,000. Now, 800 Israeli civilians, around 800 or so Israeli civilians, at least this is the number that's been given to us thus far, were killed on October the 7th. Now, that's 800 too many people. But the Israelis have already surpassed the number of civilians killed trying to get food. The Israelis have already surpassed that number in their butchery of the Palestinians trying to get food. They've already killed over 1,000 Palestinians. The increasing debate over whether Israel is committing genocide is also reflective of how something fundamental has shifted in how Israel is perceived, said Daniel Levy, a negotiator under former Labor Party-led governments in Israel and current president of the U.S. Middle East Project, a nonprofit. He points to a sharp cultural shift with anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, and sometimes anti-Semitic demonstrations at places including opera houses and music festivals. And he's not wrong. Anti-Semitism is increasing. Hatred towards Israel is increasing. Criticism of Israel is increasing. This is nothing to make little of. This is not a benign phenomenon. This is a serious phenomenon. And Israel just doesn't care because they think, well, we have the American military-industrial complex in our pockets. We have the American evangelicals in our pockets. We have AIPAC, and AIPAC has all these politicians in their pockets. This is not going to last forever because nothing lasts forever. You can give all the millions you want. Nothing is going to beat popular demand. Nothing is going to beat the marketplace of ideas. Nothing. Nothing is going to beat it. Eventually, the market is going to win. And the market is going to break the politicians. Because the politicians are going to realize, wait a second, getting money from AIPAC is not advantageous for me. Being pro-Israel is not beneficial for my political career. Oy vey, what am I going to do? I'm going to become more critical of Israel. And all this bullshit is going to crumble. You watch, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. For a long time, Israel thought that if we throw anti-Semitism and the Holocaust at them loudly enough, it will all go away, said Mr. Levy. But look at this. He even uses the words that I've been using. The zeitgeist is shifting, and the Israeli attempt at outrage works with an even smaller cohort. In fact, the reality is, Mr. Levi, that screaming anti-Semitism and screaming, oh, Jew hatred and hatred towards Israel actually works against you. You actually get the opposite effect. The more you scream anti-Semitism, the more people will say, damn right, I'm anti-Semitic. The more you scream, oh, you guys hate Israel, the more people are going to say, damn right, I hate Israel. In fact, the people who are doing the biggest job, the people who are helping the anti-Israel cause the most are not anti-Israel activists. The people who are helping the anti-Israel cause the most are Hospirists, pro-Israel advocacy groups, pro-Israel activists are doing the most work to advance anti-Israel sentiment. Because the more they scream anti-Semitism, the more people say, yes, we're anti-Semitic. And the more arrogant the Hospirist act, the more people are going to hate the Hospirist. That is a fact. Yesterday, in fact, I'll give you guys an example of what I'm talking about. I'm going to give you guys an example of what I'm talking about. Yesterday, I was watching a debate with my dad. What the hell? What is going on? Are you guys okay? Is my live stream working? Is this live stream working, guys? Let me just show you guys something. Okay. Let me show you guys an example of what I'm talking about when I tell you guys that Hospirists are ruining Hospira. Hospira is dead, and the Hospirists killed it. Let me show you guys an example of what I'm talking about. So last night I was watching this debate between Peter Beinart, who was a Jewish guy who was very critical of Israel, and an Israeli Hospirist by the name of Shai Davidai. All right? I'll just show you guys something real quick. And this is the type of behavior that the Hospirists keep exemplifying that gives people the further justification to hate Israel, and that gets people to say, you know what, I'm even more convinced that I'm right to hate Hospira. All right? This is the behavior that I'm talking about right here. So the Israeli dude is the one on the right. I'll make the screen a little bit smaller to fit everyone's face in here. All right. This Israeli guy keeps interrupting, and he eventually leaves the discussion in anger. This is the type of behavior I'm talking about right here. This is the arrogant, annoying, Weasley behavior that I'm talking about right here. All right, let's just play this real quick.
Jewish population, and to describe my view as extremely marginal.
So just to give you guys some background, the Israeli guy here called Peter Beinart's view marginal because most Israelis disagree with him. And he said, yeah, you're right. My views are marginal in Israel, but they're not exactly marginal in America.
Right? Less than 10% support. I think you'd be absolutely right. But I don't actually think that's true in the American Jewish population now, based on the polling that we have. Right. So there was a poll last May which showed that 30% of American Jews think Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Wait.
No, shy. But we shouldn't interrupt.
So immediately starts interrupting, immediately tries to control the whole conversation, just doing Weasley-ass manipulative behavior.
Each other, surely. I mean, you spoke for a while. No, but if we're gonna do this,
Shy. I'm gonna ask. We'll do. Shy. We'll do.
You can tear me apart, but
yeah.
It's not about tearing apart. Okay. So
Shy, I will mute participants. Shy, I will mute participants.
I'm not about being respectful. You gotta let me speak. You gotta let me speak.
There's a difference between letting
Shy.
There's a difference between letting you speak and spreading lies. In other words, I'm not going to interrupt you unless you agree with me. You have to agree with me. Unless you agree with me, I'm not going to interrupt you. Unless you agree with me, I'm going to interrupt you.
I love you. Shy, I love you. Really, I do.
I can't continue if you're not going to let me speak. I'm sorry.
If you want, you can leave. If I'm not... No. Shy. I don't want to do this. Shy, please. Yeah.
Speak.
Shy,
you want to let me speak or not?
Shy, I will meet you.
Listen,
I will mute you.
I leave. I will not be part of a live campaign.
I know you're not. You're gonna have ample opportunity to respond. It can't be.
You're all of a sudden talking about Gaza. I was not reflecting your view.
I know.
I'm responding to your point. You said that my view is marginal, and I'm explaining
your view. As
right. I'm going to mute. Wait, Peter. I'm going to mute both participants. Okay. I think this is the best way.
And he leaves. This is what I keep trying to tell people. Hospira is dead, and the Israelis killed it. The Hospirists killed it. And they keep acting arrogant and annoying and obnoxious and manipulative, and it just continues to turn off people, and it continues to get people to say, you know what, we're right. We're right to despise the Hospirists. They're assholes. It's just the Israelis keep shooting themselves in the foot, bottom line. I'll put the music back on, hold up. Where's my Resident Evil music at? There we go. Let me know if the music is too loud or not loud enough. Let's go back to this article. He points to a sharp cultural shift with anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, and sometimes anti-Semitic demonstrations. We already read this. So it says here, for a long time, Israel thought that if we throw anti-Semitic... Okay, I already read this also. Opinion polls reflect the change. A Pew poll in April found that American views of Israel had turned more negative. About 53% of U.S. adults now express an unfavorable opinion of Israel, up from 42% before the Hamas attack. So before the Hamas attack, Israel was already losing popularity. 42% of Americans had a disfavorable view of Israel before October the 7th. And then, bam, October the 7th happens, and then there was this war. And then now, this year, it's up to 53% of Americans who have a negative view of Israel. Of those, the share who voice very unfavorable views of Israel went up to 19% of adults this year from 10% in 2022. So even that is rising. Another Pew poll conducted last month found that in 20 of 24 countries surveyed, now get this, in 20 of 24 countries surveyed, half or more of adults had an unfavorable view of Israel. And so they surveyed 24 countries. And in 20 of those 24 countries, half or more than half of the adults who were polled had an unfavorable view of Israel. Around 3/4 or more hold this view in Australia, Greece, Indonesia, Japan, the Netherlands, Spain, Sweden, and Turkey. Yes. Now, Turkey, not surprising. Indonesia, not surprising. But Australia? This is an Anglo country. 3/4 of those who were polled in Australia have a negative view of Israel. 3/4 of those in Greece have a negative view of Israel. 3/4 of those in Japan, a massive first world country, have negative views of Israel. 3/4 of those in the Netherlands have a negative view of Israel. 3/4 of those in Spain, Sweden, have negative views of Israel. Now, just to add something to the Netherlands, this is also very interesting. They polled people who voted for Geert Wilders. Geert Wilders is a big Zionist politician in the Netherlands. They polled people who voted for Geert Wilders, and still, I think it was like 30 or 40% of Geert Wilder voters are anti-Israel. So even a lot of the people who voted for Geert Wilders are critical of Israel themselves. They just don't want to see foreigners in their country, but they still don't like Israel. That's the thing that you have to keep in mind. It's just, no matter how you look at it, the pro-Israel building, think of it like a giant building right? For many decades, it had a solid foundation. The pro-Israel America had a solid foundation. Massive lobbying, massive amounts of cash to back up that lobbying, tons of support from politicians, thanks to said lobbying, tons of support from the populace, thanks to the evangelical churches. It was huge. Israel has been going through a massive golden age, and this golden age has lasted for decades. But what we are seeing is the foundation of this building slowly beginning to crumble. It's crumbling right now. Now, what's happening is you have the pro-Israel people saying, no, what are you talking about? We still got politicians who are pro-Israel. That's like saying, oh, look, that's like someone saying, look, the building is crumbling. And then you come out and say, no, the building is still there. Well, the building is still there, but it's crumbling nonetheless. That's the whole point. It is crumbling. No matter how you look at it, it's going down. The largest danger to Israel in the future is not the stances taken by European leaders or its most passionate critics, says Mr. Sachs, the analyst argued. From the Israeli perspective, the most troubling phenomenon is the people on the fence. Ooh, this is good. The biggest threat is not the people who've been criticizing Israel for decades. It's not the Ken O'Keefes. It's not the Finkelsteins. It's not the politicians who are critical of Israel. It's the people who sit on the fence. In other words, the people who have been indifferent, the people who may have nominally supported Israel, the people who didn't care. The biggest threat for Israel is those people turning on Israel, because those people turning on Israel just tilts the scales enough against Israel's favor. That's the thing. And look at the election of Donald Trump. Look at how Donald Trump did not express massive enthusiastic support for Israel when he was running for re-election. He had to appeal to the massive criticism of Israel that had been growing in American society, and he had to appeal to the Muslim population in Michigan because he needed to win Michigan. And he won Dearborn. He won the most Arab area in all of the United States. And how did he do that? He didn't express serious support for Israel. So the change has already been seen. The change has already been manifesting itself. It's already happening. It's only just going to get worse from here for Israel. Not for other people, but for Israel. It's only going to get worse. So it says here that it says here, from the Israeli perspective, the most troubling phenomenon is the people on the fence. Either way, they don't know about the issue or want to stay away from it because it's toxic. The average person who might normally support Israel would rather stay away. In other words, they're afraid of the average American white dude shifting against Israel and being disgusted with Israel, or being so afraid of the toxicity of Israel that they'll stay away from it. That's what this guy is saying. And I've seen this firsthand. I know someone who was hardcore pro-Israel for decades. I've known this guy since I was in high school. And now he's reading The Camp of the Saints, and he's a Nick Fuentes fan, and he hates Israel. The dude changed. Now, it wasn't a change that happened overnight. I watched as this guy changed gradually. It was a gradual change that occurred in a span of years. But it was a change nonetheless. And the guy's not going back. The guy's not saying, you know what, Ted, I was wrong. I'm going to go back to being pro-Israel. No. He has gotten on the train, and he ain't leaving. He bought his ticket, he got on that train, and he ain't leaving. And that is a microcosm of what is to come in American society. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be very ugly. It's going to be very ugly for Israel. Because, you see, remember what happened after 9/11? There was this massive wave against Muslims, to the point where you had all these extremists that were rising up in American society against Muslims and Muslim immigration. Those people are still there. But that extremism is now not just being expressed towards Muslims. Now the extremism is being done towards Israel. and AIPAC, and against politicians who are being paid by AIPAC. And you are going to be seeing a massive tidal wave of extremism against AIPAC support for politicians. It's going to be ugly. I'm telling you guys right now, it is going to be ugly. It's going to be very bizarre. Forgot to say congrats on the 5K subs. Thank you so much, Master Driver. Appreciate that very much, sir. Thank you. And yes, I hate to say it, but if you give the stream a like, it does get the algorithm to push the stream to more people. Just letting you guys know. So it says here, Mr. Netanyahu has been too slow to understand the reality of the shift and its cost to his country, said Chuck Freilich, a former deputy national security advisor in Israel. So this guy, Freilich, is saying, Netanyahu, this guy has been oblivious to the tidal wave that's been occurring against Israel. There is some truth to the privation and even limited numbers of cases of starvation in Gaza, and there is some anti-Semitism in the reactions, Mr. Freilich said. But whatever the causes, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is that Israel is or is becoming an international pariah. And Israel cannot afford that. So even Israelis see the writing on the wall. You even have someone who is... You have someone who used to be a deputy national security advisor to Netanyahu. And he is saying Netanyahu has been very oblivious to this reality, and it doesn't really matter why the tide is shifting against Israel. What matters is the tide is shifting. And Israel cannot afford this because Israel needs the West's support. Israel's entire existence depends on the West's support. And if Israel loses it, you're talking about Shoah Part 2. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I don't want that to happen. It's just the reality. There is built-up anger in the West at having been pushed for years to keep down criticism over Israeli actions, like the occupation of the West Bank, Mr. Avishai said. And that anger is now coming out more strongly over Gaza. What's happening in Gaza is appalling, and it diminishes the willingness of people to travel to Israel and to work with its scientists and companies, he said. For the Israeli economy, this is already devastating. So the Israeli tourism economy, which was once the main foundation of Israel's economy, is dead. The Israeli tourism economy is dead. The tourism business in Israel is dead. And this is why Israel has invested so much more in the military-industrial complex and in things like pharmaceuticals, because it cannot rely economically on tourism any longer, because people don't want to go to Israel anymore. They don't want fanatic settlers spitting at them, and they don't want to get hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. It's just the bottom line. And so it's just not looking good for Israel, no matter how you put it. It's just not looking good. And the hatred against Israel was building up before October the 7th, but because of what Israel has been doing in Gaza, it built up to the point where it just exploded. And it continues to explode, like multiple volcanic eruptions. And it's just not going to go down. It's just not going down. And it's not just hatred about the West Bank. You see, this is something I want to add also. It's not just hatred about the West Bank or Gaza. It is hatred, a lot of the hatred against Israel amongst the American white population is hatred against AIPAC. It is hatred against the idea that our politicians are controlled by pro-Israel money, by money that is spent on behalf of a foreign power. This is what's angering people, I think, more than anything else. And this anger is uniting both the right-wing forces who don't give a shit about Palestinians, but they're angry about AIPAC, and the left-wing forces who do care about Palestinians, and they also hate AIPAC. This is something that can cause a massive overlap between the left and the right, because their hatred for Israel can unite them. And I think you're going to be seeing more extremism against AIPAC. You're going to be seeing more extremism against politicians who are pro-Israel. I think in the next 10 years, if we're still alive, it's going to be a very different world. Pushed by public reaction and by his own frustration, President Emmanuel Macron of France has said that his country will recognize Palestine as a state at the United Nations in September. Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said Wednesday that his country would do the same. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has made Britain's recognition conditional, because Keir Starmer said, I will recognize a Palestinian state if Israel doesn't stop what it's doing in Gaza. This is what Keir Starmer said. So if the British and the French and the Canadians and if the Germans come out and say, we recognize Palestine as a state, that is going to change the political discourse completely on this whole topic, because then you would have the Americans saying, no, we still recognize Israel. And that's going to push the Americans into more of a state of isolation when it comes to the Israeli situation. And that is going to deepen the divide between America and Europe. And then also, it's going to give the Palestinian cause immense Western legitimacy. This whole thing began last year with the Irish, the Spanish, and the Norwegians. The Norwegians, the Irish, and the Spanish all said, we recognize Palestine as a state. And that started the ripple effect. Because for the first time, we saw Western countries, especially a country as wealthy as Norway, and a country as wealthy as Spain, saying, we recognize Palestine. So now we see the French talking about it. We see the British talking about it. We see the Germans talking about it. We see the Dutch talking about it. And so this is going to give the Palestinian cause even more legitimacy. And is it going to lead to the formation of an actual Palestinian state? We don't know. But that legitimacy will give ammunition to the anti-Israel cause. And that legitimacy will give ammunition to serious enemies of Israel, like Turkey, like Iran, to say, Israel, you are truly, truly breaking international order. And now we have a right to go against you because you're going against a sovereign country. Just as when America says, just as America told Russia, you are going against a sovereign nation when you invade Ukraine, Turkey, Iran, and other countries could then tell Israel, Palestine is recognized by all these Western countries. Palestine is recognized by all these first world countries. You are encroaching upon a sovereign state. We now have the legitimate right, in accordance to the world order, to go to war against you for the sake of Palestine. Full stop. Full stop. This is why I say it's not looking good for Israel. It's just not. So it says here that recognizing a Palestine that doesn't yet exist is more of a symbolic gesture. 147 nations already do. But if both Britain and France join in, it will isolate the United States as the only permanent member of the UN Security Council that does not. And it would likely force Washington to veto such recognition. Jeffrey C. Herf, Emeritus Professor of History at the University of Maryland, said that he had seen a shift towards anti-Zionism in academia and society, and that he expected it to last. Now, what did I say in one of my last videos? The train has been set. The anti-Israel wave ain't going nowhere. It's sticking around. After World War II, the Allies aided German civilians, arguing that they had freed them from a mad dictatorship, Mr. Herf said. Israel should have come to Gaza to liberate the people from Hamas, the ways the Allies liberated the Germans from the Nazis, he said. But now the world hates Israel. Absolutely correct, Mr. Herf. I love this song. Such a great song from Resident Evil. Just gonna make it a little bit louder.
So go to sleep.
Something I want to real quick, I just want to align some articles together. real quick, guys, I'm gonna get a glass of water real quick and probably get a little bit of coffee. So give me a second here. Hold on. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. Let me know if the music is too loud or not loud enough. My dad started talking to me. This is why it took so long to get back. My dad started talking to me, and he wanted me to show you guys a verse that he discovered in the Bible from Amos chapter 1. And this actually talks about Gaza, and it talks about an entire population being moved out of Gaza. Amos chapter 1, it's a prophecy. Now check this out. Now this is really profound. I did not know this. Look what it says here. Amos chapter 1. This is what the Lord says. For 3 offenses of Gaza, and for 4, I will not revoke its punishment. Because they led into exile an entire population to turn them over to Edom. Edom is in Jordan. Now, what do the Israelis and the Americans want to do to the Palestinians of Gaza? They want to force them to live in Jordan. Edom is Jordan. And so God is saying here, the offenses of Gaza, I will not revoke its punishment because they had led into exile an entire population. They ethnically cleansed an entire population and forced them to live in Edom, Jordan. So I think the Israeli/American plan to push all the Palestinians out, I'm afraid it's going to happen. With America's blessing. I'm afraid it's going to happen. And God is not going to like this. And God says here, I will eliminate every inhabitant from Ashdod, as well as him who holds the scepter from Eshkelon. These are all areas that are next to Gaza, by the way. I don't know. It's very interesting. Hello, Bruce. Must listen to Tucker's show today regarding review of Nick Fuentes, okay? Theo went to get some coffee. The jokes are over, all right? Like the stream, yep, all right. So let's look at... Now, guys, we're going to kind of switch geographic location. See, we were talking about Israel not too long ago. Well, you know what? Let's continue to talk about Israel. You know what? I still got some more stuff about Israel here. Let's continue to talk about Israel. Let's continue. Hold on. I got some more stuff here. All right. I got some more stuff for you guys. Let's check this out. Let's check this out, guys. Just to show you what I'm talking about here, about Israel's plans to ethnically cleanse all of the Palestinians. It says here, Israel just drew a new map without saying it out loud. They want to ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians. And look at what it says here. In a significant yet non-binding move, the Israeli legislator has overwhelmingly approved a declaration urging the immediate extension of Israeli sovereignty over Jewish settlements in the occupied West Bank and the Jordan Valley. The motion, which passed by a vote of 71-13, was backed by right-wing and center-right factions including Likud, Shas, Religious Zionism, Otzma Yehudit, and Yisrael Beitenu. The text declares that the October 7th, 2023 attack by Hamas, referred to in Israeli political discourse as the Simchat Torah massacre, proves that the creation of a Palestinian state poses a mortal danger to Israel's existence. The Knesset declares that the state of Israel has the natural, historical, and the legal right to all parts of the land of Israel. To all parts of the land of Israel. That would include Gaza. The resolution reads, the Knesset calls on the government of Israel to act without delay to apply sovereignty over all areas of Jewish settlement in Judea, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. This is not symbolic at all. Though labeled symbolic, Palestinian experts view the vote as laying the bureaucratic foundation for a permanent Israeli presence and governance in the West Bank, the heartland of a future Palestinian state as envisioned by international consensus. Saad Nimr, professor of political science at Birzeit University in the West Bank, told RT the implications of the Knesset's move are far-reaching. This is not symbolic at all, Nimr said. It means these settlements are now treated as Israeli cities. They're no longer occupied under military law. This is the legal and bureaucratic infrastructure of annexation. So they want to ethnically cleanse all of the West Bank, all of Gaza. They want to just make all of these areas entirely, purely Jewish. This is about Jewish Lebensraum, Jewish living space. To use a Nazi term, the Nazis used this term Lebensraum, which means living space. And the whole idea of it was to invade Slavic regions like Poland and cleanse these regions of Slavs, slaughter the Slavs, enslave the rest, and then populate these Slavic areas with Germans. And the whole idea was to create living space or living Lebensraum for the German race. So the Jews want to create Lebensraum. The Israeli far-right Jews, or I'm not saying all Jews believe in this, but a lot of them do. The Jewish hardliners, they want to establish Lebensraum. So they see the West Bank and Gaza as their Lebensraum, or as their living space. And they won't stop at just Gaza and the West Bank. These people would go right into Syria, as they already have. They're in southern Syria as we speak. They want to just establish a Jewish empire in the Middle East. And so the world is watching this, and Turkey is watching this, and Turkey and Iran are preparing for a massive war with the Israelis. And a lot of this is really taking place around one issue, and that is the Palestinian issue. And it is quite surreal how this issue, which seems very insignificant when you look at the world in the grand scheme of things, is contributing to the outbreak of World War III. I just find this whole thing fascinating. This little tiny region, these little regions, the West Bank, Gaza, I mean, you could fit these little regions in a very, very small part of the United States. Right, you could fit Israel in New Jersey. You could fit the West Bank in, I don't know, Delaware. You could fit all of Gaza in LA. These little regions should be insignificant to us. But yet, these little regions are like the Achilles heel of much of the world. If you just twist them long enough, you break the world. And the whole world is in uproar against Israel over this. And this war is bringing in Iran, it's pulling in Turkey, it's pulling in the Russians, it's pulling in the Americans. These little regions cause such massive destruction. It's quite amazing how all this works. It really does. It's quite surreal. It's quite surreal. So it says here, he continued, Mr. Nimr, this Palestinian professor, continued, the Israeli ministries, not the military, will now oversee health, welfare, planning, and infrastructure in these areas. It's not about theory, it's about bulldozers, budgets, and expansion. Dimitri Delani, a member of the Fatah Revolutionary Council, echoed that sentiment. To describe the vote as symbolic is dangerously naive, Delani warned. In Israeli politics, symbolism is often a precursor to de facto annexation. While the Knesset motion lacks binding legislative authority, it institutionalizes consensus in both government and opposition to expand the state of Israel's settler colonial project with new domestic political legitimacy. Delani added that members of the Knesset are already pushing legislation to replace the internationally recognized term West Bank with the biblical Judea and Samaria, further entrenching a nationalist narrative in Israeli law. So, what is this going to lead to? What is Israel's recklessness and its brutality and its expansionism going to lead to? I'll show you what it's going to lead to. It's going to lead to this. Turkey, a new rising threat to Israel. This was published recently by a massive Israeli newspaper called Ynet. And it says here, while the U.S. hosts the... What happened to my music? While the U.S. hosts the talks and urges caution between Israel and Syria, Turkey moves to replace Iran's military role in the region, posing a potential strategic threat that could reshape regional dynamics. Now check this out. A four-hour meeting in Paris between Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer and Syrian Foreign Minister Assad al-Shibani, hosted by U.S. Ambassador to Turkey Thomas Burke, marked a rare diplomatic encounter. Despite media efforts, no details of the discussion were disclosed, not even the precise location in Paris. So this is a pretty big deal. And it says here, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, his close ally, escalated the rhetoric by saying, quote, "We won't hesitate." This is what the Turks are saying. "We will not hesitate to use force against Israel," cautioning Israel against military action and accusing it of using the Druze community as a pretext to fuel chaos in Syria. So as Israel grows in its recklessness and in its expansionism, it is pissing off a dog that is meaner and bigger than the Persian dog. You have the Persian dog, and what's being right now unleashed is a bigger, meaner dog. That's what's happening. To use my kind of transatlantic accent there. So it says here, Turkey is positioning itself to fill the void left by Iran's forces in Syria. While no Turkish troops have entered Syria, that's not true, by the way. There are plenty of Turkish soldiers in the Idlib province, and there are Turkish military commanders or Turkish military officers who are training Syrian soldiers right now. So the Syrian military is clearly, the Turkish military is clearly in Syria. But it says here that while no Turkish troops have entered Syria yet, both Ankara and Damascus are discussing a joint defense agreement. This would allow Erdogan to supply not only light and heavy weapons, but also instructors, trainers, and senior military officers in the Syrian army. In essence, Turkey is preparing to replace Iran's military presence in Syria. So Israel pushed Iran out of Syria by contributing to the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. Now Turkey is taking Iran's place in Syria. So now Israel has something much worse to worry about. That's the thing. Israel has something much worse to worry about. So it says here, Israeli officials view Turkey as a greater threat than Israel's military footprint. Let's read this again. Sorry. Israeli officials, this is pretty big. Israeli officials view Turkey as a greater threat than Iran's military footprint in Syria. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 everyone. They got rid of Iran, and now they're stuck facing something even worse, right? I mean, so much for the high Ashkenazi IQ. Burke said he will not interfere with Syria's decisions, but advised caution in deepening ties with Turkey. His firm tone suggests Washington is uneasy about Ankara's swift moves in Syria and the threats issued by Erdogan and Fidan against Israel. And what the hell is America going to do about it? Is America going to go to war to defend Israel? If America decides to go to war, or if America even talks about going to war to defend Israel, America, all these American politicians are going to receive the wrath of the Tuckerites. President Donald Trump claimed he has built a relationship of trust with Erdogan, saying he will do whatever I ask of him. Syria, meanwhile, insisted during the Dermer al-Shabani meeting that it has no intention of interfering in Israel's affairs, but strongly requests Israel's withdrawal from its territory. And this is what Turkey wants. Turkey wants Israel to withdraw out of Syria. Turkey wants Israel to withdraw out of Syria. Israel does not want Syria to be unified because that would make it easy for Turkey to have a unified Syria as its protectorate. Rather, Israel wants Syria to remain divided, and that's why it backs the Druze against the Sunni government. And so as long as Syria is divided, Turkey cannot control a unified Syria. Turkey cannot have a unified Syria as its protectorate. It would be impossible, because you would just have a divided country. So Turkey wants to end Israel's instigations in Syria, which will eventually lead to a clash. Hello, Mr. Russian. Privet, privet, privet. Hold on a second, guys. Just want to make sure I have all my articles. How many people are listening to this? 31 people. Man, my streams have gone down in views. Oh well. It's a dry season, I guess. I don't really care too much. I kind of like the low views, because when you get a lot of views, you tend to attract a lot of enemies. That's the downside to becoming popular. Trump and Erdogan's extraordinary bond tested by Israel and jet deal. So again, we're going back to the F-35 deal. Is the United States going to bring Turkey back to the F-35 program? Israel doesn't want this. The Israeli lobby, the pro-Israel lobby, doesn't want this, because Turkey getting F-35s would mean Turkey being at par with the Israeli Air Force. And remember, Turkey, as I've said many times, Turkey is superior to Israel in both Army and Navy, but it's not superior to Israel in Air Force. So if Turkey can get its hands on F-35s, that would put Turkey on par with the Israeli Air Force, and that would remove Israel's military edge in the Middle East. So just keep that in mind. This is the reason why the Israelis are so filled with trepidation at the idea of Turkey getting F-35s. But is Turkey going to get F-35s? That is the question. Well, the thing is that if Turkey is allowed re-entry into the American F-35 program, that would mean multi-billion-dollar deals for the American military-industrial complex. That's the thing. That would mean a multi-billion-dollar deal for the United States. So is America just going to say no to that deal for the sake of Israel? We have yet to see. But it says here, Turkey has secured a better position than many U.S. allies on tariffs. Wait, what? Sorry, I have difficulty reading when I'm doing streaming. I don't know why. It's kind of like when people play games while they stream. They don't play as good when they're streaming because they become kind of self-conscientious of the chat. But it says here, Turkey has secured a better position than many U.S. allies on tariffs. Washington has lifted sanctions on Syria as Erdogan wanted. And again, I have to add something to this. When Donald Trump lifted the sanctions on Syria, that pissed off the Israelis. The Israelis did not want Trump to lift sanctions on Syria because Israel wants Syria to remain weak and divided and, basically harmless. So Trump said, basically, go screw yourself, Israel. We're going to do what we want, and we're going to lift the sanctions. That pissed off the Israelis. So Israel doesn't have this unlimited power over the United States. Israel does not have this unlimited power over American foreign policy. It has a lot of influence, don't get me wrong, but that influence is only as effective as what is advantageous to the United States. So if being pro-Israel is advantageous to America, then America will be pro-Israel. If being pro-Israel is advantageous for politicians' political careers, then they will be pro-Israel. But if there is no longer any sort of major benefit to be doing what Israel wants, then they're just going to throw it out the window. So Trump said, hey, we're going to lift the sanctions. Now, why did Trump lift the sanctions? To please Turkey. Because it is advantageous to please Turkey. Because, as I've said a million gazillion times, Turkey being a member of NATO enables the United States to have control over the access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. And this is a geostrategic environment that America doesn't want to lose. So it's going to appeal to Turkey. So it lifted the sanctions on Syria to the ire and to the rage of the Israelis. It didn't matter. Trump has also turned a blind eye to Erdogan's ongoing crackdown on his opposition. So there's a lot of opposition against the AK party in Turkey. And Erdogan has persecuted political rivals, and the United States has done nothing about this. Why? Because, well, I mean, at least so far, Turkey, Erdogan is an ally. So we turn a blind eye from the sins and from the evils and from the despotism of our friends. We do this with the Israelis, we do this with the Saudis, we do this with Qatar, with the UAE, we do this with Azerbaijan, and we do this with Turkey. Erdogan has meanwhile provided his fellow NATO ally with a venue for diplomatic talks with Russia, and the possibility of a U.S. military exit from Syria, which Trump has long wanted. So again, Trump wants to leave Syria because he's America first, supposedly. Well, which country is going to be the replacement? It's going to be Turkey. So the Americans, they want Turkey and Israel to get along, because Turkey and Israel not getting along would mean friction within NATO, and it would mean a divided NATO. It would mean a divided American empire. So America obviously doesn't want that. So America says, okay, Israel, Turkey, you guys get along, stop fighting. And we're just going to leave the Middle East up to you. Turkey, you sort of run things for NATO. That's what I think America wants ultimately, because America wants to fixate most of its energy onto China. The thing is that what happens when Israel and Turkey start fighting? Which side is America going to take? I think in such a situation, the Americans are going to literally wash their hands from the whole thing, and they're going to say, we're not going to get involved. All right? They're going to maybe try to get involved diplomatically, but there's going to come a point where the train is going to be set, and the train's going to go where it's going to go. And there's nothing that the Americans could do, and there's nothing that the Americans will be able to do to really put a stop to it. And the Americans, I think, will just allow it to happen in the name of America first. And the Israelis will face their own demise. And that's something that we could be seeing in our own lifetime. Who knows? But it says here, the most urgent involves reconciling Turkey's support for the government of Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara with destabilizing Israeli military actions in the Arab state. The second is to The second is to secure the end of U.S. sanctions on Turkey's defense sector, to allow a multi-billion-dollar F-35 fighter jet deal with Erdogan, that Erdogan has long wanted. So Erdogan has long wanted to be able to purchase F-35 fighter jets. The pro-Israel lobby has tried to prevent this, but if the deal is allowed to happen, I mean, that means billions of dollars being earned for the American economy. And the military-industrial complex is also very powerful. And so this is something that the military-industrial complex wants. The question is the military-industrial complex going to get what it wants? That's the question. You can't underestimate their chemistry, said Soner Kajaptai, director of the Turkey Research Program at the Washington Institute think tank, said of the two presidents. Trump likes strong countries and powerful leaders. Erdogan delivers both. The Orange Man has just deployed nuclear. Yeah, we already talked about this earlier in the stream. Turkey's neighbor had long been a source of tension because of clashing U.S. and Turkish priorities, particularly over U.S. support for Kurdish fighters that Ankara considers an extension of the militant group PKK. But now Washington appears to all but repeat Turkish talking points, even when they run counter to Israel's, which has taken a hostile stance towards Sharra. So Washington is repeating Turkish talking points to the disappointment of Israel. So this is what I'm trying to say. Turkey has a large amount of leverage in NATO because it controls the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. And America, Washington, all that stuff, they will try to appease Turkey. If that means repeating Turkish talking points, if that means lifting the sanctions on Syria to the ire of the Israelis, so be it, they'll do it. In June, after speaking with Erdogan, Trump used his executive powers to lift economic sanctions on Syria, a key Turkish request. Then the U.S. this month moved to delist as a terrorist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the Syrian president's former movement to terrorist organization. It was once known as, what was it called? Jabab al-Nusra, the al-Nusra terrorists, the al-Nusra Front. They became HTS. So now the Americans are saying, sorry, al-Nusra is no longer a terrorist organization because, well, they're our friends and they've been our guys this entire time. That whole anti-terrorism thing, that whole war on terror thing has always been just a big facade. So it says here, this was a big deal for Turkey. It was also a sign of Trump's faith in Erdogan. Kajapte said, if Syria is stable, more of the over 3 million Syrian refugees living in Turkey will go back. That in turn helps with nationalist issues inside Turkey and is a potential vote winner for Erdogan. What else do we have here? On the F-35s, the successful formula will require both sides to agree to some concessions to the doctrinal position, said Sinan Ulgin, director of EDAM, an Istanbul think tank. Turkey will, in essence, have to commit to never using the S-400 in practice, with monitoring to assuage the trust deficit, but the U.S. will have to show flexibility. All right, so this whole thing is about the S-400. So Turkey got kicked out of the F-35 program because it bought Russian S-400s. That's how this whole thing began. So it's saying here that Turkey is going to have to make the promise not to use the S-400s if it's going to be allowed re-entry into the F-35 program. So it says here that the stakes are high. If the issue is resolved, Lockheed Martin could get a multi-billion-dollar sales order. Turkish companies could also get reinserted into the F-35 program, regaining lucrative contracts that once included building F-35 fuselages and serving as one of the jet's main maintenance hubs. So the Lockheed Martin wants to make money. So could Turkey be allowed re-entry into the F-35 program? The answer is yes. A resounding yes. It is very, very possible for this to happen because of the money that will be made if it is allowed to take place. It's going to be a long haul, cautioned Stein. To buy the F-35s, Turkey will need military financing, which requires congressional approval, but Turkey is not popular in Congress, and the Greeks and Israeli lobby will oppose the deal. So we're going to see. I said the same thing not too long ago. We're going to see this. If the F-35 program brings Turkey back into its fold, I'm telling you, it'll be a sign of the gradual death of the Israel lobby. 100%. So this is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see the end result of all this. Analysts argue that there Oh my God. I don't know what's wrong with me when I do these streams. I just lose my reading comprehension. Analysts argue that where there is a will, there is a way, and expect that the F-35 deal will get done one day, even if it requires a Trump executive order. So they are analysts who are saying it's going to happen. Turkey will be allowed re-entry into the F-35 program. Now that would be insane. Thank you for the stock tips. There you go. There you go. That's one way to look at it. So if Trump says, Turkey, you can buy F-35s again, in the midst of the bitching and the whining from the Israel lobby, it will be a sign of the gradual death of the Israel lobby. I'm telling you right now, Lockheed Martin is going to tell the Israel lobby to go F itself. We're here to make money. We don't give a damn about no Israel. We don't give a damn about no Israel. No. Get your ass out of here with that bullshit. We here to make money. We here to make money. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said this week that Ankara might intervene if there were further attempts to divide Syria, a prospect that raises the alarming possibility of direct clashes between the region's two most powerful militaries. So we have the the Financial Times, this is a major newspaper, saying that a war between Israel and Turkey is very possible. I mean, this is a pretty big deal. Like I said, it's not looking good for Israel. It's losing its lobby in America is losing its power. It is losing its popularity by leaps and bounds. It's pissing off the world. It's isolating itself. It's pushing itself into becoming a pariah state. And it is constantly instigating problems to the point where it looks like it's going to have to face the second most powerful country in NATO. It's not going to look good for Israel. And here is another sign of Israel's growing disfavor in the Western world. Slovenia. Slovenia says it will ban weapons trade with Israel over Gaza conflict. There you go. We have a EU country now saying they're going to ban any sort of weapons trade with Israel over its evil conduct in Gaza. Look what it says here. Ljubljana, Slovenia said Thursday that it will ban all weapons trade with Israel over the war in Gaza. And what it said is a first by an EU nation. So this is the first time we're seeing an EU nation saying we're banning arms deals with Israel. Now you could say, oh, it's Slovenia. Who gives a shit about Slovenia? My word. Go back to the Balkan Wars of the 1990s. How did that whole thing begin? It began with Slovenia. Slovenia said, we're done with Yugoslavia. And that started the whole ripple effect that fragmented all of Yugoslavia. So Slovenia is the first EU country to say, we're not going to do arms deals with Israel. This is part of the ripple effect. The ripple effect that signifies the shifting of the Western tides against Israel. It's quite amazing. Slovenia's government has frequently criticized Israel over the conflict and last year moved to recognize a Palestinian state as part of efforts to end the fighting in Gaza as soon as possible. Slovenia is the first European country to ban the import, export, and transit of weapons to and from Israel, the government said in a statement late Thursday. It said it was moving ahead independently because the bloc was unable to adopt concrete measures due to internal disagreements and disunity. Amid the devastating war in Gaza, where people are dying because humanitarian aid is systematically denied them, it was the duty of every responsible state to take action, even if it means taking a step ahead of others, the statement said. It added that the government had not issued any permits for the export of military weapons and equipment to Israel since October of 2023 because of the conflict. Early in July, Slovenia, also in a EU first, banned 2 far-right Israeli ministers from entering the country. This has to be Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. It declared both Israelis persona non grata, accusing them of inciting extreme violence and serious violations of the human rights of Palestinians with their genocidal statements. In June of 2024, Slovenia's parliament passed a decree recognizing Palestinian statehood, following in the steps of Ireland, Norway, and Spain. So the ripple effect is continuing. It moves partly fueled by condemnation of Israel's bombing of Gaza after the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attacks on Israel. And there you go. There you have it. There you have it. I'm telling you, every week, every month, every year, we're seeing a change in the ripple effect against Israel. It's just happening. We've been seeing this since 2023. This massive ripple effect. Massive ripple effect. 33 people. I mean, man, the views have just gone down. You know what? Who cares? I can't be caring about this stuff. I used to get like 50-something. Now it just went down. I guess because I'm talking about the same thing every week. I don't know. This is what interests me, guys. All right, guys. So we're going to switch geography here. And we're going to talk about Japan. The far right is really making a comeback in Japan in the Japanese parliament. The far right Sanseiyato party has 15 seats in the upper house of the Japanese parliament, which means that millions upon millions of Japanese citizens voted for this party. This is a pretty big deal because it really does bespeak a rising tide of far-right Japanese nationalism in the country. This party wants to revive emperor worship. It wants to make the emperor the sole ruler over Japan again. And it also wants to revive Japanese military strength. And it also wants to make Japan's military independent of American control. So the fact that so many millions of Japanese people voted for this party to the point where they now have 15 seats in the Japanese parliament really shows that this movement is quite substantial and is very popular. And I think that this party is going to grow in popularity. If not, the mainstream right-wing party, the LDP, or the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan, is simply going to express more far-right views in order to retake the voters that the Sanseiyato party took from the LDP. Regardless of what happens, far-right politics and ideology and nationalism is going to continue to grow in Japan, and it's going to become more intense. And nationalism, militarism, these things are only going to get bigger. I've been saying this since 2014. And so here we are. I'm saying the same thing for over a decade because more and more stuff is happening that just confirms my suspicions. So let's read through this article. I read through this article last night. I thought it was pretty interesting. And it talks about the Sanseiyato party. Yeah. So, guys, if you are a Japanophile living in a Western country and you love anime and you want to, I don't know, maybe you got like one of those anime pillows on your bed and you love Pokemon and Sailor Moon or whatever, maybe, I think maybe now is your last chance to go to Japan before they really just declare war on foreigners. Because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to all these videos on Japan on YouTube that have been coming out lately. But a lot of Japanese people hate Western tourists, especially American tourists, because let's be real here. A lot of Americans, y'all don't know how to behave right in different countries. You see, we'll talk more about this, but American tourists a lot of them don't know how to act right. And they don't respect traditions because America doesn't have really any traditions except for free refills. And that may be dying. Who knows? But Americans don't really have traditional boundaries. They don't really have moral lines that you're not supposed to cross. You're allowed to cross any boundaries in America. You're allowed to kill any sacred cows. You have that right because it's your, First Amendment right bullshit. So we have no respect for anything here in the United States. So American tourists go to Japan and they'll go to some temple and they'll destroy property or whatever. And they just do things that piss people off. And I don't blame the Japanese for getting pissed off at the Americans because Americans, a lot of times, especially American tourists, are loud and obnoxious and destructive and annoying and arrogant and reckless. And so Japanese people, a lot of them hate tourists. American tourists, Western tourists, they hate them. Oh man, they hate him. And so if you want to visit Japan, I think now is probably going to be your last opportunity, because it looks like soon enough, at least in the near future, Japan is just going to declare war on tourists. And it really bespeaks, and it really indicates this growing hatred towards foreigners, and it really bespeaks this growing nationalism intensifying in Japanese society. So this rising tide of nationalism it's not coming out of a vacuum. So it says here that in May, ahead of the upper house election, Sanseito released its own draft constitution and called for creating a new constitution. The proposal echoes the historical slogan to revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, so no joy. It is a late Edo period phrase stressing loyalty to the emperor and resisting foreign influence. So these people want to go back. They want to go back to the Meiji era ideology, which eventually led to the Imperial Japanese reign of terror that was unleashed onto much of Asia during World War II in the 1930s. You know, the rape of Nanking and all that stuff. What happened in Manchuria, what happened in the Philippines. Comfort women, sex slavery, all that evil shit that the Japanese did. They want to go back to all that stuff, okay? So it says here, the emphasis is clear in Chapter 1, Article 1 of this constitution that they want to establish. Japan is a nation ruled by the emperor and united as one with its people. So they want to bring back the good old emperor worship. This phrase portrays the emperor as a ruling figure, not just a symbol. It's sharply... by the way, according to Japanese national religion, Japanese imperial religion, there is a goddess by the name of... what was her name? Ahate Arsu or whatever. What was it called? Mahate Ersu or something like that. She's the goddess. And according to Japanese imperial religion... the emperor actually comes from the vagina of the sun goddess. So they want to bring back all that stuff. Like the emperor comes from the sun goddess. You have to believe in all that. You have to worship him. He's God. Japan's Tokugawa isolationism as a result of Christianization Japan via Nagasaki. Yes. They. I'm not saying they want to go back to total isolationism, but they want to go back to the Meiji era. You see what I'm saying? The Meiji era was that was when Japan awakened out of isolationism. But they definitely want to have Japan become more independent from the American empire, and they also want to create a more independent military force. They also want Japan to have nuclear weapons. And by the way, it's not really far-fetched, because Japan is already a de facto nuclear power. Japan has the technological capacity to make nuclear weapons in a matter of months anyway. So, I mean, it's also possible, and I've heard this before, it's also possible that Japan already has nuclear weapons. Spaniards are declaring war on tourists, and they are the most laid back. Dude, if Spaniards hate you, you've really messed up, because Spaniards are super laid back. I was in Spain back in 2015, and Spain's a beautiful, beautiful country. So anyway, it says here... this phrase portrays the emperor as ruling figure, not just a symbol. It sharply contrasts with Japan's current constitution, Chapter 1, Article 1, which defines the emperor as the symbol of the state and of the unity of the people, deriving his position from the will of the people with whom resides sovereign power. So this is what the current constitution says, but they want to change that to Japan as a nation ruled by the emperor. Yes. Article 1 of the proposed constitution also reinforces the emperor's sacred nature. So you got to worship the pharaoh. It describes him as a sacred figure who prays for the happiness of the people and must not be violated. Yes. This wording evokes the image of a living deity reminiscent of pre-war ideology rejected after World War II. It aligns more closely with the spirit of the Meiji Constitution than with Japan's current legal framework. Yes, that's correct. Article 3 expands the emperor's role further. It designates the emperor as head of state and gives him authority to approve key national matters under cabinet responsibility. Sanseito's proposed new Japanese constitution includes provisions that strongly reflect the slogan, "Expel the barbarians." That's all the tourists. They want to get rid of them. Oh, not just the tourists. They also hate They also really hate all the Chinese and Koreans and the Filipinos who live in Japan. Also, they hate those people. They want to get rid of them. There's a lot of Korean people who've been living in Japan for a long time. A lot of Korean people who were born in Japan, who have been raised in Japan, and they go to Japanese schools, and they want to get rid of Koreans, and they want to get rid of Chinese people. This phrase called for resisting and removing foreign influence, and the draft reveals clear anti-foreigner sentiment. Now remember, literally millions of Japanese people voted for this party. Now, does this mean that because Sensei Eto has 15 seats in the Japanese parliament, that it's eventually going to dominate the Japanese government? No, it doesn't mean that. There are two things that could happen with this. Well, three things. Let's just say three things. One, just given the nationalist trend that we have been seeing in the world. One, the Sensei Eto party could actually take over the Japanese government and within a 10-year time frame, something like that. That's possible. Two, another party could come up and replace the Sensei Eto and then dominate. That's another possibility. And three, the dominating power in Japan right now, the LDP, or the Liberal Democratic Party, which was Shinzo Abe's party, realizing that the popularity of Sensei Eto reflects a growing tide in right-wing nationalism, could then just become more right-wing and could express more right-wing ideology in a more intense manner to retake the voters that it lost to Sensei Eto. That is a very likely scenario. Either way, the trend is there. The waves of nationalism are there. And they ain't going anywhere. Because you have China that's rising up. You have North Korea. And Japanese people are worried about going to war with China. So they want tough politicians. They want people who are hardliners. It doesn't matter. What the bottom line is that the nationalist and militarist wave in Japan ain't going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to be stopped. Either Sensei Eto is going to take over the government, or some other fanatical group is going to take over the government, or the LDP, Liberal Democratic Party, is just going to become more right-wing, and then it's going to win those voters. The trend is there. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want to add. Sensei Eto, the opinions that Sensei Eto is expressing are not too far off from what Shinzo Abe was expressing. Shinzo Abe was a militarist. Shinzo Abe loved the emperor. Shinzo Abe was a denier of the atrocities that Japan committed during World War II. Shinzo Abe was an ultranationalist. Shinzo Abe wanted more independence for the Japanese military. Shinzo Abe was he was very enthusiastic about the idea of making Japan more militarily sovereign. Shinzo Abe's grandfather was a hardliner by the name of Nabisuke Kishi. Nabisuke Kishi was a prime minister of Japan not too long after World War II, and his dream was to reform the constitution that was imposed on Japan by the United States after World War II so that the Japanese could be able to have a more independent military force. Nabisuke Kishi commenced that trend, and then Shinzo Abe simply continued it on. Shinzo Abe's dream was to fulfill the dream of his grandfather. The difference between Shinzo Abe and Sensei Eto is that Shinzo Abe was very close to the Americans, and Shinzo Abe would express hardline opinions, but not to the point where he would appear openly antagonistic towards the Americans. So he pushed for his agenda of military autonomy for the Japanese. He pushed for his agenda of militarism in Japan, while staying close to the Americans and remaining a very close ally to the Americans. He was very close to Donald Trump. Donald Trump loved him. They used to play golf, ate sushi. Shinzo Abe got shot. And then Shinzo Abe got replaced. the guy who replaced Shinzo Abe was so unpopular that he didn't really last long at all. That guy got replaced by Shigeru. And Shigeru is extremely unpopular. Even though he's LDP, even though he's of the same party as Shinzo Abe, Shigeru Ishiba is very unpopular. And he's on his way out. That guy's on his way out. So they're going to have to find a guy to rule the LDP party who's going to be like Shinzo. They need to find another Shinzo Abe to rule the LDP party. That's the bottom line. They have to find someone who is hardline enough to appeal to the voters who want hardline nationalism, and those people are legion. They're very numerous, while at the same time maintaining the power of the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party. So the LDP is going to get a new leader. Shigeru is on his way out. It's very obvious. He's talking about staying in power. He's on his way out. He's going to be replaced by someone, and the LDP party is going to have to find someone who's like Shinzo. Shinzo was extremely popular in Japan. Very popular in Japan. Believe it or not, I believe when Shinzo ran the first time for politics, he lost. Then he visited a very ancient temple in the mountain. It's a Buddhist temple, and he had enlightenment. You can read about this yourself. I read about this years ago. He had an enlightenment, and then he ran for office again, and then eventually he became prime minister. So he believes that Buddha helped him out, or that this temple helped him out. It's all very demonic. It's all very satanic. And there is a satanic conspiracy in all this. It's not all just, man's hand here. There is a satanic conspiracy here in which you have abysmal and diabolical forces that want to see the sinister ideology of Japan come back from the dead. Because at the end of the day, the devil wants humans to kill each other. The devil wants humanity to kill itself. That's what it wants more than anything. It hates human beings because human beings are the only creature that was made in the image of God. And the second person of the Godhead, God the Son, is fully man, fully God. And so that humanity, that fullness of humanity that lies within the Godhead, is to the animosity of all satanic forces. And the devil wants to destroy all of humanity because of his hatred for Christ. And so the devil wants us to kill each other. If that means reviving Japanese militarism, so be it. If that means getting Jews to hate on Arabs and Arabs to hate on Jews and have them kill each other, so be it. If that means using the greed of the military-industrial complex and getting Lockheed Martin to wine and dine politicians to get them to agree to NATO expansionism in order to enable European countries to buy American military technology and thereby provoking the Russians to invade Ukraine and getting people to kill each other even more, so fucking be it. At the end of the day, it's a war between us and the devil. And it's a war between us and the anti-human forces that are his acolytes on earth. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with principalities and rulers of darkness at the end of the day. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. And so the popularity of people in the Sanseito party in Japan is a reflection of this reality. The hatred to tourists, because tourists don't know how to behave, especially American tourists. Believe me, I used to live in Mexico. I know how nasty American tourists can be. Americans enter a country, and the first thing they ask is, where's the strip club? Where's the strip club? I want to see some booty. I want to see some ass and titties. Where's the strip club? Where's the alcohol and the strip club? Where's the hookers? And Americans will ruin a society. I'm sorry to say this, but American tourists can be an absolute cancer to any country. I'm not saying all Americans are this way, certainly not. But a lot of Americans can just be pure cancer to a country, and they can destroy a society just because of the things that they demand. So American tourists, toxic, evil, nasty. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Enough of them. Enough to piss off the Japanese. And the thing about Japan is that there's two worlds in Japan. I've never been to Japan, but this is just my impression of Japan. And this is actually what I've heard from people who have lived in Japan and people who were born and raised in Japan. Japan has essentially two worlds. You have one world, which is the face, right? This is the face of Japan. And then you have the second world, which is real Japan. The face of Japan is the nice Japan. It's the Japan that we as Westerners romanticize. It's the Japan that we glorify. It's the Japan that gives us warm feelings inside. It's the Japan that makes us think, oh, if I only could live in this country and I would just watch anime and watch Japanese romantic comedies and listen to J-pop and eat ramen every night at those retro Japanese food stands and it would just be the greatest life ever. And you know what? Looking at a lot of videos from Japan, Japan looks absolutely dope. Japan looks awesome. It does. It's a beautiful country. Its aesthetics are almost unrivaled. There are very few other countries that can rival the aesthetics of Japan. The preservation of ancient Chinese culture that Japan has been able to do and maintain for so many centuries is quite astounding. I believe that Japan absorbed much of the culture of the Tang Dynasty. Correct me on that if I'm wrong, but I think it was the Tang Dynasty of China which influenced Japanese culture the most. And the Chinese culture that Japan absorbed got locked into Japan. And if you look at Japanese classical music, a lot of Japanese classical artwork, it really is just a continuation of an older form of Chinese culture that the Japanese had absorbed. It's still beautiful nonetheless, and I love listening to Japanese music, and Japanese martial arts have, always fascinated me. Japanese Shotokan karate is very interesting. But there's a darker side to Japan, and this is the side of Japan that you will see if you live in Japan long enough and if you get intimate enough with the Japanese society. And this is the racist underbelly of Japan. This is the Yakuza. This is all of the very bizarre fetishes that certain people have made businesses out of in Japan. This is the very demonic and satanic forms of anime that are pushed for. For example, in Japan, they actually have, I hate to say this, but this is just the reality. They actually have animated child pornography in Japan, and it is accepted in Japanese society. According to Rabbi Dennis Prager, it's totally kosher. But according to the rest of us who have humanity, it's absolutely demonic. But this is the dark side of Japan. And also a part of the dark side of Japan is this embracing of Japanese imperial culture, right? This embracing of the evils of Japan's past, the denial of Japan's atrocities, and the embracing of the ideology that led to those atrocities. So you have a lot of right-wing ideology in Japan, a lot of hard right, far right, ultra-nationalism in Japan that is very popular. For example, this is one of the biggest examples of what I'm talking about. You have the Yasukuni Shrine in Japan. The Yasukuni Shrine is where war criminals are enshrined as divine beings. Yeah. So just imagine a church in Germany that says the soul of Hitler lives here and it is divine. And German politicians go and visit this church and they burn incense to the soul of Hitler. I mean, that would be pretty insane, right? This happens in Japan all the time. You have Japanese politicians who go to the Yasukuni Shrine, and they do so to pay homage to the spirits of Class A war criminals. And they also do this to troll the Chinese and the Koreans. Now, there are a few things that unite the Chinese and the Koreans, one of which is dumplings. But the other thing that unites the Koreans and the Chinese is their disdain for Japanese nationalism. And every time Japanese politicians go and visit the Yasukuni Shrine to burn a candle for some rapist and mass murderer, the Chinese and the Koreans rightfully get upset. Why? Because the Japanese are deifying and making a cult, and they are worshiping people who murdered Koreans and Chinese by the millions. That's why. murdered and raped Chinese people and Korean people by the millions. And it is basically a way to tell the Koreans and the Chinese, not only do we deny that those atrocities happened, but we will actually worship those who did those atrocities. And if you want to get an idea of the dark side of Japan, here's a little sociological experiment that you can do. I've done this numerous times. Go to Google Translate and find out what the word for Chinese is in Japanese, right? Find out how to spell Chinese or Chinese people in the Japanese script, in the Japanese hieroglyphs. Then take that word and go onto X/Twitter and put that word in the search engine. You will have access to Japanese Twitter. You will have access into a world that you have never seen before. And then proceed to use Google Translate to translate what these people are saying. These are Japanese people. And I've done this a number of times. And the amount of racism that I read from these Japanese Twitter posters really gives us an insight into this world that I'm talking about here. There is a lot of hatred to Chinese people in Japan. They describe Chinese kids as loud and as dirty. They describe Chinese people as very disrespectful. They describe Chinese people as just basically subhuman. They just don't like them. And a lot of Japanese people feel this way. Now, I remember years ago, because I've been talking about this since early 2014. You can go onto my website, shootbot.com, and you can just look up Japan and go look at the hundreds of articles that I've written on this topic. I was writing a lot of articles on this topic back in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18. Still writing on it. And one day I get a message from a Japanese guy. Now, Japanese people, when it comes to speaking to Americans or to really anyone outside of Japan about politics, especially about nationalistic politics and right-wing politics, Japanese people don't really talk about this subject. They don't talk about right-wing politics with non-Japanese people, especially English speakers. With English speakers, they want to maintain the whole sushi persona, harimashike, konnichiwa, karate, Pokemon, konnichiwa, right? They want to maintain that image because that's what the Americans want to see. So they play that song and dance with the Americans, but they won't talk politics with Americans. Usually they won't, right? It's rare to find Japanese people willing to talk to you at all about these topics. And I've been doing videos and writing on Japan for over 10 years. And do you know how many times Japanese people approached me online to talk to me about my writings and my videos? One Japanese person has. One. Because they don't talk about these issues. Because they just want to maintain the image of ramen, Pokemon, konnichiwa. That's what they want, all right? So one day this Japanese guy writes me. And he says to me, I want to talk to you because I think you're wrong about what you say about Japan. You're wrong, he says. You're wrong. I said, okay, I'm wrong. So I agree to talk to him. We have a little Skype conversation set up, and he begs me not to record the discussion and to be true to my word, because he said, I beg you not to record this. I just want to have a private conversation with you. He was so adamant about it. And I gave him my word that I wouldn't record it. And I should have recorded. I kind of regret not recording it. I should have recorded it, but because I like to be true to my word, I didn't record it. But I remember the conversation. And he was a young Japanese guy. He had to have been in his maybe, how old was I at the time? Let's see, I was 24, 25 years old. He had to have been either in his late 30s or early 40s. And he had long hair. He had that stereotypical Japanese look. Long hair. Looks like he could make a good ramen, or at least recommend to you a really good ramen place. And he was very calm, cool, and collected. He wasn't yelling at me or anything like that. And the first thing he tells me in the beginning of our conversation, he says, "Are you recording this?" I said, "No." He goes, "Please, I beg you, please do not record this." I said, "Listen, why are you so adamant about me not recording this conversation?" He said, "Because landlord might see the conversation." Landlord see conversation? I could be kicked out of apartment. Now, I know that's a Chinese accent. I'm trying to do the Japanese accent. I could be kicked out. Landlord could evict me. I said, "Oh, damn, shit." So it really showed me how Japanese society is, right? Like, it's all about peer pressure and keeping your mouth shut and not talking about certain things and all that stuff. It's not like America. And he starts telling me about Chinese people. That's one of the first things, after we got the whole landlord thing out of the way, he starts telling me about Chinese people. And he says, Chinese people in Japan, they are very dirty people. And their kids are very dirty and just loud, obnoxious children. Japanese kids, very calm, very clean, very respectful. Chinese and Korean, he mentioned Koreans. Chinese and Korean kids, loud, dirty. And Chinese people, they go to restaurants and they just leave their plates on the table. They are very very dirty people. And so I began to get a feeling of, right, the vibes. I began to get the vibe of Japan. This is what the vibe is, right, when it comes to racial differences and things of that sort. Believe it or not, this is kind of a side story, but it does connect with the overall theme of this video. Believe it or not, I remember, I kid you not, you can't make this up. I actually saw this with my own eyes. In Texas, in the state of Texas, I went to a McDonald's. And it was a fairly empty McDonald's. There weren't a whole lot of people there. And I was sitting in the middle of the restaurant, sitting in the middle of the McDonald's, and it was fairly empty place. And to my left side was a Chinese family. And to my right side was a Japanese man and his son. Kid you not, I actually saw this with my own eyes. And the Chinese family was husband and wife, one child, or maybe two. And the little Chinese kid, I remember, was very, "Bat, bat, bat," like just loud. I mean, I saw this with my own eyes. "Bat, bat." Now, not as loud as some of the American kids I've seen, but he made some noise. "Bat." And you see the Chinese father, and he's got this, this t-shirt and jeans. He looks very regular, and he just looks like he's not dressed up fancy at all. And he's just sitting there. He's just like, and the wife is, that sounds like Korean. What's Chinese? What's Chinese? How Chinese sounds like, making Chinese noises. And the kid, they get their food, the tray, bat. I kid you not, I saw this with my own eyes. And then I see the Japanese dude. The Japanese dude is 100% not from the US. This dude was not from here. 100%. This dude was an immigrant from Japan, or maybe he was in Texas for business, who knows, but 100% this dude wasn't from America. And he had that almost Mongolian look. Reddish, pinkish skin. I mean, the real classic Japanese look. This dude was thin. You could tell he worked out. And he had a suit on. He looked super proper. And the little Japanese son was with him. And this kid was dressed up clean, proper. And oh my gosh, dude. Not one noise from the Japanese kid. Nothing. Nothing. Not one peep out of this kid. Little Japanese kid is sitting there with his little hamburger, eating properly, not making any noise, not making a mess. I mean, eating super proper, not talking with his mouth, not talking with food in his mouth, none of that stuff. And the Japanese father is very proper, back straight, eating his Big Mac with total respect and legitimacy, just eating with pure Japanese aesthetics. And I couldn't stop looking. I kept looking at the Japanese. I kept looking at the China. I'm like, holy dude, two ethnic enemies in the same McDonald's. You can't make this up. It's 100. This 100% happened. 2 ethnic enemies in the same McDonald's. And the Japanese guy says a few words to his kid, you know, and the little kid, not one word from this little kid. They clean their mess. They put the stuff in the trash can. They make sure the table's clean. They get up properly. They walk out. And as I was watching this, the memory of this conversation that I had with this Japanese nationalist was replaying in my head. And I said, oh my God, that guy was telling me all about this is what they're complaining about. This is it. They're complaining about the little Chinese kids going, bah, 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 bah. This was it. Right? Like, I was seeing it in real time. So anyway, going back to this conversation that I had with this Japanese dude, he says to me, we need we need a more hardline policy against Chinese people in Japan. They are ruining Japan, ruining Japan. So I said, what do you think about Shinzo Abe? I'm sure you're a really big fan of his. I kid you not. This dude tells me this. He says, Shinzo Abe is not harsh enough. He's not nationalist enough. Not hardcore enough. We need somebody stronger. We need somebody stronger than Shinzo. Shinzo is too weak. Too weak. And this dude was dead serious. I said, shit. They want somebody crazier than Shinzo. So then years later, Shinzo gets shot. Trump's boy gets shot right there. Bap, 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 bap. Total gangbang killing. Right there in the open. This guy had not enough bodyguards. We don't know what happened with the security. I don't know what happened exactly with the security. But supposedly this was a begrudged, angry Japanese man who was mad about the fact that his mom donated a whole bunch of money to some cult that Shinzo Abe had ties with. Some crazy evangelical cult, I guess, had some ties with Shinzo Abe, and this young Japanese dude was pissed off about the fact that his mom had donated a whole bunch of money to this cult. So he's like, I'm going to kill Shinzo Abe over this shit. Now, I need to look more into it, because I'm pretty certain there's a whole conspiracy theory about who really killed Shinzo Abe. But looking at the situation in Japan, how Shinzo Abe wasn't hardcore enough to satisfy the hardliners, and how Shinzo Abe was really balancing a very thin line between being a close ally to the US and supporting and advancing nationalistic and militaristic policies in Japan. He was good at maintaining a balanced line between the two, right? Not pissing off the Americans, not going against the American empire, while at the same time pursuing more and more Japanese militarist autonomy. And Shinzo was playing a very diplomatic and smart game for his agenda. So perhaps the killing of Shinzo was a conspiracy by which to say, okay, he's dead, let's get someone who's more hardcore. And people in the LDP party, the Liberal Democratic Party, they replaced Shinzo after he died with politicians who were not as politically, they didn't have the political proudness of Shinzo, right? So Shinzo gets replaced with politicians who didn't have the political prowess that he had. Shigeru Ishiba doesn't have the political prowess that Shinzo Abe had. So perhaps the killing of Shinzo is a conspiracy, or was a conspiracy, to further unleash those hardline extremist forces in the society, because they knew perhaps someone, we don't know who this, every conspiracy theory has a they. We don't know who the fuck this they is, but we all know they exist. Maybe they knew, hey, if you kill Shinzo, it's gonna lead a whole door to more extremist forces rising up in popularity. Perhaps that's what happened with Shinzo. I don't know, but It just seems to me that there's something darker that is occurring behind the curtains. And I'll read some of your guys' comments here. Hold up. Hold on. Maybe Korean reunification will happen due to their mutual hatred. I've actually thought of this before. And I remember years and years ago, many years ago, I went to this sushi stand. And it was one of those sushi stands that you see in a grocery store. Okay, it wasn't really like a legitimate sushi place, but it was in a grocery store. It was a sushi place. And there was a dude who I'm sure every American in that store thought was Japanese. But I started talking to him. Turns out the dude was from South Korea. And I said, where are you from? He said, I'm from Korea, South Korea. And I said, what do you think about Shinzo Abe? And I remember he had this little mask to cover his mouth, to prevent spit and facial hair, if he had any facial hair, from touching the sushi. So all you could see are these little Asian eyes. And he's like, little Asian eyes just got squintier. And he goes, Shinzo, no good. And I said, why is Shinzo Abe no good? He says, Shinzo tried to change the history of terrible crimes done by Japan to my people. And he was just very serious, this guy. And he really appreciated the fact that some American dude understood the plight of the Koreans and understood the source of these tensions between South Korea and Japan. But if there is another country that both North and South Koreans equally hate, it's Japan. If there is a country that the North and South Koreans could unite in hatred against, it's Japan. So I could see that happening. I could see that happening. I don't know. It's not, maybe I'm just a little bit too optimistic, but I could see it happening. Love the dramatic voices. Appreciate that, Gypsy Bird. Shameful display. Yup. Theo, please make thumbnails for the excerpts from the live streams different from your regular videos so that we can differentiate. Dude, relax. When I make excerpts from these live streams, they not only attract people who already watch my videos. See, please understand, I know you're coming from the right place. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I know you're coming from a good place. I totally get it. But just understand that these videos are, the excerpts from these streams are made to be actual videos for the channel. And they actually bring in people who have never seen my channel before. So if they see the thumbnail and they see that little red dot, they're not going to know what that's about. Only you are going to know what that's about. I want people to click on the excerpts. People who have never seen my channel before. I want them to click on the excerpts as a video from this channel, because they are videos for this channel. When I do these live streams, they're not just live streams. These are, the way I look at these live streams is not, the way I look at these live streams is that they're not just live streams, but they're also at the same time me recording entire loads of material for future videos. And I want these videos to be seen by an audience as a video for this channel, not as a distinct type of video, but just as a video of this channel. I understand you're coming from a good place, but understand this is where I'm coming from. All right, konnichiwa, and however you say thank you in Japanese, I say it to you. How do you say thank you in Japanese? Hold up, we gotta learn the language of the conquered nation of the American Empire. Thank you in Japanese. How do you say thank you in this language? Arigato.
Arigato.
Arigato. What an elegant language. I once heard a Japanese comedian say that the Chinese language sounds like a cork being forced into someone's asshole. Korean sounds like someone trying to pull the cork out of someone's asshole. And Japanese sounds like the sound of relief after the cork has been pulled out of the person's asshole. When I first heard that joke, I laughed my ass off. I thought it was so funny and clever. Japs are very competitive in their racism. They are. I wouldn't judge the Japanese by their Twitter. They can do that with our English Twitter. Okay, I have an answer for this, but I'm going to read the rest. And come to conclude, we're also immigrant-hating racists. Twitter is a cesspool, my friend. My friend, please understand. It's not an illusion. The hatred and the racism that you see in the English-speaking Twitter is all real. Written by real people. People who have regular jobs, people who are students, and scarier than that, people who are in the military. And they hold these views. And when they're talking in public, maybe they're the nicest people in the world. Maybe they'll shake your hand and buy you dinner and never express to you what they really believe. But when they get behind that screen, and when they are protected by the privacy of their own home, they reveal who they truly are while they are online. You see, I am a firm believer that the internet is a lot realer than we would like to think. For us, it's just the internet. It's just the internet, right? It's just the internet. It's just the internet. It's not just the internet. The internet is like the Matrix. It's a giant simulation. But it's a simulation where we can communicate with other people, just like we're doing right now. It's a simulation where we can express our ideas and our opinions. It's a simulation where we can debate our various differing views. But it's also a place where we can express what we really feel. And when you get on that Twitter page, let me tell you something. You are in hell. When I get on Twitter, and when I get on these various Twitter spaces, be it the American Twitter, the English Twitter, the UK Twitter, whatever, the Japanese Twitter, it is like I am in the midst of a bunch of rambling demons. And they are expressing nothing but vile and sinister and satanic hatred. When you see the racism in the English-speaking Twitter, please understand that it's based on reality and it's a reflection of reality. The hatred that you see Americans expressing on X are the opinions of real Americans, and they do reflect a growing tide of right-wing extremism in American society. So just as the English-speaking Twitter reflects the English-speaking world, the Japanese-speaking Twitter also reflects Japan. And what is expressed online will always be reflected in the political world, because the political world is downstream from the metapolitical world. The metapolitical world is what we're doing right now, right? We're online, we're talking, we're vibing, we got vibes, we got aura, we got whatever. We got certain aesthetics for our views. And if the metapolitical world absorbs an opinion long enough, right? If a particular opinion becomes popular enough in the metapolitical world, it will always be reflected. It will always manifest itself in the political realm. And that's my position. If I ever go on a racism competition, Grok said my racism is professional, I would be very concerned about competing against a Japanese. Wow. Samurai discipline, yeah, or disciple, yeah. LOL, yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. I'm glad you thought that was funny as well. LOL, that accent mix between Scottish and Chinese. There you go. Ted, do you know what's the Japanese nationalist outlook on us humble Ruskies? I have no idea. I don't know either. I know that there's a very long history of war between the Japanese and the Russians. You know this better than I do, given the fact that your grandfather, as you told me, was a veteran of the Russo-Japanese War. And Japan defeated Russia. That's correct. Yep. 1904 to 1905, Russo-Japanese War. Horrific conflict. Arigato, Ted-sama. Thank you very much, Mr. Kowalski. I'm guessing you're Polish with that username. I know Jacob, my grandfather survived it and lived to get to St. George's Crosses. Guess he killed a lot of them. Well, a lot of Japanese people died. A lot of Russians died in that war as well. 90,000 Russians died in one battle in the Russo-Japanese War. It was really horrific stuff, guys. Really horrific. But let's go back. Let's go back to this article. I know we kind of went off on a tirade there, but you know what? That's always the best part of these streams, right? It's the tirades, because they're the most human part of these streams. You know, where I just have a fluid stream of consciousness. But let's go back to Japan. I'm starting to sound like a Japanese person. Oh, by the way, if any of you guys are really into Japanese movies, there are some really good Asian films that I'd recommend to you guys. In fact, I actually formed a list of the best Asian films. I don't know if I still have it on my computer. I'll have to find it, but there are some really good Asian films out there. And there is a Japanese movie, It is called Unforgiven, starring Ken Watanabe. Guys, if you have not seen Unforgiven, there's an American film called Unforgiven. There's a Japanese movie called Unforgiven, starring Ken Watanabe. Guys, if you have not seen this movie, it is a masterpiece to behold. It is one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. It's in my top 10 list of best films I've ever seen. Unforgiven with Ken Watanabe. Truly, truly a cinematographic exemplification of Japanese mastery in the arts. I mean, that movie, when I watched it back in 2014, I couldn't stop watching it. I just couldn't stop watching it. The soundtrack, the visuals, the aesthetics, the vibe, the music, the emotions expressed in that movie were so absolutely masterful and perfect. It was something to behold. It's an experience, I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now, Unforgiven starring Ken Watanabe. It is an experience that I think a lot of you guys will not forget. Truly a masterpiece of a movie. It's just a beautiful film. Truly a beautiful movie. It's I remember just watching that film and just my eyes were just widened by the mastery of how the director did it. Okay. Listen. So let's go back to Japan. The music is a little bit too loud, it seems, so let's lower it down a little bit. The Resident Evil music. Arigato. So, Sensei Ito's proposed new Japanese constitution includes provisions that strongly reflect the slogan, expel the barbarians. All right, we already read this. In Chapter 3, Article 14, it states, the state shall take necessary measures to ensure that local governments are not subject to interference from foreign countries or international organizations. That means more independence for Japan, because Japan is an occupied country. Let's be real here. This frames foreign entities as threats to domestic autonomy and urges blocking any external involvement. The sentiment intensifies in Chapter 4, particularly in Article 19. It begins with, the state shall have the sovereign right to freely determine the conditions for the entry and residence of foreign nationals. This signals a move towards stricter immigration control. Again, this is all about the hatred towards Chinese people, Koreans, Filipinos, other foreigners who are living in Japan. Also, the hatred towards tourists. The clause, land is public property and shall not be transferred to foreign nationals or foreign capital, takes a hardline protectionist stance. It treats foreign ownership as a national risk. Another provision allows the state to confiscate such property to repurchase it with such compensation. So, with just compensation. So, they're saying that they want to, if foreigners own property in Japan, they want the state to have the power to just take it away from them with just compensation. But still, they want to take it away from foreign ownership. A power that raises concerns over property rights and investor protections. Article 19 further excludes foreigners from political life. It states, foreign nationals shall not be granted suffrage or eligibility to run for public office, and naturalized citizens shall not be permitted to hold public office until 3 generations have passed. The exclusionary stance is also enforced in Article 5. It states, the requirements for being national should be defined by law based on whether the father or mother is Japanese, whether Japanese is the person's native language, and whether they have a heart that values Japan. So they're really going off on the racism stuff, really becoming racially fixated. Chapter 4 of Sensei Ito's proposed constitution outlines the creation of a self-defense military. This is where we get into militarism, echoing elements of pre-war ideology. Article 20 of Chapter 4 states, the state shall maintain a military for the purpose of self-defense, hereinafter referred to as the self-defense military. This signals a move away from Article 9 of the current Constitution, the famous renunciation of war clause. The use of the term military and the clause, a military court shall be established and its structure shall be defined by law, indicate a return to pre-war systems. These include military tribunals abolished after World War II. The clause, The Prime Minister shall hold supreme command over the self-defense military. Shows strong centralization of authority. So what does this mean, guys? It means that they want the Prime Minister to have the power to declare war. And that means war with China, right? Or North Korea, or both. The clause, okay, I've already read this. Article 20 also states, the exercise and termination of the right to self-defense shall require approval from the National Diet. However, this is a big ass however, in cases of unavoidable emergency, such approval may be obtained retroactively. Yeah. So there you go. San Saeto's proposed constitution signals a dramatic ideological shift. It revives reverence for the emperor, rejects foreign influence, embraces anti-foreign sentiment, and calls for rearmament. While framed as a path toward national self-reliance, the draft appears to diverge from the democratic principles Japan has upheld since the end of World War II. And there you go. And I have more articles on this topic. We'll talk more about this. This is a pretty big deal. I think this is a pretty huge deal. Japan's LDP is teetering as far-right challenger emerges. There we go, LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party. Following dismal results in Japan's parliamentary elections, there is a broad consensus among Japanese lawmakers and political analysts that Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's days are numbered. That's what I said earlier. Shigeru Ishiba is on his way out. He is not hardline enough. He is not popular enough. He is nowhere near as popular as Shinzo Abe was. And that's it. We're going to get more and more hardline politics coming out of Japan. So Japan, Germany, and Turkey, all of which warred with Russia, are coming back. That is correct. Yes, that's right. You got it. Yep, the biggest enemies of Russia, historically speaking, Japan, Germany, and Turkey. These are the biggest enemies of Russia. You could say Turkey was the longest enemy, the enemy that lasted the longest in having wars with Russia. But as far as the most existential enemy in Russia's history, that position would be given to Germany, I think. And then you have Japan, which had a pretty bloody war in 1904 and 1905 with Russia, called the Russo-Japanese War, which was pretty horrendous. So there's that. Right, there's that. A guarantee if Japan won World War II, the only anime that would be available is about the war. 100%. 100%, yeah. 100%. So it says here, the current political crisis is the result of a July 20 election in Japan's upper house, the less powerful chamber in parliament. It has no direct role in determining the prime minister, but is an indicator of political fortunes in a country where the foundation of individual leaders is generally unstable, even as the ruling party remains solid. Ishiba's Liberal Democratic Party, which has been in power for 64 of the past 70 years, so this is the longest lasting party to hold power in post-World War II Japan. So the LDP, which has been in power for 64 of the past 70 years since its founding in 1955, lost its majority, even with the added support of its religious-backed coalition partner, the Komeito. And Komeito party, by the way, is a Buddhist nationalist party, so it's also an evil party. The ruling coalition now has 122 of the 248 seats, so it's lost seats in the upper house, and with 220 of the 465 seats in the lower house, its grasp on power is tenuous. So it is losing its power, the LDP. Japan is joining the growing cadre of Western nations where young voters, especially men, anti-woke nationalistic men, rely on social media for their view of the world and don't like what they see. As elsewhere, this has created anger over easy targets, including higher prices and foreigners. So all the foreigners, the rise of China, the rise in rice prices, the inflation that's been taking place in Japan, all the issues that have been taking place in Japan. The tourists, the loud and obnoxious and annoying and disrespectful tourists, all of these issues are causing a lot of resentment to be felt by a lot of young people, especially young men in Japan. And so this is being manifested. The anger is being manifested. And look at what the article says here. It says that these guys are online, which means they're in the meta-political space. They're in the meta zone. And remember what I said. What happens in the meta-political world will always manifest itself eventually in the political world. So these guys are online. They're hearing different opinions. They're hearing very extremist opinions or very angry opinions. And so they vote for this party. So the meta-political sphere translates into the political sphere. The telegenic Senseito party, which emerged from an angry YouTube channel and campaigned on the familiarity, nebulous concept of Japanese first, was the big winner in the recent election, taking 15 seats. Now, you say, well, that's just 15 seats. Yep, it is. But each seat represents over 1 million voters. So Japan, the Senseito party in Japan got 1 seat in, I want to say, 2022. That 1 seat was worth, I want to say, about 1.7 million votes. 1.7 million votes just to get 1 seat, right? It takes a lot of work to be popular enough in an election to get just enough people to give you 1 seat. Imagine being a dominating party. You're getting tens of millions of voters. So just to get 1 seat for the Japanese parliament requires over 1 million votes, 1.7 million votes, something like that. So now this party has 15 seats. So we're talking millions upon millions upon millions of people voting for this party. So 15 seats is no small issue. It's not a small matter. It's very serious. Very serious. And remember, the AfD at one point in time, the AfD in Germany got 15 seats or somewhere around there. Let's look at the AfD election history and how many seats they got in their elections. Let's see here. Hold on. Election results. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Very interesting. So look at federal parliament. This is the rise of a party in Germany that is very similar to that of Senseito in Japan. So in 2013, they got 0 seats in the federal parliament of Germany. And then in 2017, they got, boom, 94 seats. And then in 2021, 83. 2025, 125. They keep growing. And at one point in time, they were a marginal party that had 0 seats. 0 seats. And now they're the second biggest party in Germany. And then if you look at the European parliamentarian elections for the AfD, in 2014, they got 7 seats in the European Parliament. 2019, they got 11. 2024, 15 seats. And then if you look at state parliaments, 2021, 17 seats. In the Baden-Württemberg Parliament, 2023, 32. In 2023, 17 seats in Berlin. Bremen, they got 0 seats. In Brandenburg, 30 seats. 14 seats here, 18 seats there, 9 seats there, 12 seats here, 3 seats there, 40 seats here, 23 seats there, 32 seats in Thuringia. So you can see how a party that was once in the margins becomes a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. 15 seats is not a small matter. The next election could be 30 seats. The next election could be 40 seats. So always keep in mind, when you see these sorts of extremist parties winning seats, always be mindful of what's happening and always pay attention because people tend to be surprised and shocked by the rise of fanatics when it's too late and those fanatics have full power. So it says here, so it started out as a YouTube channel, and then it literally started out in the metasphere. Literally started out in the metapolitical realm. Now it's in the political realm. So they got 15 seats up from just one previously, and a respectable 15% of the vote for proportional candidates in the two-stage election. This still leaves them as a minor party, for now at least. Much of the anger appears to be aimed at the mass influx of foreign tourists, who can be seen in large numbers at popular cities such as Tokyo and Kyoto. This, of course, has nothing to do with immigration, but provides a nice hook for Sensei Eito to talk about the evils of foreigners who are supposedly buying Japanese land and committing crimes. Japan merely sought to liberate. So this is one of the things that they believe. They believe that Japan merely sought to liberate other Asian nations during World War II. So yeah, we raped them, we killed them by the millions, but we were just trying to help them out, right? It's a very Israeli-style move there. With wholesale prices and production fixed by the government, Japan had a growing rice stockpile that became increasingly expensive to manage. This reversed suddenly with hotter weather and the mass retirement of the post-war generation of farmers, leading to a fall in available land for rice production. In response, the government has started to release stockpiles and increased imports to help bring prices down, but progress has been slow. So the price of rice has gone up in Japan, and there was a problem with drought in Japan. So the harvest of rice, the yields of rice was low this year, to say the least. And then so the Japanese government said, okay, we have to release the rice that we have in our storage units to the markets because there's not enough rice, indigenously grown rice for the markets. So they release rice from their stockpiles, and the rice has been sitting in the stockpiles for years. It requires a lot of money to keep them cool and to keep them preserved. And so this rice is not exactly the best. It's not exactly the best quality rice. So a lot of people are, sort of pissed off about this, and the high price of rice gets the people pissed off. And so this sort of thing leads to political resentment, and fanatics can take advantage of this resentment. Japanese workers now seeing real wages falling for most of the past 2 years. So yes, this is also a source of a lot of the resentment that's been going on in Japan. In May, they fell 2.9% below levels from the same month last year. A rise in wages is also not uniform. While big companies have been able to use some of their higher profits amid a failing yen to push up salaries, the small and medium-sized enterprises that employ 70% of Japanese workers have found that they are being squeezed and are hard-pressed to raise wages. The focus has instead been on who could replace Ishiba. So this is a big focus for the LDP, or the Liberal Democratic Party. Who is going to replace Shigeru Ishiba, because he is extremely unpopular. And so the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, seeing people who voted for the LDP now voting for Sensei Eito, know that they have to utilize a strategy to win these voters back. How are they going to do that? They're going to have to become more hardline. They're going to have to become more aggressive in expressing extremist ideology to win those voters back. And the LDP is more than likely going to do this. So expect a hardline ideology to be coming out of the mouths of the LDP if they want to win back those voters. If they don't, they will continue to lose people, and Sensei Eito is going to grow, or some other party like it will grow. Read your guys' comments here. They are excellent. What's excellent? Obrigado is thanks in Portuguese. Oh, so the Japanese probably learned it from them. I taught English in both places. Awesome. Do you think the world peace is about to go to shit? Yes, I do. I think world peace is crumbling, and I think that the very unprecedented amount of peace that we've been enjoying in the Western world since the end of World War II is crumbling. And I think that's very obvious, just not extremely obvious, but I think it's clearly seen in the Russian war in Ukraine. I think it's clearly seen in the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. And I think it can be clearly seen in the popularity for militarism in Asia and Europe, and in the United States as well. The country that really scares me the most is the United States. This is the country that scares me the most because America is just going down this road of militarism, no matter what. It doesn't care. And it's doing so in a deceptive manner. It's doing so under the facade of America First and caring for Americans first before any other countries. But yet you see this push for militarism, this push for militarist ethos coming out of Peter Hegseth and his ilk. And I just see, I don't know, I just see all this militarism. I see this global trend towards militarism eventually just culminating to the point where people are going to say, throw peace out the window and chaos just going to break out. I don't know. We're seeing the fault lines really exposing themselves in Ukraine and in the Middle East. I just hope that it doesn't further escalate, but I know I'm wrong. You know, I know I'm wrong to hope that, just given the history of humanity. And as long as there are people who are making profit from war, people will always find reasons to go to war to make money. And that's the terrifying reality. It's like, that's their business. And it's a major part of the American economy. We're not going to put an end to this military-industrial complex. What's going to happen? These people want to make money. And so they are willing to exploit any sort of fault lines in the world to promote war. You know, I gave you guys the example of Ilya Izetbegovic in the Balkans in the 1990s. There was a plan for peace. There was a plan for peace in the Balkans in the 1990s. There was a plan for peace for Bosnia. The Serbs said, hey, we'll take a chunk of Bosnia. It'll be a part of Yugoslavia. The Muslims can have their land. And we'll call it a deal. And the Americans said, Ilya Izetbegovic, the leader of Bosnia, don't sign on to that deal, because we're going to provide Bosnia. We're going to provide Muslim Bosnia all the military support that it wants. And money was made for America's military-industrial complex, and thousands upon thousands of people were butchered because people wanted to make money, and they didn't give a shit about peace. And the older I get and the more things that I see, the more I begin to despise America. And it's just the fact. That's how I feel. I see peace having a chance. I see opportunity for peace. And I see, for example, a ceasefire getting broken by Israel, and the United States applauds it. And then I see negotiations taking place between the Palestinians and the Americans and the Israelis. And I see Trump saying, you know what, Israel, finish the job. Finish the job. Do you know what that means, finish the job? That means kill more people. That means kill and murder people as they're trying to get food. That means use human beings as human shields. That means dropping 2,000-pound bombs on buildings and wiping out entire families. That's what that means. That means killing more people, more death, more destruction. And Israel wants to move an entire population out of Gaza. And I'm afraid that's going to happen. I'm afraid that that is going to happen with the blessing of the United States. And the more I see this type of stuff, the more I say, you know what? What is there to defend? I mean, you have all these people who wave their American flag and they're so pro-America. What is there to defend? What's there to defend? It's like my dad used to be really pro-Israel, and my dad was never pro-Israel to the point where he defended war crimes. My dad never went that far, because my dad had truly good intentions when he supported Israel. When my father was expressing support for Israel, he supported Israel in the name of peace. In the name of peace between Jew and Palestinian. My dad even received hostility from Israelis because he was promoting a one-state solution. My dad never supported a two-state solution. He always supported a one-state solution, and he said the Palestinians of the West Bank and the Palestinians of Gaza need to be included as Israeli citizens. I mean, Israel, you know, the pro-Israel people, they always love to make this argument. There was a war in 1967, and Israel won fair and square, so that's their land. West Bank and Gaza is their land. Okay, fine. You know what? Fair enough. I'm not going to be one of these people who says, well, according to the UN, that's not how it's... You know, that is how it is, right? When you win in a war, you take land. Russia wins against Ukrainians, Russia takes territory. That's just how war works. I'm not going to deny that. Russia defeats the Ukrainians and fucking, what's it called? Kharkiv and Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, these areas, Russia takes the territory. That's how it works. I have nothing against a country conquering another territory. What I am against is mistreating the people who live in that territory, right? Treating those people as inferior. I mean, even when the Spanish invaded Mexico, the Spanish Empire included the indigenous people as Spanish citizens. And the Spanish actually established a code of law on how to see the indigenous. And it said that indigenous people are made in the image of God, that indigenous people are Spanish citizens, that indigenous people must be treated with human dignity. That was in the Spanish Empire. So Israel, yes, Israel won the war against Jordan, against Egypt, took the West Bank, took Gaza. Okay. But then why treat the Palestinians as second-class citizens? Why treat them just as a bunch of occupied subjects? And my father was pushing for years for there to be a one-state solution where Palestinian will become an Israeli citizen, right? Where all Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza would be absorbed into Israel and would become Israeli citizens and become Israeliized, so to speak. And that's totally possible. I mean, if you look at the Arab population in Israel, there's plenty of Arabs who are Israeliized. There's plenty of Arabs who you cannot distinguish from Jewish Israelis. But then you see the war crimes and you see the evils and all this stuff. And my father just stopped defending Israel. Just stopped. And people will ask me, "Oh, wasn't your dad a defender of Israel?" Yeah, he was. But he's not a defender of this. He wasn't a defender of this Israel. He was a defender of a civil Israel that he was used to. He wasn't a defender of this. There's nothing to defend. What is there to defend coming out of Israel? Nothing. Nothing. War crimes, murdering, starving people, using white phosphorus on civilians. Is there anything to defend there? Is there anything to defend? Same thing goes with America. What is there to defend? What does America have in its ethos, in its mythology, that we can actually say, wow, this is really praiseworthy? Other than World War II. World War II is the only thing that America has that America can hold on to and say, this is America, right? The American Revolution. The American Revolution, overthrowing the British. Yeah, awesome. Defeating Nazi Germany. Yes, that's something to be proud of. Absolutely, 100%. But that's all we got. And we have been violating the whole moral foundational principle of World War II since the end of World War II, when we decided to work with Nazis during the Cold War, when we decided to do NATO expansionism against our ally and friend Russia. Yes, a country that we worked with in our war against the Nazis. We decided to fuck over our ally right after World War II, work with Nazis, fuck over the Russians, commence a policy of NATO expansionism so that fucking Lockheed Martin can make money. And that's all we did. There is literally nothing there to be proud of. Nothing. Iraq? The Iraq war is seen with nothing but disdain. Vietnam? We're still criticizing the Vietnam War to this day. No one is proud about the Vietnam War. We killed, 1 million civilians in Vietnam? No one is proud of this, unless you're a psychopath. Napalming people? What's there to be proud of? There's nothing to be proud of. And then you see all the insanity rising in American society. It's like everyone's just going into extremes. Extreme right wing, extreme left wing, whatever. It's like there's no balance. Where are the cooler heads? John Mearsheimer, Jeffrey Sachs. These guys are a minority. It's just everywhere you go. Japan, the United States, Canada, the UK. Everywhere you go, it's just people are turning to the hardliners. That's just the bottom line. We're all going, and not me, but a lot of people are choosing and favoring the hardliners over the people who have cooler heads. And this has been the problem for a very long time. During the Cold War, we chose NATO expansionism, even though we were told it was a bad idea. We did it anyway. And now we're seeing the fruits of our labor with this Ukraine thing. And what do? We continue to tread upon the wrong roads, following people who are leading us astray for their own benefit. That's it. I don't know what else to say about it. It's very sad. I've watched your live streams. Okay, I know that. Yeah, live streams. I watched your love stream. It sounds like a song. Love stream, get your love stream. Okay, for a few years now, and let me tell you something. One day I looked up at my screen only to see strangers. Other than a few people, I feel a bit lost now. Really? Wow. So what is it about my streams that led you to have this perspective on life? I'm very interested to know now. Now you got me very interested. So Middle East about to heat up again, or do you think it's going to be the world this time? It's going to be the world, man. It's going to be the world. It's going to be the world. It's going to be the world against Russia. It's going to be Japan versus China, Germany and all of its allies against Russia. That's what it's going to be. So Middle East about to, okay, I already read that. Israel controls America. America controls the world. Okay. I mean, there's nothing really to debate there. I don't know what you're trying to show by quoting Nick Fuentes. But yeah, America does control the world. That is a fact. And yes, there is a very powerful Israel lobby. I miss the people who used to be on the comments from the early 2020s. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's like new people here. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? That's just how it be. That's how it be sometimes. That's how it be. I missed the radio / music hour and the drink time. We're still doing the drink time? What are you talking about? The music stuff. Oh, man, the music stuff. Yeah, that music stuff. It got my streams just blocked in various countries every single time. It was such a pain in the ass to deal with. Divine Soldiers in the house, everyone. Let me see here. Hold on. I was reading an article on the far right. Okay, I already read this article, so this article is done. This article is done. Let's look at young voters in Japan voting for the hard right. Oh yeah, this is always interesting stuff. Do you believe that Adolf might also come back, or is this too far? No. It's not. I think you know what I'm gonna say. It's not far-fetched at all. It's not far-fetched at all. Not at all. Not at all. My cat wants to eat. Guys, let me feed my cat real quick, and I'll be right back. Hold on one second. My cat is rubbing her head on my feet. She wants tuna. Hold on one second, guys. used to go. Oh, let me lower the music down. I've been here for years, but I wasn't on the live streams until recently. Oh, awesome. I used to go out on stream day and be social. I mean, listen, don't let me stop you. Be social. I'm actually going out tomorrow for some sushi. Awesome. Awesome. You know what? I think we've talked enough about Japan. I think everything that we've... I had some other articles that I read, but I think the other articles pretty much just cover what we've already talked about. So I think we're just going to leave Japan there. And I think I'm going to read one more article before we drink alcohol. And that is basically touching upon the subject of... Let's just touch upon the subject of the humiliation of the European Union by the United States. Basically, the United States humiliated the European Union by forcing the EU to sign on to a trade deal that doesn't really help the EU at all and only helps the United States. 15% tariff on all European products going into the American market. Not all, but almost all, about 70% of all European products going into the American market. And then a 50%, 50, you read that right, 50, 50% tariff on all European steel and aluminum, while the United States gets 0% tariffs. A 0% tariff on all American goods entering the European market. So it's a humiliation. There's no other word for it. It's a humiliation. Ursula von der Leyen got totally raped by this, or rape is not a good word. It's a vulgar word, but she got humiliated and the rest of the EU did. So there's been a lot of anger in Europe about this and a lot of anger in Germany about this, actually. Both right-wing and left-wing parties, including the AfD party, which is a right-wing party, are angry about this. And they call it a humiliation. And it is. And I suspect that what is going to happen, I could be wrong, but I suspect that what's going to happen is this trade deal is only going to further push the Europeans away from America's power. So it says here, I'm going to try to read all of this because I haven't really read this article. I just saw it right before the stream and I thought, this looks good. So I really don't know what to expect from this. So I'm going to try my best to read it. But it says here, humiliation is probably the word most frequently used in recent days to describe the U.S.-EU trade deal announced by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and U.S. President Donald Trump on July 27th. This morning, the embarrassment of Macron's supporters and the deafening silence of Les Républicains speak volumes about the humiliation imposed by a Commission President meaning Ursula von der Leyen, whom they stubbornly supported. They promised us a powerful Europe, but what we have is a Europe of capitulation, wrote Jordan Bardella, president of the French National Assembly. So the French are mad about this, and they're calling it a humiliation. German economist Clemens Fuest also described the deal as a humiliation and an EU defeat, as did Belgian expert Mark De Vos. I'm trying to get all the article in this. Hold on. The list could go on, and to be frank, it is indeed difficult to find a more fitting word to describe the fortunately still only a framework agreement, which places the European Union in a multidimensional strategic overdependence on Washington while receiving virtually nothing in return. As trade policy is an exclusive EU competence, von der Leyen's commission held the negotiating power through the months-long process, representing all 27 member states. Yet, as in so many previous cases, As in so many previous cases, Brussels' leadership has once again demonstrated its incompetence and weakness. However, it was not only their weakness that was laid bare, Europe's was as well. Once a rich, innovative, thriving, and much admired continent, Europe is now a laughingstock on the global stage, forfeiting the last remnants of the prestige it had retained until now by bowing to the United States. The lesson from this agreement: we are an economic giant, but politically irrelevant, observed Valerie Hayer, president of the Renew Europe group in the European Parliament, with unflinching accuracy. At a time of seismic shifts in the international world order, political relevance, or more precisely, political and diplomatic power, is indispensable. Real major powers instinctively detect its absence, and when they do, you cease to be an equal partner. You become instead a vulnerable satellite ripe for exploitation. And that's exactly what this is. The EU is it's occupied by the United States. As SMY says here in the comment section, there's bases in Germany, Poland, UK. That's all true. It is an occupied land. It's occupied by the American Empire. And so Europe continues to be economically ravished and humiliated by the United States because, well, America can. That's the bottom line. America can do that and get away with it. That's the sad reality. And it says here, today the EU increasingly resembles 19th century China. Now, this is a very interesting observation. I did read a little bit about this before. The EU increasingly resembles 19th century China, a still rich empire that cannot be occupied by others, but is weak enough to be infiltrated and exploited, wrote founder of the Kritika Politjina movement, Slavomir Sierakowski, in 2019. Do you know what historians call the period of Chinese history between 1839 and 1949? The century of humiliation. 6 years on from Sierakowski's still accurate situational analysis, one could argue that Europe's own century of humiliation is now well underway. And this is not mere symbolism or rhetorical flourish. Most of the components are already present, and they bear an unsettling resemblance to those that precipitated the fall of the Qing dynasty and the eventual rise of the Communist Party of China. So for 100 years, China went through what is known as the century of humiliation. And it was basically China being exploited economically for a century, for 100 years. But look, China got out of it. That's the point. China is now about to surpass the GDP of the United States. And then what happened? After World War II, you had the rise of the Communist Party. And the Communist Party was a fanatical party, initially speaking. And so what could happen in Europe is the rise of a fanatical party that will speak of the glories of Europe. Without delving too deeply into Chinese history, some introduction is needed to explain what the century of humiliation was, why it is so significant, and how it parallels the situation Europe currently faces. China's century-long suffering began with the Opium Wars fought between 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860. During the First War, the British defeated the Qing dynasty, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read all this stuff, but we get it, right? China was being ravished economically for a century. If we examine Europe's current situation, almost all of these factors are present, some literally, others metaphorically or symbolically. I identified the beginning of Europe's century of humiliation in 2015, when EU elites willingly decided to open Europe's borders to millions of migrants from completely different cultural and religious backgrounds. As I noted in an earlier opinion piece, Brussels viewed and continues to view mass migration as a bureaucratic and logistical issue rather than a civilizational challenge, and that is a grave strategic error. Migrants often enjoy more extensive social rights in Western societies than native citizens, even though many are unwilling to or unable to integrate. This has resulted in the emergence of parallel societies across Europe. Muslim populations are rising at an intensive rate, blah, blah, blah. All right, we've heard this a million times. Turning to unequal treaties, the European Union's leadership has seemed almost eager to bind itself and its member states into unfavorable agreements in recent years. The most recent and most egregious example is the aforementioned US-EU deal. While the United States is imposing 15% tariffs on around 70% of EU exports to America, the EU is opening its markets to US goods, pledging to procure $750 billion of US energy products over the past 3 years, and committing to invest $600 billion in the US economy while promising to spend a vast amount on U.S. military equipment. Like China during the Qing Dynasty, the EU is surrendering significant elements of its sovereignty, this time in the realms of energy, defense, and trade. So the EU is surrendering significant elements of its sovereignty, blah, blah, blah. The key difference is that unlike King China, the EU has not been defeated militarily before capitulation. While the architects of the deal, Ursula von der Leyen and EU trade chief Maros Sefcovic, hailed the agreement as a success, the overwhelming reaction, including those from the markets, say otherwise. But this is far from only an equal or lopsided agreement negotiated by Brussels. The EU-Mercosur Association Agreement proposed in 2019 also faced heavy criticism from European farmers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we know this. Got it. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Hold on. Although the EU stands to gain tariff reductions, critics viewed the concession as strategically imbalanced, echoing colonial-era trade asymmetries. Similar accusations surrounded the failed transatlantic trade and investment partnership (TTIP) negotiations, where critics focused on potential investor-state dispute settlement clauses. Blah 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 blah. As strange as it may sound, the EU could also face a form of military defeat, though not in the conventional sense. As the war in Ukraine has dragged on for over 3 years, the EU's leadership has increasingly defined Ukraine's self-defense as Europe's own military conflict against Russia. You are fighting not only for your freedom, your democracy, and your future, but for ours too. You are fighting for Europe, von der Leyen declared before the Ukrainian parliament in November 2023. Moreover, the EU is proposing to allocate 20% of the 2028-2034 budget to Ukraine, an unprecedented sum for any member state, let alone a membership candidate country. And the defense investment clause of the US-EU deal is also tied to Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. And remember what Donald Trump told the Europeans. He said, I want you guys to buy American weapons and then send them off to Ukraine so that we don't have to send the weapons directly. And you guys put money into our economy. But what message is that really sending? The message it's sending is Europe's going to pay for Ukraine. And we're going to benefit financially. And then what's happening in Germany at the same time? What's happening in Germany is the rise of Germany's military-industrial complex. And the Europeans saying, well, why don't we just send our own weapons? Why do we have to buy American weapons? So I think these sorts of humiliations are going to culminate to the point where the Europeans are going to have a very, very strong will and incentive to establish their own sovereignty and really establish their own military might, with the Germans leading the way. You see. So it says here that considering the billions of euros spent and pledged for Kiev, as well as the rhetoric and framing used by EU leaders, it increasingly resembles more than a proxy war against Russia. Yet, as recent analysis suggests, the EU is losing. In its 2025 annual threat assessment, U.S. intelligence agencies warned that Russia has seized the upper hand, with Ukraine's battlefield position eroding in a war of attrition. Moreover, Ukrainian analysts report that Russian drone operations now involve 500 plus drones per night, with futures reaching 1,000 overwhelming Ukrainian defenses. This drone barrage has signaled a tactical edge and is seen as evidence that Russia maintains battlefield momentum. And that's true, by the way. Russia is winning this war. While Trump has intensified its rhetoric against Vladimir Putin, cutting the earlier 50-day deadline for secondary sanctions on Russian energy, which could significantly damage Moscow's war economy, the outcome remains uncertain. For now, however, Ukraine's defeat, and by extension Europe's defeat, seems unavoidable. But remember, the people who are doing all the fighting are the Ukrainians. The Europeans aren't doing the fighting. They're just providing the weapons and they're providing logistics. And Russia is having difficulty enough fighting Ukraine alone. Imagine Russia facing a multi-front war against Europe. I mean, it would be hell for both sides. So it says here, at the root of all this is an unelected, excessively bureaucratic, and deeply corrupt Brussels elite, which is exploiting every crisis to entrench its centralized power through various mechanisms. Though fortunately, not all have succeeded. Ursula von der Leyen's commission is facing mounting criticism for opacity and lack of transparency in many cases, including the so-called Pfizergate. The commission president only recently survived a no-confidence vote in the European Parliament. The first in more than a decade. Brussels is increasingly starting to resemble the late Qing dynasty, desperately fighting for survival. Europe's humiliation, therefore, is well underway, yet it is up to us to ensure it does not last a century. And resistance similar to that which contributed to the downfall of the king is already emerging. Patriotic right-wing forces are gaining ground across Europe. The most striking example is the rapid rise of the Patriots for Europe group, now the third largest in the European Parliament. It is becoming increasingly clear that the elite will not change without a revolution. However, the US-EU deal seems to be opening the eyes of even those who had blindly followed Brussels' lead until now. Harsh criticism is no longer coming only from the right. It is being voiced by some of the most pro-European actors across the political spectrum. This may well be the first sign of a broader rebellion against the EU's failed leadership. It could also mark the first step out of humiliation. I appreciate that. I'm glad you liked the article, David. I didn't write this, but the guy who wrote it I think he's Hungarian, but he's writing for a newspaper called the Hungarian Conservative. And what's the author's name? Let's see if we can find the author's name. He doesn't post the name. There's no name. Oh, Joachim Scheffer is the writer, and it says here that he graduated from the University of Szeged with a master's degree in international relations. Before joining Hungarian Conservative, he worked as an editor at the foreign policy desk of Hungarian daily Magyar Nemzet and serves as the editor of Eurasia magazine. Interesting. Okay. I think he's quite knowledgeable on the topic. But yeah, I think that there is a serious movement in the European Union, in Europe itself, for more European sovereignty and to boost more of an independent European militarism, which really means German militarism being at the center of that. Now, does that mean that there's going to be a split between the Americans and the Europeans? You know, looking at the current situation, I think most people would say, no, that's not going to happen. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. But what I will say is that what's definitely going to happen is the rise of European militarism. That's what's going to happen. Whether or not the Americans will work with that militarism, I don't know. If I had to make a guess, I would say yes. I would say that the Americans will work with the European militarists to use them as a proxy against the Russians. Will the Americans stand by the side of these militarists forever, or will they go against them like they did in World War II? That is yet to be seen. Now, if you see what has been happening in Europe, it's actually very interesting. There have been some articles on this that I want to show you guys. Let me see if I can find everything here. Hold on. So, regardless of all of this, humiliation that the Europeans have been going through, the Germans are still pursuing their goal of being the most powerful military in Europe. I mean, they're still pursuing this aspiration. You said you were going to re-upload videos from your old channels? Yes. Yes. I still plan on doing that. Just a simple link in the description to the original? Okay, that's fair enough. The problem is, like, I already read that. Okay. All right. So let's look at this article. This is from the Washington Post. It came out recently. And it's basically talking about how Germany is still pursuing this goal. I mean, I remember when the deal happened days ago, and people were telling me, oh, look, Ted, looks like Europe's getting humiliated. It's like, okay. You know, Germany was humiliated after World War I. America had Germany under its thumb after World War I. Didn't stop the Third Reich from rising. Didn't stop the Third Reich from rising. But I'm going to read to you guys this article. This is from the Washington Post, and it says here, Germany, long tight-fisted, goes on a spending spree with new budget. And it says here, tapping Germany's expansive new borrowing authority, Chancellor Friedrich Merz's cabinet is set to approve a draft 2026 federal budget on Wednesday that envisions a 172 billion euro, $199 billion shortfall from 2027 to 2029 as the country embarks on a major military expansion and new infrastructure investments. It wasn't long ago that Germany was the debt scold of Europe. Now it's on track to become the continent's biggest borrower. Now, why is Germany on the way to becoming Europe's biggest borrower? Because Germany is on its way to forming the most powerful military force in Europe. This is what it's pursuing. This is its mission. Berlin is preparing to adopt a massive national budget with deficits unprecedented in the country's modern history. With deficits unprecedented in the country's modern history. What does that mean? It means we're going to see the Reich coming back. Now, it may be under America's watch. It may be a big giant proxy of the Americans. But we're going to see some kind of a Reich coming back. A massive German power. I've never experienced anything like this before, said Veronica Grimm, a member of the German Council of Economic Experts, which advises the government on economic policy. In the past, arguments were more likely to be made about single-digit billion amounts. It's never been discussed on this scale before, ever. Do you see what's happening? What's happening is the rise of Germany from the ashes of World War II. A century after the Weimar Republic, Germans still speak of being haunted by that era's hyperinflation that helped the Nazis seize control of the country. So there was hyperinflation in Germany, and the Nazis took over because of all the economic resentment and also because of hatred towards certain minority groups. And that's what happened. And well, the same sort of thing can happen in the future. Germany's freer spending is not happening in a vacuum. After Russia launched a full-scale war against Ukraine in 2022, German politicians spoke of a Zeitenwende, a historical turning point. Germany embarked on a sharp increase in military spending, which has only grown more urgent amid repeated intimations by Trump that the United States might no longer be counted on to come to Europe's defense. Top German manufacturers, including the country's vaunted auto industry, have struggled recently amid Trump's tariffs and competition from China. The increase in military spending could create new revenue for some of these companies. So, militarism is still on the rise in Germany, and this humiliation is only going to drive people more towards militarism and some form of sovereignty, at least. And then if you look at this article from Pravda, make this a little bit larger. It says here that Berlin, the Berlin, the Bundeswehr has submitted a request to leading German defense companies and startups to develop long-range strike drones with operational introduction by 2029. Oh, it's very interesting. 2029. That's the same year that Turkey says its fifth-generation Khan fighter jet will be ready, will be operational. That's interesting. 2029, same year. It's almost like they're preparing for the same thing. Berlin, the Bundeswehr has submitted a request to leading German defense companies and startups to develop long-range strike drones with operational introduction by 2029. The designed unmanned systems must have a range of over 1,000 kilometers, move at subsonic speeds on their flight trajectory, with advanced autonomy based on artificial intelligence. In other words, they want to strike the Russians. That's what that means. Germany wants to strike Russia. The project is being led by several consortiums, Airbus Defense with an American Kratos, Rheinmetall with Andriel Industries, while Helsing has taken over Grob Aircraft to develop the platform. So Germany's military-industrial complex is still working with America's military-industrial complex to make Germany war-ready. And that's what the Germans have been saying. They want Germany to be war-ready against Russia. Okay, I already read this. The German Ministry of Defense has confirmed the start of talks, but has not yet announced the official tender. The decision was made in the context of the allegedly growing security threat from Russia. Well, there you go. There's your answer. And here is another article. This is from Reuters. This is also very indicative. It says here, Germany prepares huge orders for jets, armored vehicles, sources say. Let's see. So it says here, I'll make this a little bit larger. Germany is preparing a wave of multi-billion euro procurement orders, including 20 Eurofighter jets, up to 3,000 Boxer armored vehicles, and as many as 3,500 Patria infantry fighting vehicles. Two sources familiar with the plans told Reuters. The purchases are part of Chancellor Friedrich Merz's push to build Europe's most powerful conventional army. That's the German army. Aiming to reduce reliance on an increasingly unpredictable ally, the United States. Let's read that again. Aiming to reduce reliance on an increasingly unpredictable ally. So again, the Europeans are still pursuing sovereignty and military might. And the humiliation of the EU is only going to work as an incentive for this. And take greater responsibility for European security. So Germany wants to take the lead as the defender of Europa. Earlier this year, Merz secured the parliamentary backing needed to exempt defense spending from Germany's constitutionally enshrined debt limits, enabling his government to finance the military overhaul. Germany's regular defense budget is projected to rise to around 83 billion euros in 2026, up by 20 billion from 2025. The Eurofighter order alone is expected to cost between 4 billion and 5 billion euros. The sources said, while the Boxer vehicles are estimated at 10 billion. Blah blah blah. But Germany also has more catching up to do. Hours after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the chief of the German army publicly vented his frustration over the long-running neglect of military readiness in his country, saying the Bundeswehr was standing there more or less empty-handed. So there you go. I mean, this is all happening. I mean, there's more to read on it, but... And here's another article. This is from Real Clear Defense, and this is an article that came out recently. And it says here, NATO and the future of European security, the German question. And take a look at what it says here. This is really interesting. It says here, a rapidly shifting internal power dynamic on the continent is now unequivocally favoring Germany, with Berlin working to bring Paris and London on board to form what it expects to be the core of the new European security architecture. The E3 Directorate, poised to become the center of Europe's new security system. We are witnessing a de facto structuring of the European NATO into its core and periphery, with countries along the eastern frontier calling fast into the latter category. So they want to create their own branch, their own European branch for NATO. And Germany is going to be at the center of it. So no matter how you see it, right? America controls Europe. America's going to break free from Europe in the future. No matter how you see it, Germany is going to play a huge role in all this. And German militarism is coming back. I mean, no matter how you see it. Okay, I already read this. If successfully finalized, this fundamental shift will allow Germany to align the security architecture of Europe with its ongoing effort to centralize the European Union through a new union treaty. Unlike earlier French efforts that pushed for strategic autonomy and thereby pitted EU security policy against US priorities, Berlin's E3 Directorate approach, if successful, would leverage the structures of the NATO alliance alongside the ongoing transformation of the European Union, while at the same time laying the groundwork for a future security architecture should America's presence in Europe continue to shrink. So if America decides to abandon Europe, you're going to have Germany right there to fill in the vacuum. And if America decides to stay in Europe, you're still going to have this massive German military power with its European auxiliaries being backed by the United States and being used by the United States as a proxy against the Russians. The end game may be a systemic transformation whereby Berlin will be poised to assume leadership not only in the economic domain, where it has dominated Europe for decades, but also in the military sphere, positioning Germany for a run for great power status reinforced by the combined resources of an institutionally harnessed Europe. So, right there. So, Germany is not going to be just the economic power in Europe, but it's also going to be the main military power for Europe. And that's it. We can't stop what's coming. I mean, this is the bottom line, guys. We cannot stop what's coming. What's the name of that eugenist science guy who changed his name you talked about last year? Not the Catholic one. I want to rewatch that video. Are you talking about the Vatican getting in bed with eugenists? Let me see here. Hold up. The one who was on Catholic radio? Is that what you're talking about? Let me see. There's 2 videos I have on Catholic eugenists. I'll just send them both to you. And then we have this one. This is the other video here. All right, guys, I think I'm done reading, so I'm just going to get something to drink, and I'm just going to enjoy the rest of the stream just drinking. Give me 1 second, okay? Hold on. So tonight we're looking at something a little bit different. I've decided to allow the dandelion brew to sit longer because last time I drank some, it still had a somewhat of a yeasty taste to it, so it's just not ready, and I think it just needs to sit in the bottles much longer. Do you think Putin wants USSR again? Probably, yeah. I think he's glorified the USSR to a certain extent. I think he wants to bring back some kind of a Russian empire like with the Tsars. But I don't think he's a communist. But anyway. Today we're going to be drinking a little bit of Middle Eastern booze. This is called arak. I had a little bit of this last night. This is very famous amongst Lebanese people. And I think Palestinians also drink this stuff as well. It's a distilled wine that is mixed with fennel for excellent flavor. And arak is not super high in alcohol. But it's really good and very tasty, and I haven't had any issues with it as far as gout flare-ups go, so I'm going to drink a little bit. I'm going to drink just maybe a couple shots. And let's see, what kind of music can we listen to? I don't know. Is there good music to listen to? I like this Resident Evil music. I think this music is pretty good. I don't know. I think we'll just play the Resident Evil stuff. I think this works. Cheers to you guys. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Fennel. There's always an herb in there these days. Yup. Yeah, it's flavored with fennel seeds. And the fennel seeds are super, super strong. And you can really taste them really good. But this is really good Arak. Excellent stuff. This is from Lebanon. The alcohol is definitely there. Definitely there. Excellent stuff. I don't want to drink too much. But this is really good stuff. Ooh, shit. Amazing stuff, guys. Really amazing stuff. No more catnip or burdock? No. My dandelion brew is gonna rest more because I don't think it's even ready to drink. I had some more. I drank some the last time I streamed with you guys, and it was okay. Like, the alcohol was there, but there's still somewhat of a yeasty flavor in it, and that's just a sign that it just needs to sit longer, I think. What percentage of alcohol is in there? Let's see. It says kosher. This is a 40% alcohol. Holy shit. That's a lot. I've watched those above 2 videos already. It was specifically a guy with a funny first name. I don't know, dude. To be honest with you, I don't know what you're referring to. You got to give me some more details. I really don't know. Really don't know, guys. Woo! Damn. That shit's good. Funny name. Funny name. Talking about Dominic Cummings? Is that who you're referring to? $40. Yeah, it's pretty high. This is just as strong as vodka. But I don't think I'm going to go beyond that. I don't want to drink too much, guys, because it's like I'm in the danger zone if I drink a little bit too much. I mean, with my herbal stuff, I never had any issues, but with this distilled stuff, I got to be careful. Yeah, just let the drink you, Theo, as if you were in Russia. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, hot damn. This alcohol. You were reacting to his interview, not Dominic. Reacting to his interview. Okay, who was this person? Who was this individual? Eugenics in the Vatican? I've already sent you that video. The new era of eugenics is upon us. The second age. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all, to be honest with you. What do you think, Russia and USA and all this nuclear submarines? Can you please tell us your opinion? Let me see here. Hold on. Trump, nuclear Submarines. Trump moves nuclear submarines in response, yeah, to Russia's highly provocative. I mean, I don't know. It just looks like this whole thing is leading to a massive war. It's like all the signs are there, I think. Reuters is charging me money. I can't read the article. Oh, okay, New York Times. It's like a New York Times. I have a subscription with them, so I'm cool with them. I'm cool with the Jews of New York. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Russia and the U.S. worked together before from when they former gave. Yeah, that's correct. Hopefully they'll work it together again, but I don't know. It doesn't look like it. I hope you're right, though. I mean, I hope that they'll work together like they did in the past. Trump says he ordered sub repositioned in rare nuclear threat to Russia. President Trump said on his social media feed, like, dude, I swear I miss freaking Biden. Can we just bring Biden back? I'm so sorry, Biden. Please. Obama, Biden, anyone but this guy. Anybody but this guy. Give me someone else. Please, God, this guy. Freaking... At least Obama reasoned with the Iranians. He made the Iran deal. And all these Zionist bastards just shat all over Obama. That was one of the few things I liked about Obama. I wrote articles defending the Iran deal. I was like, this is a good idea. Why freaking make war? Just negotiate. And there is these damn I wish I could say what I really want to say on here, but people get all, I don't know. You have these sycophants to the Israelis. And they're like, Iran, appeasement, Iran! Iran! Israel has to be protected! And then what? And then... I mean, we didn't see this kind of shit with Biden. At least with Biden, it was like, okay, we're going to give weapons to the Ukrainians. But he didn't go this far. President Trump said on his social media feed on Friday that he has ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be repositioned in response to online threats from Russia's former president. Oh my God, dude. Dmitry Medvedev is just trolling dude, we're going to be asked by future generations, how did World War III start? Well, son, it all started with a tweet by some dude named Dmitry. And he trolled the president. And that's how this bullshit began. We've already had enough of Trump. Yeah, that's exactly how the entire world thinks. Yeah. I almost owe W an apology for thinking he's the worst. I mean, it's just bring me Obama. Seriously, bring me the Kenyan president. Mr. Trump said he had ordered the submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. Under Trump, we're seeing Nazism getting pushed, transhumanism, and this bullshit. He added, words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Mr. Medvedev, who often serves as something of an online attack dog for the Kremlin, has said in a social media post of his own on Thursday that Mr. Trump should picture the apocalyptic television series The Walking Dead and referred to the Soviet Union system for launching a last-ditch automatic nuclear strike. Because nuclear submarine movements are among the Pentagon's most closely held tactical maneuvers, it will most likely prove impossible to know if Mr. Trump is truly repositioning the submarines or just trying to make a point. I don't know. It could be all just political theater and bullshit. This is a long-ass article for a tweet, for a battle on Twitter. A word battle on Twitter. But in Mr. Trump's sudden and escalating confrontation with Russia over Ukraine, it is the first time he has referenced the American nuclear arsenal, much less threatened to reposition it. Mr. Trump said on Thursday that he intends to impose new sanctions on Russia over its unwillingness to wind down its war in Ukraine, the latest steps in his gradual shift towards a more antagonistic stance. Here we go with the bullshit, the Cold War bullshit. Mr. Trump said last month that he would give Russia 50 days to begin serious peace talks with Ukraine. The Russian response was to ramp up attacks, including one on Kiev on Thursday night that killed more than 30 civilians. I mean, it's just getting worse. All because some people wanted to make money, and some Polish people wanted to get some NATO firearms. Earlier this week, Mr. Trump said his deadline was being shortened to 10 to 12 days, and Thursday he said he had already decided to impose secondary sanctions on countries that buy Russian oil. That could include China, India, Turkey, all countries with which Mr. Trump has had other ongoing negotiations. Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin have talked repeatedly by phone or secure video since the president took office, but they have not met in person. It is a meeting Mr. Trump has said is vital, suggesting nothing on Ukraine would be resolved until the two men hashed it out between themselves. But his tone about Russia has hardened, and his position on sanctions has reversed in recent weeks. Still, such public flexing of nuclear muscles is rare even for Mr. Trump, who has made explicit nuclear threats to Kim Jong-un of North Korea early in his first term in July in 2018. At that time, he said his nuclear button was much bigger and more powerful than Mr. Kim's. That exchange ultimately led to a diplomatic opening, blah, 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 blah. Who fucking knows what's going to happen, guys? I don't know. We're all going to die anyway. Who knows whether we're going to die from a disease or we're going to die from a bomb, or if we're going to get killed in a mass shooting. We don't know how we're going to go. We're going to go. Who knows what's going to happen? I really don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen. I wish I did. But I hope that this particular thing is just bluff and talk and nothing else. Anyway, what's up with you guys? Should we evacuate all U.S. major cities? I don't know. I think if you live inside of a city, I think you should leave. That's my opinion. I don't think things should be any better would be any better with that Indian Kamala either. Who knows, dude? Trump is the guy that has to be the hard ass, and he's trying to show that he's tough. All he needs to do is say, we're against war, and negotiate something, and everyone's gonna love him. I don't know why that's so difficult. I know why. It's because he has a mafia behind his ass. U.S. cities, liberals versus real conservative counties. Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's all it is. A bunch of people want to make money. What else do we got? The ongoing armed conflict in Gaza, blah blah blah. Dude, the worst commenters on the entire internet are RT commenters. I swear they're the worst. Dude, RT, Russia Today, they have the most vile, toxic commenters I've ever seen in my life. I have never once in all the years that I've been reading RT, and I've been reading RT for a very long time. I've been reading RT since 2013, at least 2013. Could have been even further. Could have been 2012, but I think 2013 is when I started reading them. And I have never once seen a positive comment section for any article ever published on there. It's almost like everyone who reads RT hates RT. I have never once read an article on RT that had commenters that said, great article. Wow, really informative. And they have some really informative stuff. RT is not all that bad. People say it's all like Russian propaganda and all that. Yeah, sure. Okay, so is New York Times. New York Times is American propaganda. But like, you can learn a lot reading RT. You can learn a whole bunch of stuff about Europe and Russia and Ukraine. And they have some really good stuff on there. And I have never once seen commenters on RT say, great article. Every commenter is like, this article's bullshit. This article sucks. Don't you know that the Jews run everything anyway? Dude, it doesn't really matter. The Jews run everything, so who cares? Like, every commenter is something like that. Not every, but a lot of them. There's no positivity. We just need to survive the Trump presidency, and then we will be fine. I remember in his first term, everyone in Europe felt the same way. Now we are going through the same thing again. Oh, boy, yeah. But heaven forbid that the U.S. should not take care of our people and affairs. William McKinley. Who's William McKinley? Is that a president? Oh, he's 25th president. Oh, damn. There's so many presidents that we don't know about in America. We don't even know about most of the presidents of the U.S. This is how America works. George Washington. Filler, 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 filler. And then JFK. Oh, and before that, sorry, not JFK. It's like George Washington, filler, 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 filler. And then the dude on the wheelchair. What was his name? Dwight. Was it? Yeah, was it President Eisenhower? Who was the president on a wheelchair? No, sorry. It's Washington, filler, 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 filler. Theodore Roosevelt, and then whatever. And then we have Woodrow Wilson. And then we have Theodore Roosevelt. And Kennedy, Nixon, Carter, Reagan, H.W. Bush, Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Trump. Those are the presidents that we all think about. We don't think about anyone else. That's pretty much how it works. Let's see here. Going through it again. Yeah, I know what you mean. What's going on with RT commenter bots? They're just all nuts. If you don't talk about the Jews, they hate you. That's pretty much every RT commenter. You have to talk about the Jews. And I'm amazed that RT hasn't been pushing anti-Semitic material. You would think they would look at the commenters and say, you know what our readers really want? For us to bash the Jews. Damn it, let's put some articles bashing Israel. And you do see criticism of Israel, don't get me wrong. But nothing ever satisfies RT commenters. They want RT to go full Hitler. And RT's like, dude, do you see the title of this, the name of this publication? Russia Today. Why the fuck would we support Hitler? But you gotta support Hitler to please all the RT readers. Abraham Lincoln, yep, that's another one. I watched a documentary about how the Second World War started and why Hitler targeted them. It actually looks pretty similar to what's going on now. Involvement in the politics. What was the documentary? What was the name and how did you find it? Where can I find it? You think John F. Kennedy was the last good leader? I think so. I think JFK was good. And I think that JFK was the last president that was truly president. That's what I believe about JFK. Because JFK was trying to get AIPAC to register as a foreign entity. And he was killed. And he wanted to get into Israel's nuclear project, the Dimona. He wanted to learn about Dimona. And then he refused to sign on to Operation Northwood, which would have involved the U.S. government murdering American citizens to blame it on the Cubans in order to foment anti-Cuban sentiment in society. And JFK said, fuck that, I'm not signing on to that bullshit. No, you don't get to murder people to make propaganda against Cuba. So he was against the CIA, and he said, AIPAC, you got to register as a foreign entity. Guess what happened? He died. We all know what happened at freaking JFK, all right? Well, no, he was actually killed by a communist. So the Americans killed JFK. So they did it, and then they blamed it on a communist. Hit two birds with one stone. Get rid of a president you don't like, and then blame it on a communist to get people to hate communism in the Soviet Union. Perfect plan. They basically did Operation Northwood on JFK. I say Americans should bring back Calvin Coolidge. We got to bring back JFK. And AIPAC needs to register as a foreign entity. And I think that politicians should wear stickers representing all the entities that fund them. And you're going to see a big fat AIPAC sticker on everyone's forehead. I will try to find it out now. Well, if you can't, no worries. If you can't, I'd appreciate it. I'll watch it. It's just insane, guys. I don't care if people say I'm a conspiracy theorist or whatever. Like, it's just the damn truth. We all know what happened. They killed JFK. Oh, actually, no. It was some lone gunman who just so happened to be a communist. Right. Oh, and MLK was killed by a janitor. Correct, yes. We all know that the government killed MLK as well. That's been confirmed. MLK was murdered by the government. You want American politicians look like North Korean generals? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. I wish America would establish a standard aesthetic for itself. Like how, you know how when you look at these old Russian restaurants, they have a Soviet aesthetic to them? I wish America would do the same thing. We would have an American aesthetic. We actually did. The American Diner, I think, but we've kind of gotten rid of that. That moment when you realize you should have gotten Ron Paul in when you had the chance. I mean, better than this bullshit. What about Rand Paul? I want to see Tucker Carlson as president. MLK was a moron. Malcolm X was the right way. Well, you know, they were both assassinated. Let me stretch myself up a little bit here. They were both assassinated, guys. You know, they were both assassinated. MLK was kind of like an opportunist. I think he wanted to like bang white chicks or something like that. I don't know, but he was being spied on by the CIA. And then they killed them because they were afraid that he would start a race war in the United States. That's why they killed MLK, because they were afraid he would start a race war. Because there was a massive riot that broke out, I think, in Tennessee. And then not too long after that, he was assassinated. And then there was someone in the U.S. government who said, are we just going to allow this MLK guy to start riots? Like, this guy's got to be gotten rid of. And then he was killed. Then they blamed it on some janitor. And MLK's own family later came out and said, that man did not murder MLK. We all know who did it. It was the government. And there was actually an eyewitness testimony that said that when MLK got shot, you could actually see a white dude in military boots and a military outfit with a rifle hiding in the bushes. Yeah. Funnily enough, Commander Rockwell held Malcolm... Well, the reason why Rockwell held Malcolm X in high regard is because they were both racist. Malcolm X was a racist, well, not always. He eventually left his racism, but for a while, Malcolm X was a racist, and then he joined he allied with the American Nazis. So, but later on, he renounced his position and said, no, racism is wrong, and it's actually against Islam, and then he was killed by Nation of Islam guys. Here is the video. I'm not seeing a link. Maybe you haven't sent it yet. If not, if you can just give me the title, because sometimes YouTube gets really weird with links. So if you could just give me the title, I'll just Google it and I'll find it. Yeah, but we all know what happened. JFK, MLK, Shinzo Abe. I think that was a psyop. I think he was assassinated by maybe like Yakuza or CIA or something like that. I think that guy. I don't think he was just killed by some angry man who was mad at his mom. I think Shinzo was murdered for an actual political agenda. The interesting part of the explanation begins at 22. Okay, but I don't know what. Could you just if you can give me the title of the video? That'll be great. That'll be awesome. This Russian music really, really is awesome. This is great music. Listen to this. This is really good music. I don't know if we're going to go to Mars. I have no idea if we're going to go to Mars. No clue. No clue. I'm not a NASA expert. Oh, I love this song. I'm gonna play this shit loud. I'm playing this shit loud. What's the song? I'll give it to you. Hold up.
Nigdy z królami nie będzie w aliansach. Nigdy przed mocą nie ugniemy szyi. Bo u Chrystusa my na ordynansach słudzy Maryi. Więc choć się stęka świat i zadrży słońce, chociaż się chmury i morza nastrożą, choćby na smokach.
Is this the song? Hold on, let me make sure I got the song for you. No, this is not the song.
Wojska latające nas nie zagrożą. Bóg naszych ojców i dziś jest nad nami, więc nie dopuści upaść żadnej klęsce. Wszak póki On był z naszymi ojcami, byli zwycięzcy. Więc nie spadniemy.
Why did Hitler persecute the Jews? All right, I will look it up and I will watch it. Can I find it on YouTube? Which website do you find it in? Do you find it on Rumble or where did you find it? Because I'm not, you know, Google is retarded. I can't find it. Oh, hold up. I think I got it. I think I found it. Oh, I found it. Never mind. I got it. Thank you. I'll watch it. I got it. I found it. Thank you. I'll watch it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
wieczornej zorzy, ale w grobowcach my jeszcze żołdacy i hufiec Boży. Bo kto zaufał Chrystusowi Panu,
Dude, this song is so good.
szedł na święte krajówek
It's such a good piece of music.
wołanie. Z ciemnego kurhanu na trąbę stanie. Bóg jest ucieczką i obroną naszą. Póki On z nami, całe piekła pękną.
Dude, some Polish music, man. Some Polish music hits hard. Truly. Really good stuff. Good stuff. Dude, Legendary Drops is live. Do any of you guys watch Legendary Drops? Theo, let's get Slavic Wives. What say you? I mean, damn, wouldn't be bad. The song link is different from the one you're playing now. Oh, yeah, because someone asked about the previous song. I'll give you the link for this one. Hold on. Hold up, let me, Legendary Drops is on you. He's live right now. As I'm live. Isn't that crazy? We're live at the same time. Let me send you the link to the song that just, the Polish song. Here's the song. There we go. Any anime you like? No, I've never liked any anime. I've seen a few of them, and I've only watched one anime movie, and it was called The Second Renaissance, and it scared the shit out of me. And I said, I'll never watch anime again. It's a terrifying movie. Any IT experts here who can volunteer for Theo? About what? Oh no, you're going to get Theo into his anime mode again? Dude, oh, I played some anime music on here before. Some of the anime music is actually really good. Legendary Drops is on at the same time as me. And how many people? He has 453 people watching. And I have how many people watching this stream? 24 people. So, damn. I think if I do YouTube videos about video games, I think they would, I don't know, I'd probably get more views if I just did a bunch of videos on, like, video game shit. I don't know. But I'm not a huge video game... I'm not a massive video game dude. I consider myself a what's known as a casual gamer. I'm a casual gamer guy. Like, I'll play once in a while, once a week, twice, 3 times a week at most. I'll play video games. I'll play Mario Kart. I'll play a Resident Evil game. I'll play... right now, I'm replaying Spec Ops: The Line, which is a beautiful game. Horrifying game, but horrifyingly beautiful. It really gives you the horrors of war. Great game. I'll play that game. I'll play... what else will I play? Hold on. Bannerlord. I love Bannerlord. But I'm not a huge gamer guy. I'm not into... a lot of people get into the gossip of video games. So they'll get into like, what is this game company doing? They're screwing over the customers. How dare they? I'm just not into that sort of thing because it's not really that important, in all honesty. Like, some company's doing something. This company is failing. This game sucks. Okay. You know, eventually what's going to happen here's what's eventually going to happen with video games. What eventually is going to happen with video games is that video games are going to be 100% virtual. In other words, the days of you buying a physical copy of a game are soon going to be over. Like buying a disc, buying the disc game, or buying the actual physical copy of a game, those days are numbered. And all games are going to be virtual. So you're going to have to go onto an online database, buy the game. And for the most part, this is already the reality. It's not 100% the reality, but to a great extent, it already is. Because tons of people are buying their games on Steam, or they're going on Xbox Game Pass or whatever. They're going onto the Xbox store. They're buying the game on there. And they're just playing the game right after purchasing it online on the internet. So eventually, all games are going to become virtual. And people are going to bitch and complain about this because they're going to say that this is against our privacy. Why does a game company have to be connected to our internet all the time? Why can't I just buy the damn game, put it in, and then play the game without the game having to be always connected online? Why? A lot of people are complaining about this sort of thing already. And in my opinion, just go back playing old-ass games. I mean, once that happens and everything is just virtual and you can't really play a game 100% privately anymore. You can't really play a game that's 100% connected to your internet access, and the company can just cancel the game whenever it wants or does what it wants with the game or push sale things to you for a game. Once it gets to that level, dude, if you want to scratch the gaming itch, just play some old shit. Go hook your N64 in, play the N64. Go hook your GameCube in, play the GameCube, and just enjoy the fucking GameCube, man. Isn't there a great song from Poland? I love this fucking... Oh, come on, dude. How could you beat this? This song is so damn good. Theo versus Mark Plyer, Jake Septic Eye, and I mean, I see this legendary Drops dude. YouTube has been recommending to me his videos, and I watched some of his stuff, and I'm just like, every video is him complaining about the gaming industry, and that's great. You know, I complain about things every video I do, but to me, okay, I mean, it's not the most important thing. Games. They are people who dedicate their entire lives to video games. And that's cool. That's cool. But I'd rather dedicate my life to something else. But they are people who just dedicate their whole lives to playing games and getting this game and getting this expansion and getting this and getting that. And it's just... I don't know. To me, games is just it's a fun world. It's a fun form of art. That's how I see video games. Don't worry, we're on the road to 10K. Absolutely, absolutely. Anime can be perverted and weird, but there are some series... dude, I am 100% certain there are great anime series out there. There's great anime movies out there. I've just never really gotten into them. Theo, are there any videos that got deleted from YouTube and you don't have a backup? No. I make backups of all my videos. That's why my computer is always connected to an external hard drive. So right now I have an external hard drive that's worth... it's worth about 10 terabytes, which is pretty good. And then I have a second external hard drive that's worth like 23, or no, it's worth, I want to say 15 terabytes, which is also pretty damn good. I watched your video about the YouTuber with 1 million subscribers who has a unique voice. It reminded me of Chase Hughes. Have you seen his videos and the way he talks? Okay, hold up. Let me look this up. This is a new internet personality that I haven't heard of before. Let's check this guy out. Ace Huge. Chase. What's wrong with my English? I have not heard of this guy ever. All right, let's watch a video and see if this dude passes the vibe check. Hold up. Let's see if this dude passes the vibe check. Dude, this one little shot of Arak just was able to set me off. Hot damn, this stuff is powerful. Where is the internet? Where's Chrome? I gotta find Chrome. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Chase Hughes. All right, let's see if this dude passes the vibe check. Hold on. All right, let's give this guy a watch. Is the volume is not on.
Not about making a point or being convincing. It's about stepping into someone's personal mythology and becoming the narrator. We talk about weaponizing cognitive dissonance and hacking someone's identity.
All right, so what he said in the beginning was 100% correct. Yeah, when it comes to like super effective communication and how to get people to be magnetized to your voice, that's exactly what people do. That's what Asmongold. I could talk about the subject. Hold on, let's listen to this again.
Persuasion is not about making a point or being convincing. It's about stepping into someone's personal mythology and becoming the narrator. We talk about weaponizing cognitive dissonance and hacking someone's identity and doing all these tactics and doing regression and making them more open, making them more connected to us. What are we doing? We're stepping inside of their myth.
100%.
And we become the narrator of that myth. That's what true influence and persuasion really is. Hope you enjoyed this. If you want even
100%
more
true
of this,
what he's saying, and there's many examples of this. But if you look at all the people,
click the link right now.
Hold on, let me shut this guy up. If you look at all the people who have become super famous on YouTube as personalities, what you will notice is that they, like this guy just said, they step into your world. They step into your mythology and they sort of confirm your lifestyle, or they confirm your perspective, or they confirm what you're feeling. And this is how people pass the vibe check. Great example of this. Perfect, absolutely perfect example of this is Asmongold. Asmongold knows exactly what he's doing. What Asmongold does is he makes his dirty lifestyle into a character, and then he fulfills, or what's the word? He confirms people's lifestyles. So he comes across as very confident, very self-assured, very comfortable in his own skin when he's talking, but he's also dirty. He lives in the same house that he grew up in, right? There's nothing special about him physically. He never shows off, which is good, very good. He shows humility. He's a millionaire, but he doesn't show any of that wealth off. And so people look at him and say, wow, he's a millionaire. He's articulate. He is very confident when he speaks, and he's super cool, and he's super funny. And he's a gamer nerd who has a dirty room just like me. And so what Asmongold is doing is he's familiarizing himself with his audience. And he's jumping into their world. He's putting himself in their world, and he's confirming their lifestyle. And Asmongold himself has said this. Asmongold himself has said that he knows why he appeals to people. He said, because people look at me and they say, wow, he lives like me. He's a gamer like me. And so they familiarize themselves with him. And this is how it works, right? This is how it works. There's a video called It's a Trap. Okay, we'll check it out. It's a trap. Psychopaths and narcissists failed the simple test. Dating checklist. Oh boy, here we go. Let's talk about dating. Why good people get stuck with bad boys. You know, I have been hearing about this sort of phenomenon of women going with, quote unquote bad boys my entire life. I've literally been hearing this since I was in high school. And it is a phenomenon that is as old as time. And I honestly have stopped giving a shit about it because I have seen so many failed marriages and I've seen so many miserable men, miserable in their marriages, that I said, really? I guess not. I guess being a attractive bad boy didn't really help you. I'd much rather be a single nerd who doesn't get any women and be happy than be a guy who gets women and is miserable. Who's Brian Johnson? I don't even know who that is. Who's Brian Johnson? Oh, I don't care about. I've seen this dude before. I don't give a shit about this. A lot of Christians have milquetoast Puritan facade. I don't care. It's just people are going to do what they're going to do. People are going to do what they're going to do, you know, at the end of the day. All right, guys, I've been here for over 7 freaking hours. All right, been here for quite a long time. So I hope that I have redeemed myself from the last few streams, which, to be honest with you, were quite flaccid and anticlimactic. Especially the 2 streams before the last stream. They were awful streams. So some of my worst streams ever. But he talks about government influence in some of his videos. Really? I'll have to find that one. Life is a video game. Here's how to win. It was just crazy to watch during that video. Awesome stream. Appreciate that. I felt so weird just by listening to his voice. It was similar to an audiobook about an easy way. Oh, I see. I don't know. Maybe it's just it was a perception. Well, I mean, there's certain voices that are just more magnetizing than others. That's true. They just click to our brains more. Anyway, guys, I'll see you all later. It's been over 7 hours, so I think I've talked long enough. And we had a pretty good stream, guys. We had a very good stream. I'll see you guys soon. This was a lot of fun. And I'll see you guys later. You guys just heard some theology. God bless.